keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath on the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on YourLiveEvent.com.
All right, welcome everybody to the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is YourLiveEvent.com. This is Brent Dick with the call for our 2 days of action out here from New Salem. We will step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back from our pre-tournament show, and we'll have head coach of Lisbon Broncos, Rich Lucina, up next on YourLiveEvent.com.
Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and the 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and SeedX sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is YourLiveEvent.com for coverage of the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're in our pre-tournament show, and we have the head coach of the Lisbon Broncos here, Coach Rich Lucina. Coach Lucina, you got your Broncos out here ready to wrestle. Looks like you guys left a day early. Is that just kind of part of your game plan when you come here, just to give the boys a little extra rest?
A couple of years ago, New Salem started weighing in at 10 and wrestling at noon, and just to kind of get ahead of it. It was actually a storm day. We came out the one day, and it worked real well, so we've been doing it ever since. I think it gives the kids a little better night's sleep instead of trying to get on the bus at 5, 6 in the morning, just to kind of be out here. And I think they all got to sleep in a little today. So
yeah. I just remember harking back to the good old days of wrestling. We always look forward to this trip because it gave us an opportunity to go practice in the Bismarck Century Wrestling Room, and that was kind of always an eye-opening experience for us, making the trip out to New Salem.
Yeah, we went yesterday morning just to kind of get that out of the way. They're doing real good on their weights right now. I've been real happy with that. So we kind of had a light practice in the morning and then just took off right after school yesterday. So.
All right, and then just kind of looking at your roster, I did take a look at the kind of the tournament seeds, and I guess the kind of the lightweights. It looks like the tournament gods really weren't smiling upon the Broncos and some of their lighter weights, and then you kind of make your way where we picked up some better seeds. So kind of what are your thoughts on some of those newer wrestlers coming here for the first time and maybe, finding it a little bit tough going early, but then it's a 2-day tournament. So what do you try to tell them or get through to them?
We talked about just trying to stay alive in the tournament, try to make it till Saturday, and doing those little things, just, keeping your wits about you. And these young guys, I said, we talked to them a little bit. This is a business trip. You guys understand, we're not going to the hotel to get in the swimming pool. We're not going to, so they, and these juniors and our senior Aiden Hinkle there, they do a good job of leading them. So last night they were all in bed before bed checks. I came through and thought they looked like they're ready for this weekend. So I'm kind of excited to see where they end up. Seed-wise, we always say seeds are things you plant in the ground. They look good on paper, but they don't amount to a hill of beans if you don't go out and wrestle. So you got a seed now, you got to earn a place.
Yeah, coming out to a tournament like New Salem, you did see some of these Western teams maybe up at Carrington, but how important it is to some of those head-to-head matches that maybe these kids hadn't seen earlier in the year, as far as now we're heading into the tournament part of the year, going into state. So how important is it for these wrestlers to come out and, like you said, make it a business trip and take it a little bit more serious, or maybe just to amplify their amount of output or energy that they put into this tournament?
Yeah, I don't know if it was just this year, but there wasn't as much East-West action against each other. So at the seeding meeting, it was pretty tough because kids hadn't seen head-to-head. So this weekend, I think it'll be pretty telling. I think we'll see a lot of I think there might even be a little more moving after this weekend at a couple of those weight classes. You look and you see them, and there's there's kids that were state place winners last year that couldn't get a seat at some of those weights, and so I think it's gonna probably shake out a little bit here this weekend, and then next week at the region duels, we'll be kind of surprised to see where some of them are at.
Yeah, just kind of going off that theme real quick before you head out of here. And when you do look at some of those brackets, like you said, just the depth of those brackets is really telling. Do you kind of see that as a signal to North Dakota wrestling on how it's growing or how it's had been maturing the last couple years from what it had been?
Yeah, the numbers in the state are up for wrestling across the board, and it's just deeper. I've said all year. I remember telling some of the coaches at the Carrington tournament that there's not going to be a 200-point team this year. It's going to be kind of a race to that 120, 130 mark, and then the wrestlebacks is where we're going to see a state championship won for a team on that individual tournament. It's going to be, somebody has an unseeded kid that places, somebody that just that 5-10 points might be the difference maker, because I think it's a wide open race between about 6 teams. And I think it'll be interesting to see where everybody falls. So.
Yeah, definitely. As a fan, I'm really looking forward to this tournament this year. Kind of like you said, you hadn't seen a lot or some of that competition maybe that you'd normally see as those teams, come over to the east and maybe go to the Central Cass tournament or see them up in Carrington. But just as a fan, I'm really looking forward to this and being here. So good luck to the Broncos. And I guess if you have any other closing comments that you want to say before you head out of here.
Thanks for always covering everything, Brent. I know I've got family that can't always make it. It's great that people have a place to watch some wrestling and cheer on the Broncos and just kind of get their fix for a weekend. So we sure appreciate everything you do.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Rich. I totally understand getting your wrestling fix for the weekend. So we'd just like to thank you, thank the coaches also for coming up here and providing a little bit of insight, being able to talk about your wrestlers, and then helping promote the sport of wrestling through your live event. I know you have a lot of intensity and a lot of emotion right now as a coach. You want to get in the right mindset for these 2 days, but appreciate you taking the time to come up here.
No problem. Thanks again, Brent. Have a good weekend here.
Yep, you bet. Thanks, Rich. Yep, thank you. All right, everybody, that's head coach of the Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lucina, and you're watching YourLiveEvent.com. We'll come back and get into more of our pre-tournament show on Your Live Event.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank Forward of Carrington, they're more than just your local bank. They are your financial partner for every step of life. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy access to your money with personalized service that makes banking simple. Need insurance, tax assistance, or investment advice? Their experts are here to guide you. From everyday banking to long-term planning, Bank Forward has you covered. Bank Forward, your partner for financial success. Visit bankforward.com and build your financial future. Member FDIC.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
This is Chris Brecken from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. We specialize in seed meter calibration, planter maintenance, and offer the full line of precision planting products. Walking your fields with you, helping you identify maintenance issues on your planter, developing a plan that puts you back in control of your planter. That's what we do here at Agassiz Precision Ag. Stop by or give us a call. Agassiz Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Hey, welcome back here at 11bet.com. Our continuing coverage of the 2025 Store Hog Wrestling Tournament. And we will have our pre-tournament show continue. And we have our head coach of the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros, Rob Owens. Coach Owens, you said that your team had come out here tonight, had come out here last night. And I guess just maybe like a few of the other teams, you're kind of picking up maybe a little extra rest for your wrestlers so they don't have to get up early in the morning. How's that been working out for you guys the last couple of years, and how's your team looking?
I think by coming up the night before, it has helped us. We're a pretty good traveling team, so that helps us in knowing that we need to get to bed at a certain time. And it's not as nice as when you're home. You can be in your own bed. But I think the boys respond pretty well. We have a couple new guys this year that have never been out here, so it'll be a good experience for them. They're sophomores, so this will be their first experience of the East-West. But we've had some veterans. We have Braden Chenault, he's seated third, which should be good for him. We got Justin Torrell, who is at 121, and he's basically the ace seed, and he'll run into Henderson, hopefully, if all else goes to plan, and he'll have a hammer with Henderson, but we'll see what we can do. It's always good to wrestle guys. And then Sawyer's our number 1 seed. He's got Clifton again. It's funny because we drive all the way out here to see the same guys that we saw last weekend, the weekend before.
Yep.
We just want to see somebody new, but that's kind of what happens.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is Class B wrestling, so you do run into that. Now, we have seen you a number of weekends, I guess, here, starting at the Central Cass Letterman's Tournament. Then we saw you again at the Store Hog Wrestling Tournament. And some of those matchups, you just hit those head-to-heads, and you can't seem to get away from some of those kids. But, you kind of mentioned some of your new wrestlers that you have coming out here and coming into an environment like the New Salem East-West Tournament. It's just a little bit different atmosphere out here. You have the back room there where some wrestlers might struggle or find it a little bit more difficult to wrestle. So kind of what do you say to those new wrestlers that come out here to this tournament and just kind of, get them ready, I guess, get them the mindset that, this just isn't an ordinary tournament. There's a little bit more on the line as you head into that postseason.
Well, the biggest thing is you take one match at a time. That's the thing. And, you don't want to look ahead and see, well, if I do this, well, there's no guarantees here. And that's the big thing about this. And a lot of our kids, by going out to Store Hog last weekend, that helped us to get that second day tournament. We were supposed to go to rugby the week before. We had to miss that one due to conditions, road conditions. So I wanted to make sure that some of our kids had that 2-day experience as well. And this will be their first 2-day experience because, it's hard to get up and stay up and, talking about getting off your feet, go sit in the stands. If you can, go take a rest. Be prepared, to give yourself a little time to get warmed up. I wrestled in this tournament a long, long time ago and did the same exact thing, same setup, and had to learn the same lessons. But it's a grind, and you got to just know that if you take it one match at a time, you keep your head and you don't look back and think, what if I would have done this? Life is a lot easier, and you can get success.
Yeah, and just kind of as you mentioned it, I mean, this is probably one of the tournaments in the state of North Dakota that has not changed almost since its inception. I think the first couple years they did it, maybe it was kind of a dual tournament format, but it stayed in the same location, the same, for the most part, the same format, other than switching to the 2 days. And I guess as a Class B wrestler and as a Class B coach, what does this tournament mean to not only you but to the rest of the state?
Well, it used to be a little bit bigger. There used to be a few more teams. I think all they used to not have was Castleton and Pembina County at one time. Everybody else was here. And if you placed here, there was a pretty good chance you're going to place at state. I mean, if you look at the record books and you see that the winners of the East-West and you look at who won the state that year, they have a little asterisk right by them, and they'll say them. You'll see a lot of them line up pretty well. So you're going to see really good kids, and it's been that way for a long time. There are some rumblings I've heard, and South Border's not here, and there's some other teams that have not shown up, and there's some rumblings that others may, leave because things are evolving in wrestling. The cylinders change. It's going to be very difficult in the back room to get a full cylinder because we have a wall or two that's there.
Yep.
But that's just part of the back room. And as a coach, you learn too that the back room, you don't talk very loud because they can hear everything. So, it's the mystique of this tournament and being able to say, I wrestled here and my name's in the book or I did that. There's something to be said about this East-West tournament that makes it unique.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I had a chance to wrestle here as well, and I wasn't a state champion, but I can say I was a New Salem East-West champion, and I guess that does mean something. Your name is in the record book, and it is I guess it's just a historic tournament. and one of the bigger Class B tournaments in North Dakota. So as we close things out here, is there any last comments or parting comments that you want to say before you head out into this tournament?
I just hope we have a good day and our young guys get some experience. That's what we're here for, and they're going to wrestle the best in the state. So let's just have some fun.
Yep, that is Coach Rob Owens of the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros, and we will step away to take another word from our sponsors. We'd just like to thank Coach Owens for coming up here once again, and he's always willing to come up and do an interview with us. So, Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, folks, that's Coach Rob Owens, and we'll step away for a word from our sponsors.
Doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
Hey, welcome back. This is your LiveEvent.com. Brent Dick with your call that for both days of wrestling out here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic. And we are in our pre-tournament show. We had our head coaches from the Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lucina, and then head coach Rob Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley for our coaches interview. And just like to thank those coaches for coming up here, sitting down with us and talking. It's a kind of a stressful time before these tournaments open up. Have a lot on their mind, and they're able to break away and come up here and help us promote their teams in the sport of wrestling. So just like to extend our big thank you to those coaches for coming up to do that. And we will try to see if we can get Justin Lehman from the Kindred Vikings up here maybe later on in the tournament or on day number 2. And also try to ask Coach Josh Kerba of the Carrington Cardinals to come up for a quick interview either today or tomorrow as well. Looking at the Lisbon Broncos, as far as their seeds in the tournament, the Broncos drew some tough seeds up at the, I guess, top of the weight classes or the lighter weight classes, kind of your featherweight classes. At 107 pounds, Micah Fromke draws the number 5 seed out of Oaks, North Dakota. And Trig Dahlstrom at 114 pounds. Nias Lyons of Lisbon Broncos draws a tough seed, number 2 seeded Walker Miller in the first round. And at 121 pounds, Grayson Lyons, this is just how tough this weight bracket is. Grayson Lyons draws the number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson. Lyons kind of making his way up the ranks as far as Dakota Grappler rankings. But he draws the number 1 seed, unseeded in the tournament. He right away draws the number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson. Henderson from Northern Lights, a returning state champion. At 127 pounds, Noah Anderson is the number 3 seed. He'll have a bye in the first round. 133 pounds, number 6 seed, Gavin Robertson picked up a good seed for the Broncos. He also has a bye in the first round. 139 pounds, number 5 seed, Cruz Ranke has a bye in the first round. Number 4 seed at 145 pounds is Griffin Greenlee, and he will have a first-round match. 152 pounds is Ryan Egg, the number 3 seed. he will face Logan Feist of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. 160 pounds, your number one seed of for the Lisbon Broncos is Eli Lyons. Lions will have a first-round match. 172 pounds, number 8 seed is Riley Lucina of the Lisbon Broncos. Broncos pick up another good seed at number 6 seed at 189 is Madden Schwab for Lisbon. Schwab sitting out the Storehog back here in action for the New Salem East-West tournament. 215 pounds, Brock Lyons for the Broncos, really having a great second half of the season. Much improved over last year. Is the draws at number 5 seed out at the East-West tournament. And he also have a first-round match. And then 285. Didn't have that bracket up the last time I look. I'll take a quick check at the bracket for 285 as we roll through our track wrestling brackets, which is a godsend for the sport of wrestling. Anybody that had any engineering with track wrestling and bringing that online for wrestling did a great job and a great service. And looks at for Broncos, Aiden Hinkle is your number 2 seed. Hinkle will have a first-round match against Aiden Bynek of Killdeer. So those are your Lisbon Broncos tournament seedings and tournament matchups in the first round. As we continue our pre-tournament coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com, we'll step away, come back for more at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Hillsborough Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you're into sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Lex Ellingson, a senior at Hillsborough High School. My favorite thing at Hillsborough High School is hanging out with my teammates after school, because it's helped me grow as a person and have fun in my community. Find your favorite at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Life is full of surprises, and at Bickett Insurance Agency of Carrington, they're here to protect what matters most to you. Bickett Insurance is your local auto owner's insurance agency, offering home, auto, business, crop, health, or life insurance with personalized solutions tailored to your needs and budget. With over 20 years of experience, trust Bickett Insurance Agency to provide you with peace of mind. Let's ensure your future is secure with Bickett Insurance Agency services, serving Foster and Stutzman counties and throughout the state of North Dakota. Bickett Insurance, your local auto owner's insurance agency, protecting what matters most.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Transform your home with Central City Lumber, your one-stop shop for all your home improvement needs. From showplace cabinets, stylish flooring, and Valspar paint, they have everything you need to bring your vision to life. Their expert team is here to help you choose the perfect materials and provide expert advice for your projects. Plus, they build custom portable homes that can be moved anywhere in North Dakota. Visit Central City Lumber in Carrington today and see why they're the go-to destination for home improvement. Stop by and let's get started on your next project. Central City Lumber, quality you can build on.
At Sendak Cooperative, we are proud to be your trusted full-service grain, agronomy, and energy choice for our communities in central North Dakota. For all of your grain, agronomy, and energy decisions, they are proud to support our local farmers and communities we work and live in. With our state-of-the-art facilities and dedicated team, we ensure your farming operation will be looked at with care and efficiency. Whether you're looking for marketing decisions, agronomy needs, fuel for your operation, or a hot cup of coffee at their C-stores, Sendak Cooperative has you covered. Visit them online at sendakcooperative.com to learn more about how they can serve you. Sendak Cooperative, proud to serve our communities in central North Dakota.
Hey, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. We're here for the 2025 Storehog Wrestling, 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'd just like to thank our feature sponsors bringing you and sponsoring today's action, getting us out here to broadcast this from New Salem, North Dakota. Starting out with our Bank North scoreboard, our Olson Accounting hourly recap, our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth, our Agassiz Ag Precision Move with the tournament, and our Enbridge Energy Wrestlers of the tournament. Those are your feature sponsors, and I also like to thank all of our ad sponsors on YourLiveEvent.com as they help pay for the coverage and able to bring you the high school sports not only in the fall and winter, but also all season long on YourLiveEvent.com, as we will have both days of the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. I'd just like to thank all of our sponsors for being able to provide that coverage or helping to provide that coverage for our high school athletics and promoting the sport of wrestling. And going into some of our weight classes, we'll just try to recap some of our Your Live Event school seeds as far as Kindred, Carrington, Lisbon, and Hillsborough Central Valley at 107 pounds. We already talked about it. Micah Fromke for the Broncos draws the number 5 seed, Trig Dahlstrom. Sky Kramlich for Carrington is the number 3 seed. He has a first-round match against Emmett Beineck. And number 6 seed is Bristol Swanson for Kindred. He wrestles Easton Holland. At 100, no, we don't have 114 in the bracket book, so we'll have to come back to that. 121 pounds, Grayson Lyons drawing a tough seed right away for the Broncos. Takes on number 1, Bodie Henderson. Justin Torrell, the number 8 seed at Hillsborough Central Valley. You heard it from Coach Rob Owens. He draws first-round match against Afton Ost of Minot Bishop Ryan. Your Gavin Swenson for Kindred draws the number 3 seed, Hayes Weinberger, New Salem Almont. And number 6 seed, Drew Carr, wrestles Jared Nelson. Drew Carr from Carrington wrestles Jared Nelson. Some of your live event wrestlers or areas that we provide coverage to. You're at 133 pound. Looks like our bracketing skipped every other bracket. We'll have to go back to some of these weight classes. 133 pounds, we have Cameron Kittleson. A Kindred draws the number 4 seed, Brooks Grunfelder. That should be a good matchup. Yeah, first round match. That's a tough draw for Brooks Grunfelder as a number 4 seed. Kittleson, good looking young 7th grade wrestler. Also Grunfelder, very advanced for an 8th grader. Draws the number 4 seed at 133. And then Hillsborough Central Valley's Ryland Sunby take on the number 3 seed, Nolan Braun. Gavin Robertson of Lisbon draws the number 6 seed and has the bye of the first round. And 145 pounds, we have Griffin Greenlee, the number 4 seed for the Broncos. He has a match against Isaiah Wickenack of Hettinger Scranton. Number 6 seed was Brock Johnson for Kindred. He draws Peace Weber of White Shield. And Nick Garber, looks like there must be a pigtail match, but Nick Garber here receives a bye the first round. He has a bye the first round. He's the number 2 seed out of Carrington, North Dakota. At 145, Garber dropping down from 52 and having a great second half to the season at 145. 160 pounds, number 1 seed is Eli Lyons. He'll wrestle Gage Muderman of Stanley. And Xander Dovenmule of Hillsborough Central Valley has a first-round match against the number 4 seed, Sawyer Knoll of Boma County. Knoll, returning state runner-up from last year. Mason Wagle, the number 3 seed for Napoleon. Not sure I had that one circled. We'll have to skip over that. But anyways, Mason Wagle, number 3 seed, has a first-round match. I'm just looking for a YLE schools on here. 189 pounds. Jacob Hendricks of Carrington has a first-round match against the number 4 seed, William Roundy. Number 3 seed, Braden Chenot of Hillsborough Central Valley has a bye the first round. Number 6 seed, Matt Schwab has a match against Jake Kramer of Lemoore. And at 285, Charles Jorgensen of Carrington draws the number 1 seed, Kate Olkeson, right out the chute here at New Salem. And then Aiden Hinkle for the Broncos is the number 2 seed. Looks like he has a bye the first round, but we'll have to check on that. The bracket looks not complete at this time. But those are some of your Year 11 event schools that we provide coverage for. We will provide coverage for anyone wrestling on the mat, so not just these schools, but anybody on the wrestling mat. We're going to provide coverage and do our play-by-play of those wrestlers in their matches. And we will keep you up to date. We have mats 1 and 2 out here in front of us. And then mat number 3 in the back room, back wrestling room. If anybody's wrestled out here or been out to New Salem, you know all about the back room. And as we have the, I guess the extended mat now with that 1 point of contact, that may come into play or will come into play just because of the close proximity to the walls in the back of the room. You can't get that full extension, keeping that 1 point of contact in. And you've seen it a number of times at some of these other tournaments with wrestlers ending up out on that hardwood floor just because of the extension of the wrestling area or because of the wrestling action as they are able to keep a toe in bounce and then extend and score points on the edge of the mat. Also, some of the new rules this year in wrestling in the state of North Dakota. Big one that I find is the consolation round matches. That first period is now 2 minutes long. That goes from 1 minute to 2 minutes. And before picking up that first takedown with that 1 minute first period was such a huge benefit to that wrestler that scored the first takedown. But now it's a 2 minute period in your first round in your consolation matches in the first period is now 2 minutes. And then you also have your near fall, which changed. You have a 2 point, 3 point, and 4 point near fall based on the number of seconds. 2 seconds is 2, 3 seconds is 3, and 4 seconds is 4 point near fall. And there are no more 5 count for near fall in wrestling. It's just 2, 3, and 4 as far as scoring 2, 3, and 4 points for near fall. And then you also have your pin and takedowns this year are worth 3 points. So 3 point takedowns, 2, 3, and 4 point near falls, 1 point of contact in to score on the edge of the mat. And then that consolation round first period is now 2 minutes long. So those are just some of the changes to keep an eye on if you haven't watched wrestling since last year and you're just tuning in for the first time this season. You know, we will continue our coverage here from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament and come back for more coverage after word from our sponsors. Here broadcasting to you live from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. This is sports announcer guy Brent Dick. We will return after word from our sponsors.
Whole Health. With locations in Carrington and New Rockford, we offer comprehensive health screenings, including blood pressure checks, diabetes monitoring, and immunizations. Our expert team also provides complete medication reviews to ensure you're on the right track. At Central Pharmacy, we have everything you need for your health and living needs. Experience top-notch pharmacy services with a personal touch. Visit Central Pharmacy today, where your health is our priority. Central Pharmacy in Carrington and New Rockford. Your health, our mission.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations at Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In our community, we're dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy and strong. At CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, we offer top-tier care for everyone, including our local athletes. From routine checkups to specialized sports medicine, our expert team ensures you're in top shape to perform your best, caring for our community and supporting local athletes, because your health and performance are our top priorities. Dedicated to you and our athletes. Visit CHIStAlexiusHealth.org or call 701-652-2515 to learn more. CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, where care meets commitment.
At Carrington Public Schools, their mission is empowering our students for the future. You can visit their website, carrington.k12.nd.us, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Cardinals pride with student updates and events with Carrington Public Schools. Carrington Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Cardinals. Learn more at carrington.k12.nd.us.
Almost.
Hey, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we are broadcasting to you live from New Salem, North Dakota. We have both days of coverage of the New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic here on your liveevent.com. We are broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth here for Stock Growers Bank. It's your small-town bank and a big-time partner with the Stock Growers mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now, this is your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth all weekend long from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And looking at your past champions, the Broncos have 11 overall championships or team championships at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. They picked up their first team championship in 1978 under the direction of Hall of Fame coach Nick Storhag. Won a couple other championships under Coach Storhag in 1982. In 1983, then a long spell with the Broncos. Picked another one up under head coach Joe Kern in 2008, and now under Coach Joe Kern again in 2017. Then Rich Lucina and Kevin McCleary, co-head coaches for the Broncos. The Broncos have been champions for the past 7 years. From 2017 to 2024, I say 7 years, 2021. The New Salem East-West Tournament, they just had duels out here, or they did have duels, and Lisbon was not in attendance for that because of the restrictions during that 2021 season. But the Broncos have put together team championships out here in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, and 24. They have 11 total. So we are now underway with our first match out on the deck. As Coach Lucina alluded to in that pre-tournament coverage on your live event, with just the depth of some of these teams and weight classes, as he doesn't expect any team to run away with it. Just a real close battle for those top 5 or 6 teams for that top team title at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. So your wrestlers out on the mats. Right now we have on mat number 1, that's Cameron Benson wrestling Regan Gustafson. And Isaiah Hackman of Velva on mat number 2 is wrestling Cam Peterson. So I think I'll have to get my mats repositioned. So you see a little movement of the mat numbers here, as we'll move those. And get her mat squared away now. Go back up, get her mat number 2, as that should be in sync with track wrestling and with the tournament. So mat number 1, mat number 2, and mat number 3 is in the back room. The scoreboards are on opposite sides of the mat inside the gymnasium, up on the walls. Right now, mat number 1, Cameron Benson of Killdeer. He has the 10-3 lead over Reagan Gustafson of Stanley. Benson in the bottom position for Killdeer. Off the whistle in, potentially dangerous on the mat return, maybe a slam. As the score is 10-5 now on mat number 1 between Cameron Benson and Gustafson. Isaiah Hackman coming down from 112 pounds, now wrestling 107 with the fall for Velva on mat number 2. And then mat number 3, 107 pounds in that back room. We have Lemore's John Logering, a sophomore at 13-9, wrestling Nash Nitsky of Ellendale Edgerly Calm. Logering for Lemore has the 3-0 lead at the end of the first period. And after that pin by Hackman, we have Sky Kramlich on the mat for the Carrington Cardinals. On mat number 2, Kramlich. The number 3 seed wrestling Emmett Bynick. Kramlich with the 3-point takedown, has the armbar hooked up, working for the fall for Carrington right off the whistle. And the win by pin, and a quick fall for Sky Kramlich. Give him a 23-second win by fall. Kramlich opening it up for the Carrington Cardinals, putting them on the scoreboard in the team race. That match on mat number 3, 107 pounds between John Logering and Nash Nitschke in the second period. That's still 3-0. And Cameron Benson, a Killdeer, and Regan Gustafson over on mat number 1. Gustafson representing the Stanley Blue Jays now just by 1 point. Gustafson in the bottom position.
On deck, mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. 114 pounds. Jaden Koontz of Killdeer. Peyton Sia of Bishop Bryant. Mat number 2. On deck.
And that's at 121 pounds on mat number 1 at 121. These are your first round matches. That's a prelim, so that's a prelim match over on mat number 1. Between Cameron Benson and Regan Gustafson. They're battling to get into that championship bracket. And Gustafson in the top position on mat number 1. Has a chicken wing locked up. He's trying to tilt him back across right on the edge of the mat, on that center edge of the mat. Wrestlers heading to the out of bounce area. Still able to keep those toes in. And now step out back to the center for a restart. Over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, that's Braden Brossart of Rugby wrestling Jace Boynton of Bowman County at 107 pounds. Boynton has the 3-0 lead with 48 seconds remaining in the first period. On mat number 2, Boynton for Bowman County is the number 2 seed. I noticed it's not Bowman County Beach, Bowman County. He's running, has a half Nelson. He's running out around Brossart. Has Brossart on his hips, going over to his back. It's a deep half, has the arm caught. Kind of a weird angle across the back. And a bar half. But that arm, oh, and there's the stop by the official as that arm went almost vertical up across the shoulder blade. He had to stop it. Still 3-0 on mat number 2 between Jace Boynton of Bowman County, the number 2 seed, and Braden Brossart of Rugby. Mat number 1, our score now 13-9. Now 17 has more near fall awarded. And it's Cameron Benson in the top position, up 17-9. He has a 17-9 lead over Regan Gustafson. Back and forth battle. That's in the third period with 1:26 on the clock. Benson for Killdeer Senior, 15-16. And 8th grader is Gustafson for Stanley at 11-3. And Benson, the senior, has the chicken wing put in, or an arm bar. Picked up more near fall. Still hasn't broke the hold. He has 3 coming his way over on mat number 1. And a reversal waved off over on mat number 2. 5-0. Looks like that's the score. I thought he waved it off, but we'll see. Boynton for Bowman County in the top position. Goes to a hammerlock. Across the back on Braden Brossart of Rugby in the bottom position on mat number 2. The 107-pound action. That's 121 over on mat number 1. With Benson working for a fall. So Benson works for the fall over on mat number 1. Now Gustafson back to his base, able to get the hips underneath. And 23 seconds remaining. That's a tech fall with those additional near fall for Cameron Benson. Gustafson gave him all he could handle the first 2 periods, but Benson for Killdeer pulls away on mat number 1 at 121 pounds. 121, one of the deeper weight classes from top to bottom. With that pigtail, Benson of Killdeer will take on Nick Dobitz, it looks like, of Hettinger Scranton in the championship round. And now for the Broncos, Micah Fromke goes out there against the Oaks Tornadoes' Trig Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom, the number 5 seed, here with Fromke. Dahlstrom, a 7th grader, 27-8 record. Fromke for the Broncos, freshman, 17-14. Dahlstrom with the takedown right away. Switches to a half, now chops the arm on the near side. Trying to work that chicken wing, has the arm still going at it. Stand-up attempt by Fromke as he goes head to knee. And Dahlstrom, taking a page out of the Bronco playbook, clamps down over the top and slaps on the cradle, working for the fall. Over on mat number 1 for Oaks Tornadoes is Trig Dahlstrom. Fromke now gets back to his base, breaks the hold. 7-0 is the score on mat 1. With a minute 13 remaining. Dahlstrom going to work, sticks in the leg ride. Over on the near side, trying to turn those hips, get those hips turned. And then likely come across the chin over to the arm and stretch out Fromke. But Fromke doing a good job fighting underneath. Able to kind of shuck that leg ride off by Dahlstrom. As they're wrestling the edge of the mat. And the center edge near side. Waiting for the matchup. Over on mat number 2. It looks like John Logering wins by decision 9-7 over Nash Nitschke on mat number 3 at 107 pounds. So that was the number 8 versus the number 9, with Logering, the number 8 seed, winning by decision. And the score still 7-0 with 11 seconds remaining in the first period. Here Fromke in the center of the mat, bottom position on the restart. Off the whistle, chop of the arm by Dahlstrom, breaks down Fromke. Dahlstrom goes, tacks the wrist, and runs out of time in the first period. He takes the 7-0 lead. In mat number 3, 107-pound action, Bristol Swanson for the Kindred Vikings. The 8th grader, 25-10, takes on Easton Holland of Beulah Hazen at 107 pounds. Swanson, the number 6 seed for Carrington, 25-10 record. And an 8th grader, Easton Holland of Beulah Hazen, 7th grader at 4-8. And 2 more points going to Dahlstrom, now up 12-0 on Micah Fromke. Minute 48 remaining in our second period. So right away in that second period, Dahlstrom scores 5 points on Fromke. Dahlstrom keeping a lot of pressure, using that head, keeping Fromke down on the mat. Now Fromke almost had Dahlstrom a little high, but Dahlstrom able to stick in the boot on the far side, attacking the arm. Going to try to end this one with some near fall. Dahlstrom and Fromke in a scramble. No near fall awarded. Fromke still fighting. Now on his belly, Dahlstrom attacks the arm on the far side. This is on mat number 1. Waiting for mat number 2. Not sure if they have some technical errors over there working through on mat number 2. But they're rolling back in the wrestling room on mat number 3. New matchup there at 114 pounds of Saarland of Bowman County wrestling Alex Lyer of Velva. Here's Dahlstrom working for a fall, has the arm stretched out on Fromke. Fromke gets Billy down and near fall coming, and that'll do it. And a win by technical decision for Trig Dahlstrom in the first round over Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. So Dahlstrom advances to the quarterfinals for Oaks with that first round win. Technical decision over Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. Broncos featherweights drawing some tough matchups in this first round. Fromke, the first one drawn. Dahlstrom, the number 5 seed. Nice Lions for the Broncos. Draws the number 2 seed, Walker Miller. And 121 pounds, Grayson Lions draws the number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson. Your matchup, mat number 2 off the whistle. It's already 3-1 on mat number 2 between Peyton Shea of Bishop Ryan. He has the 3-1 lead over Jaden Kuntz of Killdeer. And then mat number 1, that's Chase Beaker of New Salem Almont wrestling Chase Brown of Stanley. A couple of 8th graders battling out. Mat number 1, 107-pound action. And mat number 2 still 6-1 with 55 seconds remaining on mat 2 between Kuntz of Killdeer and Shea of Bishop Ryan. Shea in the top position has an armbar and wrist locked up, walking around the head here on mat number 2, working for the fall with 43 seconds remaining. And the win by pin for Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan on mat number 2 at 114 pounds. Mat number 1, Chase Beaker with the 3-point takedown. He has the 3-0 lead over Chase Brown of Stanley. And mat number 3 is still scoreless at 114 pounds between Alex Lyer of Velva, sophomore, 19-15, and Gabe Sarland. And mat number 2, new match here, 114 pounds, is Loudon Haugen of Stanley, a junior, 21-7, wrestling Tyler Fitch of Henninger Scranton, freshman, 14-16. 3-point takedown for Haugen. He leads early 3-0 with 1:33 remaining. We're going into the second period over on mat number 1 between Chase Beaker of New Salem Almont, Chase Brown of Stanley. Battle of Chases out here at mat number 1. Beaker for New Salem, black singlet. Chase Brown of Stanley with the blue singlet, the black trim down the side. Beaker in on a double leg shot, trying to crack down. Brown turns the corner, 3-point takedown, now 6-0 in the second period, 1:40 on the clock over on mat number 1. And just keep in mind, we will take a break on the bottom of the hour and top of the hour, as we would like to highlight all of our sponsors here, our ad sponsors and our feature sponsors, for bringing you live coverage of the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And your chance to break away, take a break and get something to eat or drink, and then come back and watch some more action at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. 2 days of coverage on YourLiveEvent.com as mat number 2, Loudon Haugen and Tyler Fitch of Henninger Scranton. Now 6-1 at the end of this first period, 20 seconds remaining. 1-point escape. 6-2 is your score. Here Tyler Fitch scores the 1-point escape, 6-2 on mat number 2 at 114. Mat number 1, it's 6-0, Chase Beaker and Chase Brown. Beaker working for near fall, has the arm stretched out and scoops the chin in the second period. He has Brown in a lot of trouble. Right shoulder up just by a little bit, has the head scoop. Still trying to stretch out the arm. Brown able to roll through. And for near fall, 10-0 on mat number 1 with 24 seconds remaining in the second period. Chase Beaker, New Salem Almont is up 10-0. And now Tyler Fitch. He had Loudon Haugen going to his hip with 1:40 remaining in the second period. 9-2 is the score. But Fitch was working for some near fall. Gets back in riding position, back Rodian behind Loudon Haugen of Stanley. Here at 114 pounds, chops the arm on the near side. Now digs under for a wrist, kind of spiral the wrist and trying to drag it underneath. Loudon Haugen. Haugen has a 7-point lead, works back up to his base on mat number 2. Haugen rolls around, kind of knee slides out to the edge of the mat. Fitch doing a good job, keeps him in. Now spirals the wrist, going to try to dig that wrist back underneath the body and isolate it. On mat number 2. And blood time. We do have blood time on mat number 2. Or an injury time, excuse me. So it is injury time on mat number 2 here. Loudon Haugen for Stanley, needing some time. Wrestling Tyler Fitch. Fitch from Hettinger Scranton, down by 7 points, but riding tough on top in the third period. Or excuse me, in the second period. It's 9-2 is the score. Mat number 1 is in the third period. Chase Beaker now up and working for a foul. He has a technical decision locked up against Chase Brown. I'm not sure. I thought he was working for a foul. He gets a chance to pin the wrestler, but they cut it short. Maybe the officials just kind of inadvertent whistle and went with it, but your winner from New Salem Almont at 107 pounds is Chase Beaker. Beaker, the number 7 seed, advances to the quarters. And off the whistle after that injury time over on mat number 2 between Haugen and Fitch. Haugen with the burst energy off the whistle, stands up, rolls through, a little leg pass going on. Tyler Fitch hangs on to the inside leg on Loudon Haugen. Still no points awarded. 9-2 is your score. Haugen maintains a 7-point lead. Now gives him the 2 reversal as looks like Haugen had the cradle locked up on Fitch. So after that tough ride by Tyler Fitch in the second period, Haugen off after the injury time comes out with more vigor and able to score the reversal and near fall with the cradle. Now working for a pin over on mat number 2 with 10 seconds remaining. As Tyler Fitch cradle up and win by fall for Loudon Haugen to Stanley at 114 pounds. And that was on mat number 2. Have to see what that result between Lyra Velv over on mat number 3. I missed that. Oh, now Keenan Gores of Northern Lights takes the mat. Wrestling Gavin Rude, a freshman for Kindred. Gores senior at 22-9 at 114 pounds. That's your matchup on mat number 1. That's still scoreless between Keenan Gores and Gavin Rude. You lost one of my sheets here. Somebody got a souvenir. Gores last year, a state qualifier at 113 pounds for Northern Lights. And Gavin Rude, also a state qualifier. He was at state qualifier at 107 pounds. That's your matchup over on mat number 1. A couple state qualifiers going at it, and Rude and Gores. And now mat number 2 matchup, Nias Lions, Lisbon Broncos takes on number 2 seed Walker Miller. Miller with a quick takedown on Lions. Miller last year placed 7th at the state tournament at 107 pounds. Nias Lions cracks the lineup on the varsity side his first year on the varsity squad. First New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Miller has the quick takedown up 3-0. Right away goes to half Nelson, counter by Lions. Miller goes back to the house, drags him up and over, catches the wrist. Lions trying to fight it. Miller with the long arms, picking up the near fall. Down to minute 13 remaining over on mat number 2. And the win by pin for Walker Miller as he dispatches Nias Lions by a fall in the first period. And mat number 3, that 121-pound matchup with number 1 seed Bodie Henderson. They put him in the back room. That's tough back there, but Bodie Henderson up 7-0 against Grayson Lions. Looks like that's going into the second period. Lions for the Broncos, a junior, 21-9. Henderson, Northern Lights, returning state champion, 26-1 record.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole, mat number 2, 127 pounds. Charlie Irwin.
Bodie, the 107-pound state champion last year. Going into the second period, they're in the neutral position over on mat number 3 at 121 pounds. Now 2-0's your score, Rude and Gores. So Gores trying to pick up a reversal and catches Rude on his hip. 2-point reversal, tied up at 2 apiece in the second period over on mat number 1 between Keenan Gores and Northern Lights and Gavin Rude. Gores had half Nelson on Rude, caught him on his hip, but no near fall awarded. Rude in the bottom position, going to try to peel the hand and gain some wrist control. He does that. Good job by Gavin as now he pushes those hips up underneath him. Gores gets him back down. Rude trying to clear the hips away. Gores rides him around, keeps him broke back down, now belly down at 114 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2 action, 121 pounds. Bo Grunfelder and Kale Schwartz wrestling on mat 2. Grunfelder, a 7th grader, out here for Napoleon. Kale Schwartz of Bowman County, a freshman, 31-12 record. Grunfelder in the bottom position on the restart on mat number 2. He's down 3-0 to Schwartz of Bowman County. Mat number 3 now Henderson in the second period up 10-0. Another takedown on Grayson Lions. Lions settling into that 121-pound weight class after dropping down from 127, or I should say after the Christmas break for the Lisbon. Had a rough first outing, but now finding his groove at 121 pounds. He's wrestling the returning state champion, Bodie Henderson, on mat 3, down 10-0. And Gores is on his back. Rude working for the fall on mat number 114 pounds. They were tied up at 2, but in the third period, Rude picks up near fall on Gores. 4-point near fall for Gavin Rude. He has the 6-2 lead. It's now down to a minute remaining. Gores in the top position. Rude able to capture the left leg. Gores now with the 1-point escape. 6-3. He needs a takedown, tie it up. Over on mat number 1. Wrestlers on their feet. Now Rude takes a shot on Gores. Gores pushes him away. Gores a senior. A couple of returning state qualifiers going at it on mat number 1. At 114 pounds. Rude dives in again on a double leg shot. Trying to play it safe and not lock up with Keenan Gores. As he's down in on another double leg wrestle on the edge of the mat. A lot of time ticking off the clock in that position. Back to the center for a restart with 26 seconds remaining. Grunfelder and Schwartz started the second period. 3-0 for Schwartz. Now a 1-point escape for Bowman County. Is up 4-0. Now final 15 seconds in the third period. On mat number 2, or should say mat number 1 between Gores and Rude. So used to the Letterman's tournament in the Storhog, or mat 1 was on my left side, mat 2 was on the right, and now we're switched around. So Gores and Rude at the end of the period, 6-3 lead, and that does it. So Gavin Rude for the Kindred Vikings advances into the first round, making into the quarterfinals for Kindred. He wins by decision 6-3 over Keenan Gores at 121 pounds. Grunfelder and Schwartz, 11-0's the score. That's in the second period on mat number 2. Schwartz now up 11-0. He's in the top position as they roll out of bounds on mat 2. Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley has the 3-0 lead over Afton Ost of Bishop Ryan in the first period. Terrell from Hillsborough Central Valley, junior, 32-6, returning state place winner. Ost, a 8th grader, at 24-11. As we are at the bottom of the hour. Look at your Bank North scoreboard. You're from Bank North. You're way too early team scores in the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And number 1, New Salem Almont was 7.5 points. Bowman County was 6 points in second place. Third place, tied with Carrington, is Bishop Ryan, along with Ellendale, Edgeley, Calm, Kindred, Stanley, and Velva. All those teams with 4 points apiece. Tied for third place. Number 9 team is the Oaks Tornadoes with 3.5 points. Number 10 is Oaks now with 3.5 points, along with Killdeer. So that's your 9 and 10 teams, Killdeer and Oaks, with 3.5 points. And you're way too early. Bank North scoreboard, New Salem East-West tournament scores on YourLiveEvent.com. We will step away and take a word from our sponsors. Come back for your Olson Accounting hourly recap on YourLiveEvent.com.
Homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Hey, welcome back here, LiveEvent.com, here for your Olson Accounting recap at the bottom of the hour. For your Olson Accounting recap, you'll do these at the top and the bottom of the hour, along with your Bank North scoreboard. But from Olson Accounting, if you need help with your monthly accounting or payroll, let Cindy and your staff give you a hand. Rely on the friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting. For all your tax and accounting needs, go to colsoncpa.com. That's colsoncpa.com. And looking at the Broncos in this first round, we try to highlight a team, pick a team, and just highlight them as they go through this tournament in the round that we're in. But in your Olson Accounting recap, the Broncos with Micah Fromke at 107 pounds. He was defeated by technical decision by Trig Dahlstrom of the Oaks Tornadoes. And then at 114 pounds, Nias Lyons was dispatched in the first period by fall by the number 2 seed, Walker Miller of Ellendale, Edgeley, Calm. And Grayson Lyons of Lisbon Broncos at 121 pounds. He falls to Bodie Henderson by technical decision. That was in the third period. So the Broncos going 0-3 so far in the first round as they drew some tough seeds. Our lightweights, featherweights for the Broncos. But that is your Olson Accounting recap from the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament as we are in the first round action. Winners of this round advance to the quarterfinals. Non-winners drop down into the consolation rounds. Mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium as I'm sitting here in our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. We have mat number 1 to my right, mat 2 to the left. Mat number 3 is around the corner in the wrestling room. And that's Mogren from Kemmer Bullbills, winner by fall over Joey Potts of Lemoore on mat number 2. And wait for things to ramp back up. At the East-West Wrestling Tournament, we're in first round action. Back to mats 1 and 2. We have Charlie Irwin, the number 1 seed at 127 pounds for New Salem Almont, out here at mat number 2, taking on Taylor Gerbig of Bowman County, an 8th grader at 7 and 13. Irwin with the cradle locked up on mat number 2. Working for the fall, trying to end this one in the first period. With 1:38, he has a 3-0 lead here for Irwin on Gerbig of Bowman County. So Irwin wrestling for the Holsteins is a senior this year. Charlie, a state runner-up last year at 127 pounds. Back here for another run at a state championship at 127. He's the number 1 seed in the East-West tournament. He has the 10-0 lead, racking up some points early. Pick up that takedown on 4 near fall right away. That's a early 7-0 deficit, and he's just building on that now, up 10-0 on mat number 2. His wrestlers out and back to the center for a restart. Mat number 1, Hayes Weinberger, New Salem Almont. Irwin's teammate wrestling Gavin Swinson of Kindred. Weinberger now up 11-1 in the second period over on mat number 1. That is, mat number 1 is that black mat with the white outer circle and the Holstein in the middle. Swenson in the top position, throws a half Nelson on now 11-4 is your score in the second period. Weinberger last year placed third at 107 pounds, returning state place winner for New Salem. Taking on Gavin Swenson of Kindred. Swenson has a half Nelson on Weinberger in a stalemate call. Now blood time over on mat number 1 between Weinberger and Swenson. Weinberger up 11-4. Swenson goes over to the blood crew. Coach Justin Lehman over there as well. Mat number 2, Irwin now 15-1 score going into the second period. Goes neutral position, has that right wrist taped up on Irwin. Around the wrist, and looks like that pinky and ring finger. Some heavy tape on it for Irwin on mat number 2. He has the 15-1 lead. Not affecting him too much in this early match, but may be something to look for later on as the matches become a little more competitive. Now working for the takedown, and that'll do it for Charlie Irwin. Returning state place winner, state runner-up last year at 127. Wins by technical decision over Talon Gerbig of Bowman County from mat number 2. And Carrington's Drew Carr, returning state place winner for Carrington, a senior now, 32-8, has the 9-3 lead over Oaks' Jaron Nelson on mat number 3. That's in the second period, a minute 37. And we have Hayes Weinberger and Gavin Swenson now back in action after the blood time. Weinberger up 13-4. Swenson was in that top position working on half Nelson, and a little change of momentum now after this blood time. You kind of hate to see that happen with these breaks. So they're injury and blood time, they're necessary, but oftentimes you see a momentum swing. And now Weinberger up 13-4 with a reversal. Down in the second period, down to 5 seconds remaining in the second period. Weinberger in the top position, returning state place winner for New Salem. At 121 pounds, last year at 107. Weinberger in the tournament is the number 3 seed. And now Owen Iverson for the Oaks Tornadoes has a 3-0 lead over Lander Rice of Killdeer. That's in the first period, minute 12 on the clock. And has a cradle locked up. Iverson with the cradle. Gets a little bit high on Rice. Rice takes advantage of it. 2-point reversal. 3-2 is your score. Iverson, an 8th grader, 6-9 record. Now he has a cradle locked up. Rice with the cradle. Rice is going to try to walk this back on Iverson. Iverson breaks the hold up to his feet. Lander Rice, a sophomore for Killdeer at 15-9. Owen Iverson, the 8th grader, 6-9 record. 3-2, now 4-2 with the 1-point escape for Iverson with 35 seconds remaining in the first period at 127 pounds. See if I can find that bracket. 127. Iverson, Lander Rice, the number 6 seed. for Kildare. So Iverson trying to work an upset. Now with the 3-point takedown, Lander Rice has the 5-4 lead. That's in the first period. So Lander Rice, the seeded wrestler, is down, or he is up now by 1 point at the end of the first period, 5-4. He has 2 escapes. And Iverson defers. Going into the second period, Rice chooses bottom position. He has the 1-point lead. Jaron Nelson, Drew Carr, 16-3 in the back room, mat number 3. That's in the third period, 53 seconds remaining. Mat number 1, Hayes Weinberger, Gavin Swenson back into blood time. Looks like both wrestlers, I don't know, Weinberger, looks like he has a problem with his knee. That's being taped up with blood time over on mat number 1. He has the 13-4 lead over Gavin Swenson of Kindred. And Iverson in the top positions, up 5-4. He's giving Lander Rice a handful. Now Rice with a 2-point reversal. I just jinxed him. Rice going kind of that leg Turk position, has the crossface locked up, riding across the chin and over to the shoulder. He's going to stretch out Owen Iverson and try to score some near fall after the reversal, but he keeps this leg turked. Good position to ride in and score some points if you know how to use it. Now 7-4 is your score on mat number 2. We're back into action on mat number 1. 13-4. Weinberger rolls over. Swenson has an armbar locked up. 47 seconds remaining. 16-4 is that score on mat number 1 after the blood time. And wrestlers out on mat number 2 between Iverson and Rice. As that's 7-4 score. 51 seconds remain in the second period. And that's a win by fall for Hayes Weinberger from Salem Alma with the hometown crowd giving him a clap. He advances to the quarterfinals for New Salem. And new matchup on mat number 3, Ellendale Julie Combs, Regan Sand, the 8th grader at 10-8, takes on Caden Hooley of Northern Lights, a sophomore at 17-14. Regan Sand last year, a state qualifier at 121 pounds as a 7th grader. On mat number 3, let's see if I have Hooley on here for Northern Lights. Caden Hooley, a state qualifier at 121 pounds. So these two likely saw each other last year, both wrestling 121 pounds, both state qualifiers for their teams. And Jager Jordheim of Kindred taking on Riley Hasbrook of Henry Scranton. Hasbrook fired up, has the cradle locked up here for the senior. Jordheim trying to reverse this on Hasbrook. Jordheim, an 8th grader for Kindred. Hasbrook with the cradle locked up, goes head in the hole. 3-0 the score, no near fall awarded to Hasbrook yet. Continues with the cradle. He's going to try to run over Jager Jordheim. And back into action between Rice and Iverson. 7-4 your score at the end of the second period. Try to see what this. Riley Hasbrook, the number 4 seed, wrestling Jager Jordheim over on mat number 1. Caden Hooley is the number 8 seed, wrestling Regan Sand in the back room on mat number 3 at 127. So now Iverson and Rice still 7-4 the score. Lander Rice in the front headlock position, trying to chase the ankle or the leg. Iverson holding position. Has the elbow and a stalemate called for a restart in the third period, minute 40. Iverson down by 3 points. Takedown will tie it up for Owen Iverson Oaks. He's the lower seeded wrestler wrestling Lander Rice. A Killdeer. Rice immediately goes to the front headlock, tried to shuck it around, then hit a go behind, but nothing going there as Iverson able to stop it. Rice back to work in the front headlock. Turns the corner, has the 3-point takedown. 10-4 is your score. Iverson hits the sit out. Rice kind of butterflies around the backside. Now sticks in a leg over the top. But he does have the 10-4 lead with 1:08 remaining in the third period. He's in the top position on mat number 2 in that black singlet. And it was Hayes Weinberger, New Salem Almont, with that win by foul over Gavin Swenson in the third period at the 5:26 mark. Drew Carr of Carrington, the senior, over Jaron Nelson of the Oaks Tornadoes by technical decision at 121 pounds. That was over mat number 3. Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley, over mat 3. Technical win by technical decision over Ost of Minot Bishop Ryan. And still 10-4, final 25 seconds remain in this match on mat number 2 between Owen Iverson and Lander Rice. 10-4 is their score. Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon, good-looking 7th grader out here with the 12-12 record, wrestling Colin Bell of Stanley, a junior, at 127 pounds. Bell, the number 2 seed at 127. Last year, state runner-up. Actually, Colin Bell has been a back-to-back state runners-up for Stanley. So he has a lot of accolades his way out here wrestling Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon, the 7th grader. Now all 3-1's the score. Bell in on a single leg shot on Baumgartner. Scores the 3-point takedown, wraps up the back legs. Has to work up there on the edge of the mat here with Baumgartner. Holding his base, inside leg. Kind of tripoded up on the edge of the mat over on mat number 1. That's in the first period, 6-1 lead for Colin Bell of Stanley. Final 15 seconds of the first period as they go back to the center for a restart. Mat number 2, Levi Jensen, Williams County of the Firestorm, junior at 12-12. And Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont, a freshman, 17-10. 133-pound action on mat number 2. That's scoreless in the first period, 1:28 on the clock. Regan Sad, Caden Hooley, still 3-0 the score. In the third period, Regan Sand looks like he's riding in the top position on Hooley of Northern Lights. That's the number 8 seed, Hooley of Northern Lights, and the number 9 seed, Regan Sand, battling it out, trying to make it into the quarterfinals at 127 on mat 3. And now 3-point takedown here between Cody Gerhardt from New Salem Almont, secures the 3-point takedown over Levi Jensen of Williams County. Early 3-0 lead in the first period, 45 seconds remaining. In Weston Baumgartner, Colin Bell on mat number 1. 8-1 is your score. Baumgartner makes it into the second period with a 2-time state runner-up in Colin Bell of Stanley. He's in the top position. Wears that blue singlet on mat number 1. Trying to work in that fist. Jam that fist through with in the chicken wing. Now bars it up. Baumgartner, a little double jointed back there in the elbow. Able to slip his arm out. That forces Bell. Attacks the far side arm. Now works back underneath. Chops the near side, trying to get in that chicken wing position. Work a tilt over on mat number 1. That's Colin Bell, has the 8-1 lead on Baumgartner of Napoleon. And we're still 3-0, final 5 seconds here with Cody Gerhardt in New Salem. And Levi Jensen of William County at the end of the first period, 3-0. Gerhardt has the lead on mat number 2. And that looks like Regan Sand wins by decision 3-1 over Hooley of Northern Lights. So Sand for EEK into the quarterfinals. And at mat number 3, another Thunder wrestler and Ethan Tazaric, a freshman at 15-15. Wrestling Nathaniel Dobitz of Hettinger Scranton, a 7th grader at 14-16. That's 133-pound action. And Bell now with the near fall. 11-1 is your score going into the third period. Final seconds ticking off the clock, working for more near fall. No score at the end of the period. So 11-1, Weston Baumgartner doing the best he can for a 7th grader. Wrestling the 2-time state runner-up in Colm Bell on mat number 1. Here's Gerhardt on mat number 2 with the head tap. Jensen shrugs that off, but on the double leg shot, Jensen got it extended, and Gerhardt snaps him down. Pushed that head down to the mat, spun behind him for the goal behind. 8-3 is your score. Now between Gerhardt and Jensen, that's in the second period, under a minute remaining. Gerhardt in the top position. Jensen gives up the takedown. Now he's down by 5 points. Jensen with some hand control underneath. Able to get a little separation. Now up to his feet. And almost a clasping in there by Gerhardt. I think he got away with one. Jensen had that. Now a reversal. Nice switch by Jensen. 8-5 is a score. Jensen down by 3 points for Williams County. Jensen, if he goes back to his feet, he's got to be a little more tactical with his shots. Just kind of dove in there on that double leg and gave up that 3-point takedown to Gerhardt. Dug himself a little hole. He's now down by 3. 8-5 with that reversal. Down to final 5 seconds of the second period over on mat number 2. Jensen in the top position with the blue singlet, representing the Firestorm of Williams County. And he will have choice, and if I was him, I'd choose the bottom position, as he had a nice switch out of there on Gerhardt. In mat 3, Ethan Tazarek for Ellen Deledgely Colm has the 3-0 lead in the second period against Nathaniel Dolbitz at Hettinger Scranton. And now it's win by technical decision over on mat number 1. So it is Colm Bell, winner by technical decision over Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon at 133 pounds. Excuse me, at 127. Here's Cody Gerhardt, mat number 1. And Gerhardt, the number 8 seed, Jensen, the number 9. These 8-9 battles always good. Doesn't matter if it's here at the East-West or at the state tournament. Like to see the 8-9 and the 4 and 5. Those are some tough matchups. And the 2-point reversal. Now 8-7 is your score. And not sure how there wasn't a big separation. And now another bad shot by Jensen. On the double, it got a little bit too excited. He's going to give up. Looks like he's about to give up that 3-point takedown to Gerhardt. Jensen, hanging on to the legs. No takedown awarded to Gerhardt yet. Jensen and Gerhardt now. Jensen stands up. The 8-9 battle going down here between Jensen and Gerhardt on mat number 2. And now a 3-point takedown as Levi Jensen is up 10-9 and blood time. And like I said, this could be a momentum changer. This blood time interrupts all that momentum that Levi Jensen had with the takedown. They'll go back to the center of the mat for a restart. Jensen will be in the top position. An escape will tie it up on mat number 2. This is the battle between the number 8, number 9 seed on mat number 2. Levi Jensen, the number 9 seed. Cody Gerhardt, the number 8. These are always good matches, 8 and 9. We've seen that a couple times now early on in this tournament. And we won't step away at the top of the hour. We'll keep it here for this Jensen-Gerhardt match. Ethan Tazarek has the 3-0 lead over Nathaniel Dolbitz on mat 3. And we have a win by fall. Braden Fertel, a Stanley Wrestling Cutter Rodnick of Bowman County. Rodnick at 133 pounds wins by fall over Fertel of Stanley. And wrestlers back to action. Jensen in the top position. He has to have a 10-second ride out to secure the win. Cody Gerhardt in the bottom position off the whistle. Tripod up. Jensen goes leg right. Gerhardt sits out. Jensen catches him. Gerhardt still rolling around. He's going to catch Gerhardt in the 2-point reversal at the end. And the win goes to Cody Gerhardt. Jensen had to get the ride out. Gerhardt kept on rolling around. And a cup went flying across the mat. Not sure who that was from. But that was the number 8 seeded Gerhardt taking on Jensen. Jensen almost pulls off the upset, if you want to call it that, between the 8 and 9 seed. If that's anything or an indicator of everything to come here at the East-West tournament, we're in for a good one this year. And mat number 1 now, Peyton Jankowski and Zane Allender. Jankowski from Beulah Hazen, a freshman at 3-8. Allender, senior, 22-12, returning state place winner for the Oaks Tornadoes. He goes to work right away, single leg takedown. He's all business out there. Locks up the cradle. These Oaks boys liking this cradle. And he wins by a fall. And right away, the clock reset. That was probably about a 15-second pin over there by Allender on Peyton Jankowski at 139 pounds. And Kittleson and Grunfelder, I expect this one to be a good matchup. 7th grader versus an 8th grader. Both of them really good young wrestlers for their teams. Kittleson long and lean. Grunfelder kind of short and compact. And I really shouldn't say short, I guess, for an 8th grader, but Kittleson with the longer body. This matchup here on mat number 2 at 133 pounds. So this is your number 4 seed, Brooks Grunfelder, taking on the unseeded Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. As they're still cleaning up that water over on the edge of the mat on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Kindred's Noak Swenson takes on Kyler Shaleski. Not really sure where Shaleski was seated. I'll take a look at that at 139 pounds. But we will keep it right here. A couple Kindred wrestlers on the mat. Try to check that 139-pound weight bracket. I want to see where Shaleski, latest Dakota Grappler rankings, he wasn't ranked. I think he might have been down in honorable mention, but at depth at 139, if Shaleski can't even crack the rankings. He ranked number 6 in this tournament, taking on Noak Swenson of Kindred. Swenson himself, a salty wrestler. Had a great state tournament last year, 1 win away from placing in a heavily contested, disputed match in that blood round. But Shaleski has the 3-0 lead in the first period. Shaleski for Hettinger, 2-time state place winner, an 8th place and a 5th place finish for Hettinger. He's out here, number 6 seed, wrestling Noak Swenson, returning state qualifier for Kindred. And still cleaning up the water over there. Made a big mess after that match between the number 8 and number 9 seed, with Gerhardt picking up the win. And Shaleski working for the fall. Has the leg turked. He's up 5-0 in the first period. He'll have some more near fall coming his way. At least 4 of them. Swenson's going to try to scoot those hips. Shaleski with mat awareness scoots out on mat number 1 as they go off the edge of the mat. And mat number 3, Zach Spain of Minot Bishop Ryan, a freshman, 22-13, takes on Elijah Ramos, senior from Kildare. I believe Ramos is a state qualifier for Kildare. Was a state qualifier, also a state place winner, placed 5th, I believe, in 2022 or 2023. Yeah, so that's Elijah Ramos of Kildare, taking on Zach Spain of Minot Bishop Ryan. Somewhere I lost a page of my seedings. Not sure where that went. Now 9-2 is the score. Start of the second period between Swenson and Shaleski. So we will keep it here for these Kindred Vikings out on the wrestling mats. And then we will step away for our break at the top of the hour. Come back for our Olson Accounting recap. We will take a look at that Bank North scoreboard. It's still too early to call a team race with our score updates. New Salem having a great first round. Here's mat number 1, Nowak Swenson, Kyler Shaleski. Still 9-2 is the score, minute 20 on the clock, second period. Shaleski in the bottom position. Swenson on top, has the cradle locked up around the top. Shaleski really pulling on the arm on Swenson. Gets him out of position. Separation. Shaleski going to his back, now rolls through. Has a fireman's on Swenson, takes him down to his hip. Swenson on his hip, now going to his back. Swenson trying to sit up on mat number 1. And Shaleski with the reversal, up 11-2, picks up near fall. He's on the edge of the mat. He could stay there and eat up some more time with Swenson. He will have 4 near fall coming his way. That will put it 15-2 after the near fall. Now he's going to reverse, kind of go north-south over the top, scoops the head, and working for a fall. It's Kyler Shaleski for Hettinger Scranton on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Kittleson and Grunfelder. Grunfelder with the early 3-0 lead at the end of the first period. He's in the top position. Where's the blue singlet with the big majestic crown on the back? Representing the Napoleon Imperials, the 8th grader at 17-11. And the end of the first period, Grunfelder has the 3-0 lead over Kittleson of Kindred. Grunfelder, the number 4 seed at 133. And Spain and Ramos in the back room. 1-0 lead for Zach Spain in the second period. They're in the neutral position on mat number 3. And an inadvertent whistle on mat number 2. Now Shaleski's up 15-2 over Swenson. Swenson clamps down on the arm, trying to hit a roll at the end of the period. 15-2 going into the third period. Kyler Shaleski lead over Nowak Swenson of Kindred. And Grunfelder has the arm, trying to work a bar half over at mat number 2. Has arm bar on the near side, locks up the wrist. Now on Kittleson. Kittleson doing a lot, everything he can to counter out, stretches out the arm. Now has to counter the half on the far side. Grunfelder still has the arm bar locked in. Kittleson trying to isolate the arm of Grunfelder as he goes bar half on Kittleson. This is action on mat number 2. Grunfelder with the 3-0 lead. A lot of pressure on top. He's been riding for the first minute of the second period. Still working the bar half. Now he's going to try to double it up. Kittleson stretches out the arm. Now wings back down, trying to counter the half Nelson attempt by Grunfelder. Grunfelder this time slams it home. Caught Kittleson with the arm, or the elbows out. He's going to run this around. Tight bar half here for Brooks Grunfelder, working for the fall. Has the leg caught over the chin, and the win by fall for Brooks Grunfelder, Napoleon. So the youth movement in Napoleon continues. Grunfelder with the win by fall over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. And just as I want to step away, now we have another wily entrant up here. Your number 1 seed is Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley. The junior, 37-1, his only defeat coming at the hands of Colton Griebel of Valley City, number 1 Class A ranked wrestler. Griebel also picking up that 206th win last week at the Storehog. Sawyer Owens with the fast start. With the 3-point takedown goes leg ride on Gabe Clifton of Carrington. Clifton, as all the Clifton boys, just tough, hard-nosed wrestlers for Carrington. That's a tough draw, really. I'd say for both wrestlers, even for Sawyer Owens for a first-round match. But Clifton will give him everything he's got at 139. So Sawyer Owens now up 3-0. They're already in blood time. I always think if it's not a Lisbon wrestler bleeding, it's Carrington. So a lot of blood time between Lisbon and Carrington wrestlers out here. Kip Clifton already in blood time on mat number 2. Sawyer Owens has the 3-0 lead. And with that blood time, I think we will step away. We'll try to step away, get our patronage paid up here with our sponsors, and then come back for more action from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and SeedX sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Hey, welcome back. 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're broadcasting to you live from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers in the New Salem High School Gymnasium. We do have 3 mats out here in front of us, or I should say 2 mats in front of us, 1 around the corner in the back room in the old wrestling room. And look at your Bank North scoreboard, and you're still too early to call Bank North scoreboard at the 2025 New Salem East-West Tournament. We're still in the first round action, but New Salem having a great round so far, up in the number 1 spot with 17 at a point. Second place is Bowman County with 13.5. Ellendale Edgeley Combe in third place with 9 points. Beulah Hazen with 8 points in the number 4 spot, along with Minot Bishop Ryan with 8 points. Carrington and Oaks in 5th and 6th place with 7.5 points. Number 8 is Stanley with 7 points. Number 9, Kindred with 6, and Kildare round out the top 10 with 5.5 points. As we are in this first round at 139 pounds out on the mat. Looks like mat number 3 at 145, so that is your Bank North scoreboard update. And Sawyer Owens in the top position at the end of the first period and up 3-0 over Clifton. Gabe Clifton last year, a state qualifier at 133 pounds for Carrington. And we will look at Hillsborough Central Valley with our Olson Accounting recap. That's COlsonCPA.com for all your tax and accounting needs. COlsonCPA.com. This is your Olson Accounting top and bottom of the hour recap. And it looks like Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley, was your first round winner by tech fall over Afton Osta, Minot Bishop Ryan. And that was in the third period. Tech fall win for Justin Terrell at 121 pounds. And 133 pounds, Ryland Sunby, Hillsborough Central Valley. He was defeated by Nolan Braun and Minot Bishop Ryan by fall in 144. And we currently have the number 1 seed out here from Hillsborough Central Valley at 139 pounds, Sawyer Owens, wrestling Gabe Clifton. So tough work, first round draw, I would say, for each wrestler in this tournament, as Owens is up 4-0 here at 139. And Owens, with a minute remaining on the clock, there in the neutral position. He goes kind of an inside tie, has the near arm caught, tried to hit a high crotch on Clifton. Clifton steps away, another kind of down block by Clifton. He goes front headlock. Owens is trying to drag out of it. Clifton over the top, going to try to throw Owens. He's got him caught in a deep half. Or kind of a head cradle position even. Now Owens able to counter that, and they go off the mat. Owens wants a restart. With 30 seconds remaining, he has the 4-0 lead in the second period. So off the restart with 20 seconds remaining, 4-0 lead for Sawyer Owens. A little faint. Clifton returns it. Level change. Each wrestler went down on the mat. Gabe Clifton beat Owens in the level change and scoops up a single leg. He goes that forklift position. Some people call it the waterfall position. I call it forklift. It's just what we were taught in our wrestling room. And now, at the end of the period, 4-0 is the score for Sawyer Owens. Goes into the third period. Start the neutral position. Wrestling Gabe Clifton, returning state place winner. Sawyer Owens, returning state champion for Hillsborough Central Valley. He really had a breakout year last year, winning that state championship. Nice little elbow pass. So slide by for Owens, 7-0. One of the best in the state at that move. He's up 7-0. If you're looking for more wrestling after the East-West tournament coverage this evening, you do have the Penn State-Iowa duel. I believe that's on the Big Ten Network. So that's something else to tune into if you still need to get that wrestling fix or just want to see that spectacle of Iowa, University of Iowa and Penn State. That's this evening. And the Bison also in action. They have a couple home duels this weekend, so you can catch Bison wrestling tonight along with Penn State and Iowa. Of course, after you watch or finish coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com of the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And now mat number 3, we have Griffin Greenlee Broncos back on the mats here with Griffin Greenlee as he wrestles Isaiah Witconnect-Cood of Hettinger Scranton. Greenlee out here at 145 on mat number 3. That match just underway. And Greenlee, the number 4 seed in the tournament at 145, in action on mat number 3. I forgot to say that did conclude your Olson County recap. Sawyer Owens will win by decision 7-0 over Gabriel Clifton of Carrington. One of the tougher opening round matches for these number 1 seeds there with Owens and Clifton. Or between Owens and Clifton, but Sawyer Owens prevails for Hillsborough Central Valley. Advance into the quarterfinals. Greenlee and Witconnect-Cood of Hettinger Scranton. 7-1's that score in the back room. Looks like Greenlee with takedown and near fall. Now 10-2. And Greenlee warming up back there with another takedown. Has the 10-2 lead in the first period with 21 seconds remaining. In mat number 1 action, Braylon Herman, Northern Lights wrestling Kane Repa Stanley. See Herman for Stanley. Not sure if I have him on there. Looks like I just missed him. Or excuse me, Repa Stanley. Let's see Braylon Herman from Northern Lights. Last year, Herman, a state qualifier at 127 pounds. For Northern Lights, wrestling Kane Repa, sophomore from Stanley. It's your matchup on mat number 1. And wrestlers off the mat. That's 145-pound action. So Kane Repa Stanley in the blue singlet with the white trimmer around the legs. On mat number 1. That's scoreless in the first period. 46 seconds remain in the first period. And Greenlee now up 16-4 on mat number 3 at 145 pounds. And Griffin's brother, Bowden Greenlee, wrestling tonight for the Bison, 165 pounds. Try to catch that action. later on this evening. And scored near fall. Looks like Herman has Reap of Stanley cradled up. And this is mat number 2. Cameron Benson a Killdeer, and that is a winner on mat number 3. Griffin Greenlee advances to the quarterfinals at 145. 19-4 technical decision over Isaiah Witconnect. Here's Cameron Benson and Nick Dolbitz on mat number 2. That's 6-1 your score. Dolbitz heading her Scranton with the Nighthawk on the back of his singlet. It's black with the blue trim down the side. Here's Cameron Benson up 6-2 now, and 1 point escape for Dolbitz of Henninger Scranton, the sophomore, 27-15. That's still a 121-pound first-round match between Benson and Dolbitz. So that's Benson and Dolbitz going at it. So neither wrestler seeded in the tournament, I guess from the look of the bracket. But that's now a 6-5 your score on mat number 2. With 15 seconds remaining in the first period, 6-5 between Cameron Benson of Killdeer and Nick Dolbitz of Henninger Scranton. And Corbin Clifton of Carrington is your winner, 9-2, or certainly a winner by fall over Landon Spear of Kenmare Bull Bills, Burke Central, the KBBC. Another mat return, big mat return by Dolbitz on Benson. Benson back to his feet, 7-5 is the score. Another mat return by Dolbitz at the end of the period, trying to keep Benson glued to the mat, but Benson kept on getting back up. So a couple unseeded wrestlers here with the matchup at 121 pounds on mat number 2. Here's mat 1, 145 pounds between Braylon Herman of Northern Lights and Kane Reap of Stanley. Herman, returning state qualifier, has the 10-0 lead on mat number 1, 145-pound action. Herman works underneath on Reap. And Herman, Braylon Herman, Northern Lights, the number 7 seeded wrestler out on mat number 1 for Northern Lights. He has the 10-0 lead over Kane Reap of Stanley. And now that's the start of the third period as they go in the neutral position. Here Herman up 10-0 on mat number 1. So Herman's up 10-0. And working for a fall. That's Nick Dolbitz of Henninger Scranton, has Cameron Benson cradled up. He was down 7-5. Now the score is 8-7. Nick Dolbitz works for the fall in the second period with a minute remaining. Has the cradle locked up. Right shoulder up just by a little bit. And the official down slaps the mat. And your winner by fall is Nick Dolbitz. Comes from behind in the second period. Wins by fall over Cameron Benson of Killdeer. So Benson looking for the upset. Dolbitz regains control and wins by fall. Advances to the quarterfinals for Henninger Scranton.
In the hole, mat number 1. In the hole, mat number 1 at 160 pounds.
And now a couple kindred wrestlers out here in front of us, 152 and 145. As Miles Steele, just a kindred on mat number 1, takes on Maddox Shockman of Lemoore. These two have wrestled each other a number of times. And then mat number 2, Peace Weber, White Shield, a junior at 7-13, wrestling Brock Johnson, a sophomore from the Kindred Vikings. Both Theologist Or Thiel just returning state place winner on mat number 1, wrestling Maddox Shockman. Shockman, a state qualifier, wrestling Theoljus. So state place winner wrestling a state qualifier on mat number 1 between Theoljus and Shockman. Brock Johnson, returning state place winner, placed 5th last year at the state tournament for Kindred, wrestling Peace Weber, a white shield on mat number 2. He's in a scramble position. Here's Theoljus and Shockman trying to hit the funk roll down. There's Miles Theoljus. Shockman is going to turn the corner as he has the leg tied up, and the official calls the stalemate. Looked like Shockman is starting to advance that position, but the official calls the stalemate. You're at 152 pounds. And Theoljus, the number 5 seeded wrestler, wrestling Maddox Shockman. That's a tough first round draw for Theoljus and Shockman each. 145 for Kindred. See Brock Johnson, the number 6 seed. He's has the 3-0 lead in the first period. With under a minute remaining against Peace Weber. Weber in the bottom position. Johnson trying to work a chicken wing on him. Now goes armbar, grabs, catches the far wrist. He's going to try to walk this around the head and score some near fall. Weber trying to counter it. He's up to his knees here with Johnson on mat number 2. And the end of the period, we're scoreless at the end of the first period on mat number 1. And that's a win by fall for Brock Johnson over Peace Weber, white shield in the first period. And then Miles Theoljus, Maddox Shockman going into the second period scoreless. And mat number 3, 152, Coulter Fladlin, a Stanley, and Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby. That's in the second period. 1-0 lead for Rugby's Bailey Zachmeyer. Try to see here for Zachmeyer last year. If I have him on my sheet, he was a state qualifier last year for Rugby. I think their lone state qualifier. He's a senior with a 28-6 record. Now up on mat number 2 is Ryan Eng for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Logan Feist. A tough matchup. Feist, a dynamic wrestler, so he can catch you and surprise you. But Ryan Eng with the elbow pass into that front head cradle. He will pick up the takedown. No near fall. Feist attacks the leg on Eng. Eng's going to try to cradle him up. Has Feist kind of balled up, but Feist working a roll on Eng. He has the arm, or at least the leg caught, and the arm trapped underneath. And now has to let go of the leg as Eng comes over the top with a nice hard crossface on mat number 2. Eng with the 3-0 lead for the Broncos. Ryan placed 6th last year at the state tournament. And Logan Feist, returning state qualifier for Napoleon. Feist trying to turn the corner, now captures the arm on Eng. Ryan Eng wearing the vaunted face mask. Had an issue last week at the Storehog tournament at the end of his championship match. Finished in 2nd place at the Storehog. Now he's going to go chicken wing. The chicken wing Eng coming here. Has it locked up on Feist, has the arm through. Able to punch his fist through. He's going to roll over Feist. In a count, Eng's going to cradle ahead with his leg and work for more near fall and try to get the pin out of this in the first period here for the Broncos. Feist able to get back bellied out. Eng continues with the arm bar. So still the near fall not awarded as Eng keeps in that wing. Right at the end of this period, 10 seconds remain. He'll have at least a 7-0 lead. Now working for more near fall. Try to hit the pin at the end of the period, but he only has 3 seconds remaining. And he'll take the 7-0 lead over Logan Feist into the second period on mat number 2. And Eng with choice, he will defer over to Logan Feist. Theoljus and Shockman now. Miles Theoljus for Kindred, the returning state place winner, is up 3-0 over Maddox Shockman in the third period. Shockman's in that top position. He attacks the arm. That Steele just attacks the arm, chops it. Going to try to capture it underneath. It goes 2-on-1 ride on Shockman. He's underneath doing the little hand fighting. He's broke belly down on mat 1 in the third period. 3-0 lead for Miles Steele just. And Ryan Eng trying to turn the corner, goes arm around the waist on Feist. Now the three-point takedown as Feist will try to roll through on this and attack the leg on Ryan Eng. Eng's going to come up cross-faced on Feist. Has this leg and ankle kind of an awkward position across the lap. And 10-0 is your score here with Logan Feist. Feist sits out, trying to come back around on Ryan. Ryan chops the arm, going back to that chicken wing ride. Rolls Theis over. Feist on his hip. Eng a little bit high. Has to get back around. He's up 10-0. Mat number 2. And mat number 3 between Zachmeyer and Coulter Flaveland of Stanley. 10-5's lead for Zachmeyer from Rugby. Looks like that's at the end of the third period. So Bailey Zachmeyer, if score holds, will advance to the quarterfinals at 152 for Rugby. And Ryan Eng now with the 10-0 lead on Logan Feist. Feist doing a little bit of hand fighting underneath. Eng attacks the near wrist and the near arm. Feist will try to stand up. Eng's going to keep that. I'm going to hip ice back around. Tried to catch Feist in the tilt position as they go off the edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart. 17 seconds remain. Ryan Eng has the 10-0 lead. And off the whistle, final 10 seconds as they ticked off the clock. As we go into the third period, 10-0 is the score. Ryan Eng has choice. He'll choose bottom position against Logan Feist to start our third period. He hits the right out in the second period on Feist after the takedown. And off the whistle, Eng goes to isolate the arm, pulls it over, trying to pull it over his head past the arm and square those hips away, or scoot the hips away and have some separation. Past Feist going to his hip. He's going to try to arm over and swim over the top. Catches Feist on his hip. Still not able to get his arm free. All he has to do is, once he has the arm free, he's going to start swimming over the top. Feist able to get his hips underneath him. Eng will keep on driving forward on Feist and try to set him on his backside. No, Feist did a good job of getting those hips back under him and stands up. 11-1 or 11-0 is the score. Eng with the escape instead of reversal. He has the 11-0 lead. He goes in on a single leg shot on Feist with the minute 13 remaining on mat number 2. And now on mat number 1, 152 pounds, Trenton Klatt for New Salem back in the lineup this year. The senior 7-1 record, wrestling Isaiah Dobbs, a sophomore, at 14-22. Klatt, just a menace a couple years ago for New Salem. He's back out here, works a tilt, and picks up near fall. He has an early 3-0 lead. He'll have 4 coming his way with some near fall. Eng now up 14-0. He's going to try to, he does. He catches Feist, and he will pick up a count. The official, I thought, a little bit slow there on the count as he held Feist down there for some near fall. 14-1 with the 1-point escape for Feist. And Eng's going to double up again on Feist. He's going to try to finish this. Picks Feist up, turns him around on the three-pointer. And that does it. And Ryan Eng, your winner by technical decision. And pick up a 1.5 bonus point for Lisbon. Lisbon now picks up, wins at 45-39. As the Broncos weight classes 27, 33, and 39, all with buys in the first round. So they're kind of their lighter weights. Lisbon missing out on some points with those buys in the first round of 27, 33, and 39. Noah Anderson, the number 3 seed with a bye. And number 6 seed, Gavin Robertson with a bye at 133. And number 5 seed, Cruz Ranke with a bye at 139. And then the Lisbon lightweights, featherweights at 107 through 114 and 121, drawing some high seeds as Micah Fromke drew the number 5 seed, Trig Dahlstrom. Nias Lions drew the number 2 seed, Walker Miller. In Grayson Lions, the hard luck winner draws the number 1 seed, Bodie Henderson, returning state champion in the first round.
In the hole, mat number 2. In the hole, mat number 2 at 160 pounds. Greg Fear of Ellendale, Wyatt Lapeer of Killdeer.
So we are at the bottom of the hour. We'll try to stay on schedule. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com here, broadcasting to from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will take a look at your Bank North scoreboard before we step away with our still way too early to call team race on day number 1 as we are in the first round of the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament here from Bank North. Good sportsmanship is a valuable trait that goes far beyond the game for Bank North. It's achieved by helping our customers pursue their dreams and financial goals while supporting and improving our great rural communities. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. This is your Bank North scoreboard update on the hour, top of the hour and bottom of the hour. New Salem Almont in first place, 21 points, still having that great first round for New Salem. Bowman County in second place with 13.5. Henninger Scranton in third place with 12 points. Carrington in fourth place with 11.5. Fifth place is Minot Bishop Ryan with 10 points. Tied up with Kindred. In seventh place is Ellendale J. Collin with 9 points. Beulah Hazen with 8. Kenmare Bull Bills also with 8 points. And in 10th place are the Oaks Tornadoes with 7.5 points, tied with Velva. Those are your top 10 teams as we continue through our first round action at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Step away, have a word from our sponsors, come back for more action.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank Forward of Carrington, they're more than just your local bank. They are your financial partner for every step of life. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy access to your money with personalized service that makes banking simple. Need insurance, tax assistance, or investment advice? Their experts are here to guide you. From everyday banking to long-term planning, Bank Forward has you covered. Bank Forward, your partner for financial success. Visit bankforward.com and build your financial future. Member FDIC.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
Oh, welcome back here, liveevent.com, as we continue through the first round action at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, day number 1, where you have both days of coverage on your liveevent.com. And apologize to all the Lions, Clans, or Yankees out there, as we did miss Eli's first round match. He's the number 1 seed at 160 pounds. He wins by fall. So I just didn't see him up on the ticker coming up. Otherwise, I would have kept it here. But Eli Lyons for the Broncos, your winner by fall at 160 pounds. The Broncos picking up a head of steam in some of their midweight matchups as they're now on the scoreboard. And we will have your Olson Accounting recap on the top of the hour here and bottom of the hour for Olson Accounting. If you need help with monthly accounting or payroll, let senior staff give you a hand. Rely on the friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting for all your tax and accounting needs. You can go to colsoncpa.com. And we will take a look at some of your results this far for the Kindred Vikings, as we'll try to focus on a YLE team during our Olson Accounting recaps. And it looks like here for the Kindred Vikings in that first round this far at 107 pounds, it was Bristol Swanson won by fall over Easton Holland and Beulah Hazen in the first period. So Swanson advances to the quarterfinals. Gavin Rude won by decision over Keenan Gores of Northern Lights. That was a 6-3 decision for Gavin Root at 114 pounds. 121 pounds. It was Hayes Weinberger, New Salem Almont, won by fall over Gavin Swenson of Kindred. In the third period, 127 pounds, Riley Hasbrook's Hettinger Scranton, won by fall over Jager Jordheim of Kindred. At 127, this is all first-round action. Then Brooks Grunfelder of Napoleon won by fall over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. In the second period, at 139 pounds, Kyler Schlesky of Hettinger Scranton won by fall over Noak Swenson of Kindred in the third period. 145 pounds, Brock Johnson of Kindred, 16-6, won by fall over Peace Weber in the first round. That was 145. Brock Johnson advances to the quarterfinals. Miles Theelgis also picks up a win by decision over Maddox Schachman, 3-0. Close contest between the returning state place winner and the state qualifier, with Theelgis prevailing by decision 3-0. And then up next for Kindred is Tanner Mengi in this first round, as we are on 160 pounds inside the main gymnasium. Matt's 1 and 2 out in front of us, and then Matt 3 around the corner. As that was your Olson Accounting recap. Top of the hour, bottom of the hour recap from Olson Accounting. And now mat number 1, this is Riley Lucina for the Broncos, the 8th grader, 23-15, as Pius Wangler of Rugby in the cradle, working for a fall. He has 11-0 lead, racks up some big points in this first period. He's going to try to put some more on the scoreboard, as he has the 11-0 lead in the first period for Riley. Riley picking up a seed in this tournament. Doing a lot of hard work for the Broncos in the wrestling rooms, paying off. As he's up 11-0, he'll defer as he takes a look over at Coach Dad Lucina. Riley picked up the number 8 seed here at 172. He does have this first round match, can put some advancement points, bonus points on the board for the Broncos. He's up 11-0 against Wangler of Rugby. Your Mat 2 matchup. Greg Fuhrer, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe takes on Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer. So LaPierre, a junior 9-8 record. Fuhrer, a senior 25-5 at 160 pounds. And then mat number 3, ramped up at 160 pounds, is Mason Wagle of Napoleon, the always exciting Mason Wagle. Senior 25-4 wrestles Lucas Wiedner of Beulah Hazen, a junior 15-13. That match just underway on mat number 3. Wagle, returning state place winner for Napoleon. Fuhrer out here for Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. Was a state qualifier last year at 152 pounds, trying to make it into the state tournament and become a state place winner his senior years. He has a 25-5 record. On mat number 2, now that score is 4-3, and your winner is Lucina, Riley Lucina, your winner in the second period over Wangler of Rugby on mat number 1. So congratulations to Riley, making it into the quarterfinals at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Mason Wagle, Napoleon on mat number 3 has the 3-0 lead over Wiedner of Beulah Hazen. We're tied up at 4. Now 7-4 is your score. Greg Fuhrer is up 7-4 at the end of the first period, going into the second. And LaPierre of Killdeer defers over to Fuhrer, who chooses bottom position. Fuhrer with the 3-point lead. This is on mat number 2. Fuhrer off the whistle, tripods up. LaPierre is going to lock up a cradle, kind of a standing cradle position. Fuhrer hits an underhook, goes headlock. LaPierre still in control on the top. Little arm spin by Fuhrer. He had LaPierre down on his hip. LaPierre recovers so nicely. He's going to stick a leg right in, gets those hips up over the top on Fuhrer. So Fear, a lot of work, no points off the scramble through with LaPierre of Killdeer. LaPierre throws in double boots. Fear sits out. That's mat number 2 action. Still 3-point lead for Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. All right, to take a peek at this 160-pound bracket. So if you're the number 7 seed in the tournament for Ellendale Edgeley Calm, and he does pick up the reversal, 9-4 is your score. So if you're up 9-4 over Greg Fear, or I should say Greg Fear up 9-4 over Wyatt LaPierre, has a 5-point lead with the reversal. 25 seconds remain in the second period. Tanner Mengi, returning state place winner for Kindred, a freshman 30-6 record, takes on Bennett Geisler of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Goes into the second period with the 3-0 lead. So the Thunder Wrestlers are represented out here on mats number 1 and number 2. Along with Kindred's Tanner Mengi on mat number 1. Mengi and Geisler starting the neutral position at 172 pounds in the second period. Mengi with the escape 4-0 lead. 9-4 is your score on mat number 2. Going into the third period, LaPierre chooses neutral to start our third period. And Mason Waggle now up 7-1 on mat number 3. Under a minute remaining. Up 7-1 over Wiedner, Beulah Hazen. Just have these bracket sheets printed out, and they have every other weight. They forgot some weight classes on it, so looking at it, you have to switch over to track wrestling to catch these other weight brackets. Just the hardships of being the sports announcer guy. All right, so Mengi still has the 4-0 lead, under a minute remaining in the second period. The wrestlers called out, back to the center for a restart, back to the neutral position, and Greg Fear has a cradle locked up on LaPierre. LaPierre is going to try to scramble out of this. Fear readjusts, goes up, chest on chest. Has LaPierre bundled up, kind of an awkward position. He will try to stack him up, work for a fall with 51 seconds remaining. He now has a 12-4 lead. He'll have 4 more near fall coming his way. Switches to a half Nelson. LaPierre rolls through, trying to get belly down on mat number 2. Fear in the top position on mat 2. The mat number 3, 172 pounds. Velva's Madden Barstead and Max Bachnes from Hillsborough Central Valley wrestling at 172 pounds. That's in the first period. Barstead, sophomore at 25-9, now has the 3-0 lead. So Mengi has built an 8-0 lead against Bennett Geisler. That's in the third period, start of the third period. Wrestlers back to the neutral position. Fear, your winner over on mat number 2 for Ellendale Edgeley Calm. So EEK trying to pick up 2 wins in a row, mats 1 and 2. But Mengi has the 8-0 lead on Geisler of EEK. Matt Barstead has a 7-0 lead over Max Bachnes of Hillsborough Central Valley. In the third period, under 30 seconds remaining in that matchup at 172 pounds on mat 3. And looks like Cale Hebel steps on the mat for Lemoore on mat number 2. He's wrestling Hayden Tormalen of Killdeer. So 3-0 is your score. A new matchup coming your way on mat number 1 between Brock Norton, New Salem Almont, the senior 8-2, wrestling Jacob Meidinger, Napoleon, the sophomore 1-10, out here at 172 pounds. And Tormal and a Killdeer and Cale Hebel. Hebel has a 7-0 lead. Now a 7-1's your score. Minute remaining in the first period. Hebel picks up 3 more near fall on mat number 2. Hebel won that Lobos singlet. Looks like new singlets for the Lobos. He has the red shoulders and the black legs. He's in the top position on the restart. So 10-1's your score. In favor of Cale Hebel. Hard mat return on Tormal and sends him down to the mat. Lands kind of hard. Now locking up the cradle. He has a 10-1 lead. Hebel in the top position. Goes leg right on the far side. Scoops the arm, going guillotine. He's going to lay this one back. Going to try to ease back as he stretches the arm out. And he'll tuck it behind his head. And now goes into kind of butterfly right around the hips as Tormalen sits through. And Matt Barstead over on mat number 3 in the second period has the 11-0 lead over Max Boxness of Hillsborough Central Valley. Barstead for Velva in the top position. And that's in the second period, 11-0 lead for Matt Barstead on mat number 3. Hayden Tormal and Cale Hebel go into the second period. Hebel is up 10-1. He chooses bottom position to start. And then mat number 1, 189, Ashton Weathersby of Williams County, the senior, 10-8. Wrestles Gus Strauman of Beulah Hazen, a senior, at 14-9. Strauman last year for Beulah Hazen, a state qualifier, also at 189. Beulah with a couple returning state place winners, and Josh Turnus at 114 pounds. He placed second, and Jermaine Gizzy last year placed 8th at heavyweight, along with Gus Strauman, returning state qualifier at 189. He's out here wrestling Ashton Weathersby of Williams County. And I apologize, I'm missing my final page of my notes. Somebody received a souvenir. But that's your matchup on mat number 1 between Strauman and Weathersby. And mat number 3, Velva's Noah Werner, junior, 20-19, takes on EEK's Max Chernland. Chernland, the senior, 19-12 for EEK. Chernland, the returning state qualifier at 152 pounds from last year, wrestling up at 189. Then Hebel will advance to the quarterfinals for Lemoore from mat number 2 at 172 pounds. And now Jacob Potasic of Oaks has the tough duty of taking on Rocker Aguilar, the senior from Williams County, at 19-4. Potasic will have his hands full. Aguilar, returning state place winner for Williams County, at 172 pounds, out here wrestling Jacob Potasic. Now 3-1's a score on mat number 2. We're still scoreless going into the second period at 189 between Ashton Weathersby of Williams County and Gus Strauman. And mat number 3, 189, Noah Werner, Max Chernland. Chernland has the 3-0 lead at the end of the first period, final 30 seconds of that one, with Chernland in the top position on mat 3. That's 189 pounds. 172, Jacob Potasic, Rocker Aguilar inside the main gym here on mat number 2. Aguilar with a nice kind of super duck as he changed levels and turned the corner. Now up 9-2 on Jacob Potasic. So Rocker Aguilar for Williams County, the number 2 seed at 172 pounds. Jacob Potasic, the freshman for Oaks, wrestles the number 2 seed in the first round. And here's Aguilar trying to score near fall at the end of the period, final 15 seconds. He's in the top position. He's going to scoop the head and stretch the arm in that Saturday Night Ride position for Rocker Aguilar. Williams County, the pin, and Aguilar advances into the quarterfinals at 172 by fall over Jacob Potasic. Chernlin now with another takedown is up 6-0 over Noel Werner on mat number 3 at 189 pounds. In Straumann and Weathersby, still in our second period, a minute 44 on the clock. They are scoreless. And a nice roll through here by Gus Straumann. He almost caught Weathersby on his back, but no points awarded. Gus Straumann not able to capitalize. Had a great roll through on Weathersby. Weathersby recovered somehow through the scramble, and we're scoreless. And now he's working the crossface. That's Ashton Weathersby of Williams County. Has the crossface cradle hooked up on Straumann. Straumann in a whole heap of trouble, and we do have blood time. So 2 near fall. And Gus Straumann was cradled up by Ashton Weathersby, and the official calls blood time. And now Madden Schwab for the Broncos out here. Madden back in action after taking the Store Hog off for the week or last weekend. Sure, not by choice here for Schwab as freshman and Jake Kramer, Lamore, and Schwab and Kramer go out of bounds. As each wrestler locking up. The strong man here, Jake Kramer for Lamore, senior at 14-12. Madden Schwab, the freshman for the Broncos, at 6-5. Schwab getting back into the lineup after the Christmas break. Placed in the CentraCast Letterman's tournament. And now here's Kramer, takes a shot on Schwab. Schwab's going to try to turn the corner on the edge of the mat, steps around. He's a little bit high. He's getting Jake Kramer. Schwab has to look out here on the edge of the mat. He's going to score that 3-point takedown as the official says they're neutral position. Schwab tried to turn the corner. Kramer made a great adjustment. Fortunately for Schwab, they're called out by the official. And now wrestlers in the neutral position. Kramer takes a shot on Schwab. Has the arm cop. Schwab's going to go to his hip here. Kramer runs him over. And we're 3-0. So Kramer picks up the takedown on Schwab on mat number 2. 3-0 is the score. Weathersby and Straumann, they're back at it. 3-0 lead for Ashton Weathersby. But Gus Straumann with that roll through and reversal, working north-south for the fall. On mat number 1, here's Gus Straumann. Beulah Hazen has Weathersby in all kinds of trouble. 2 of the 3 is your score. Straumann in the top position, working for the pin on mat number 1. In the north-south pin, and Gus Straumann from Beulah Hazen will advance by fall over Ashton Weathersby. Here's Schwab, rolls through on Kramer. He's going to try to score 2 reversal at the end of the period and work for some near fall, final 10 seconds. And Schwab trying to knock off some of the mat rust after the break. Now down by 1 point at the end of the period on mat number 1, I should say on mat number 2. 3-2 is your score in favor of Jake Kramer, the senior from Lamore, wrestling the freshman from Lisbon.
In the hole on mat number 1, 215 pounds, Andre Dahl of Napoleon, Ryland Persier of Northern Lights.
And mat number 3, 189, Jacob Hendricks of Carrington, the junior, 12-15, takes on William Roundy, a senior at 25-9 for Killdeer. That's on mat number 3. Roundy for Killdeer last year. Having returning state qualifier. And if I remember right, he gave Mike Nelson that first round match last year at the state tournament. All he could handle. Nelson able to make it through into the next round, but William Roundy, a good wrestler for Killdeer out here, is up 7-3 over Jacob Hendricks of Carrington. On mat number 3, here's Schwab and Kramer. 5-3 score now for Schwab as he picks up the takedown on Kramer. He's trying to work a tilt underneath, has the ball and chain hooked up. And he's going to go chicken wing, kind of a chicken wing. He's going to walk this over on Kramer. Kramer's going to try to pass a leg on Schwab. Not really sure what Schwab was trying to do with that. Haven't really seen a chicken wing tilt hooked up like that. Usually you come up over the back And now Schwab on his hip. Kramer has Schwab down, and he's going to give up the reversal. We're tied up at 2 apiece here, 5 apiece with Schwab and Kramer. Kramer chops the arm on Schwab, now goes crossface. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Schwab not really advancing his position. Kramer is going to attack the right arm on Schwab. Down to 28 seconds remaining. Kramer locks up the wrist underneath. Schwab not able to do much hand fighting. Kramer's going to go chicken wing on Schwab. Now Schwab decides he's going to have to do something. He's going to try to hip over and rolls through here on Kramer. Kramer's going to try to catch him for some near fall. Schwab still rolling through. We got a scramble at the end of the period. And the wrestlers are out. No near fall. Schwab and Kramer are tied up. 5 seconds remaining. Now, 189 pounds, Carter Potasic and Jace Getz of Bowman County. Potasic wins by fall on mat number 1 for Oaks. Quick pin over Jace Getz of Bowman. And at the end of the period, Schwab hits the roll through. Schwab hits the hits the Peterson. And Jake Kramer, at the advice of the coaches, lets Schwab up on his feet. As they felt that roll through coming from Schwab. Schwab's going to go double over. He's going to try to lat drop Kramer. Kramer's going to catch him on the edge of the mat. Here for Schwab, a 3-point takedown. So Schwab ends up underneath on Kramer. Schwab choosing to go upper body. And now 7-8 is the score with the 1-point escape. As Kramer lets Schwab up, he doesn't want Schwab underneath him. As they're afraid of the roll that Schwab has. Schwab's down by 1 point, minute and 39 on the clock. Kramer down on one knee. Schwab for the Broncos. This is the number 6 seed. Schwab with his hands on his knees. Kramer's going to go into Schwab, catches him. Schwab a little flat-footed. He's down by 1 point to Jake Kramer of Lemoore. Schwab goes in. Schwab's looking for the throw on Kramer. Schwab still trying to pummel in. Kramer controlling the arm. Schwab with the over. Now goes unders. Double unders on Kramer. He's got him down. Kramer's going to lock up a headlock. And Schwab able to get over the top on Kramer. Has him going to his back. Here's Madden Schwab for the Broncos. Working for the fall on Jake Kramer. He's up 10-8 for the Broncos. In the win by fall for Madden Schwab. Come from behind. Kramer gave him a handful. On mat number 2. Schwab with the advancement and the bonus points. As we are at the top of the hour. And it looks like we will break away at the top of the hour for a word from our sponsors. Before that, we will give you your Bank North Too Early to Call first round scoreboard update from Bank North. New Salem Almont still in first place, 32.5 points. Bowman County in second with 17.5. Kindred in third with 16. Carrington in fourth place, 15.5 points. Velva in fifth place with 15 points. Sixth place, Lisbon with 14.5 points. Seventh place, Ellen Dudley-Colm with 12, tied with Hettinger. Oaks in ninth place with 11.5 points, followed by 10th place, Minot Bishop Ryan with 10 points. Those are your top 10 teams with your Bank North scoreboard here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will step away, take a word from our sponsors, and come back for more live coverage after a word from our sponsors.
This is Chris Brecken from Agaseed Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. We specialize in seed meter calibration, planter maintenance, and offer the full line of precision planting products. Walking your fields with you, helping you identify maintenance issues on your planter, developing a plan that puts you back in control of your planter. That's what we do here at Agaseed Precision Ag. Stop by or give us a call. Agaseed Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey, welcome back. Your liveevent.com here for the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament Day 1 coverage. We're back for Day 2 tomorrow. Action tomorrow starting at 9:30. We'll have our pre-tournament Day 2 coverage beginning right around 9:15. But we are now back here live with our Olson Accounting recap. As we've taken a look at the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros, along with the Kindred Vikings in our Olson Accounting recap. And we'll try to take a look now at your Carrington Cardinals as far as their team recap this far into the tournament for Carrington. Carrington with your Olson Accounting recap. At 107 pounds, we have Sky Kramlich. Won by fall over Bionica Killdeer in the first period. 24-second pin for Sky Kramlich in the first round. And 121 pounds, returning state place winner Drew Carr. Won by tech fall over Jaron Nelson of Oaks. That was a fourth period tech fall. 5:45. 139 pounds. That was Gabe Clifton. Draws the number 1 seed, Sawyer Owens. Tough matchup. In Owens' decisions, Clifton 7-0 at 139 pounds. 145, Nick Garber received a bye in the first round. 152, Corbin Clifton won by fall over Landon Spear of Kenmore Bull Bells Burke Central in the first period. That was at the minute 5 mark. So Clifton into the quarterfinals at 152. Max Chibaturano won by fall over Stone Stadheim of Hettinger Scranton in the in the second period at the 3:33 mark. So Chibaturano at 160 for Carrington into the quarterfinals. Callan Garber received a bye at 172 for Carrington. 189, Jacob Henricks took on William Roundy, and Roundy won by fall in a minute 50 in the first period. And then at 215 pounds, Kirby Freeman wrestled Ivan Caruth, the number 1 seed. Caruth dispatched Kirby Freeman in the first period by fall in 55 seconds. And at 285, Charles Jorgensen still has to take the mat in that first round, but that is your Olson Accounting recap. Looking at your Carrington Cardinals. Next recap, we'll take a look at the Lisbon Broncos in the first round, or at least up to this point, or whatever point we're at in the tournament, at our next Olson Accounting recap. And out on the mats, we have 215 pounds on all mats. Mats 1 and 2 on the main gym floor. Mats 3 around the corner in the old wrestling room. New Salem East-West Tournament really hasn't changed much, other than, I guess, the addition of track wrestling. Number of teams fluctuates from year to year. Some years more, some years less. Original tournament started way back in 1977. And I think the first couple years, or at least maybe the first 2 years or first year, it's kind of a dual team tournament format. And that first tournament won by Wofford City in 77, 78, won by the Lisbon Broncos. And you look at 1979, won by Velva. And then we head into the 1980s, where it was dominated by Napoleon, Carrington, and Lisbon here at the East-West Tournament in the 1980s. As we're back to action, out on mats number 1 and number 2. Had to do some screen adjustment here. All right. So mat number 1, 215 pounds on all mats. I'll get 285 on mat number 3 now, but 215-pound action. Andre Dahl takes on Ryan Bercier of Northern Lights on mat number 1. Dahl in the top position with that. Now a 12-1 lead at the end of the third period. He's trying to roll Bursey over his back and pick up the pin at the end of the period. He does have more near fall coming, so at least 4 near fall. And that's a 16-1 technical decision win for Andre Dahl of Napoleon. And mat number 2, we have J.J. Haygood of the Oaks Tornado wrestling Tucker Tim, Kimmer Bowbells, Burke Central. Haygood, a senior for Oaks at 10-8, wrestling 215 pounds. Tucker Tim, sophomore for the KBBC, a sophomore at 15-12. Tucker Tim last year, state qualifier at 189, wrestling 215, and he wins by fall over Haygood. So Tucker Tim advances to the quarterfinals at 215. Dahl advances for Napoleon to the quarterfinals at 215 pounds. We will roll right into the quarterfinal action inside the main gymnasium. I believe the consolation or those pigtail matches go back into the old wrestling room around the corner. We'll try to keep you updated on here. Mat number 3, 285 pounds, Brett Tosted. Returning state qualifier for Northern Lights. Wrestles Riley Collins, and it looks like Tosted your winner on mat number 3 for Northern Lights. Now mat number 3, Lisbon's Aiden Hinkle, number 2 seed for the Broncos in the New Salem East-West tournament. Takes on Aiden Beinek, a Killdeer junior at 3-11. Hinkle returning state place winner, placed 7th last year at the state tournament. Also out here at mat number 2 for the Broncos, Brock Lyons wrestles Tucker Turbeville. So Turbeville from Bowman County, the junior, 11-15. Lyons, the junior for the Broncos, 20-16. Having a nice second half of the season for Lisbon. He picked up the number 5 seed at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. And off the scramble on the edge of the mat, that was Turbeville. Looked like he was about to turn the corner on Lyons. Lyons wrestling his first New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Follows in the footsteps of older brothers Ethan and Grant Lyons. Hinkle has the 3-0 lead. Looks like a win by fall for Aiden Hinkle at heavyweight. And now a pigtail match here. Grayson Lyons in that meat grinder of a 121-pound bracket in the pigtail to stay into this tournament. Wrestles Reagan Gustafson of Stanley, an 8th grader at 11-4. So big matchup here for Grayson Lyons on mat number 3. Put back into that prelim round just to make it into the consolation round bracket. So 121, tough weight class at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. So that was Hinkle winner by fall in 50 seconds over Beinek, a Killdeer. Lyons and Turbeville still pushing back and forth. Neither wrestler really wanting to commit as they're called out back to the center for a restart. And mat number 1, 215 pounds, Brennan Thusen of Williams County, junior 12-14, wrestling Jermaine Gizzy from Beulah Hazen, that senior 11-13 record, returning state place winner for Beulah Hazen. He's down early, 3-0. I shouldn't say early. That's in the second period on mat number 1. Gizzy in the top position here on mat number 1. And a 1-point escape, I should say. No, excuse me, that's tied up 3-3. So Gizzy with the takedown had tied it up. And a 1-point escape now for Thusen. Thusen in on a high crotch fireman's. Now has to drop down, just isolating the arm. Gizzy over the top, trying to work a front headlock. Thusen still works in on the fireman's. He's going to takes that high crotch and cracks down Gizzy to the mat. Gizzy back up, gets those hips up. That's on mat number 1, Lyons and Turbeville. At the start of the second period, Lyons in the bottom position. Turbeville riding tough on top, chops the arm on Lyons. Lyons still on his base, but Turbeville doing a good job controlling the arm on the near side on this left side of Brock Lyons. With a minute 30 run remain, we're still scoreless in the second period at 215 pounds on mat number 2. Turbeville chops the arm again on Lyons. Goes back to the chop. Lyons not much movement on the bottom. So Turbeville must be a strong farm boy here, keeping down Brock Lyons. Now back to the restart center of the mat, minute 13. on the clock. Still scoreless on mat 2. Mat number 1, Jermaine Gizzi and Brennan Thusen. Thusen now up 7-3 on Gizzi. Thusen in the top position at the end of that second period. Gizzi down by 4 points. Here's Lyons trying to stand up. He gets the hip heist away, clears the hips in the hands. Now a 1-0 lead for Brock Lyons. He goes back to work, 40 seconds remaining in the second period. Lions up 1-0. On mat number 2, wrestlers in the collar tie position. Lyons passes the elbow. Turbeville steps out almost onto the hardwood floor, turns back around, wades in here with Lyons. Nice little duck under attempt. Circles back to the center of the mat. Lyons and Turbeville pushing on each other again. Lyons passes the elbow, steps back in. Mat number 2 still 1-0. A little ankle or knee pick attempt by Turbeville. Down to 10 seconds remaining. Lyons down on the mat. Turbeville from Bowman County. Now went on a high crotch shot on Lyons. Going to try to finish this at the end of the period. Lyons hasn't done a whole lot. Just looks kind of clammy out there. Mat number 2. Here's mat number 1, 215. Brennan Thusen and Jermaine Gizzi, 9-3's your score with a minute remaining in the third period. And now Turbeville and Lyons locked up in the center of the mat. Collar ties each. Lyons tries to clear the elbow. Turbeville coming out, kind of the aggressor on his feet with Lyons. Lyons passes the elbow again. Lyons going to try to go Russian tie, working underneath on Turbeville. Turbeville snaps him down. Lyons tried to arm drag around. They go out. Back to the center of the mat for the restart. 1-0 lead for Brock Lyons. 1-0 is the score, third period. Grayson Lyons now up 6-3 over Reagan Gustafson on mat number 321 pounds. Grayson Lyons fighting to stay in the tournament. Has the 3-point lead in the second period. Gustafson has the high crotch, has Lyons down on his hip. Lyons back up. Gustafson has the nice high crotch fireman. And finally, here's a stall call on Brock Lyons. With a minute remaining, Lyons has to watch out here. Gustafson with the nice high crotch fireman. He's locked up on that a couple times with Lyons. Like I said, Lyons just doesn't look himself right now. He's down here. He picked up the stall call on Turbeville. Turbeville, nice hard club to the head. Lyons passes him. Turbeville down. Nice high crotch fireman's attempt on Lyons. Grabs the ankle. Is going to bulldog him down. Going to try to turn the corner. Turbeville still on the ankle. Has Lyons on his hip. Lyons gives up the takedown. 3-point takedown. Now to 30 seconds. Lyons has to work on Turbeville. Lyons takes a look at the clock. He tripods up. He's going to have some Lions magic to finish this one out. He's down by 2 points, down to 20 seconds. Turbeville going for the upset over Brock Lyons. The Lions open up this first round. He's down by 2 points as the final 5 seconds. Lyons hits the roll through. He's going to catch Turbeville. Running out of time here for Lyons. And 2 reversal, and he ties it up for Brock Lyons. Hits the Lions magic. No near fall, but Lyons, like I said, just doesn't look himself. I don't know if he's sick today, but holy cow. He picks the Lions magic. Turbeville has been the aggressor on the feet, scoring the takedowns and the shots. And now Grayson Lyons and Gustafson, 7-6 your score. The Broncos have a couple nail biters going on mats 2 and 3. Lions up by 1 point. 121 pounds, just a meat grinder out here at the Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And here's Lyons. Lyons, they're going to try to throw him. Sudden victory, steps around. Edge of the mat, Lyons with the takedown and advances. So Tucker Turbeville gave Brock Lyons all he could handle. And he escapes in a nail biter. Now Grayson Lyons up 9-6. Some more Lions magic going on in the back room. As you need everything he can get in that back room. He has the 3-point lead. Final seconds ticking off the clock over at mat number 3 with Grayson Lyons and Reagan Gustafson. Lyons up 3-9-6 in the top position. Here's mat number 1, 107 pounds. Isaiah Hackman, John Logering. Hackman's up 3-0 for Velva. Hackman, returning state place winner at 107 pounds. Dropping down from 114 here for the East-West. Logering for Lemoore, a sophomore at 14-9. Last year, state qualifier at 107. Here in the quarterfinals at 107 pounds at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. 3-0 lead for Isaiah Hackman in the first period.
In the hole, mat number 2, 114 pounds.
So Hackman at 107, he's the number 1 seed. Logering for Lemoore, the number 8 seed, no, the number 1, number 8 seed at 107 out on the mat. Right now, that's a 3-0 lead. Hackman worked for near fall. He will have a couple swipes coming, a couple points coming to him. So Hackman at the end of the first period working for a fall. He has John Logering and Lemoore stretched out with 5 seconds remaining on mat number 1. Trying to get the Aggies with the semifinalist and 4 near fall for Isaiah Hackman. And Grayson Lyons did win. He held on to win in that back room in that grinder at 121 pounds, 9-8. So Lyons holds on for the win over Gustafson of Stanley. As Lyons in the consolation, he'll have another match up not too long from now. He'll get his recovery time and then have to get back out there more than likely fairly quick after that recovery time period is up. So we are entering your quarterfinal matches at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Isaiah Hackman now up 10-0 over John Logering of Lemoore. And Trig Dahlstrom out here quarterfinals against Alberto Verdeen of Hettinger. So Dahlstrom and Verdeen going at it, trying to make it to the semis. Dahlstrom was the number 4 seed. Excuse me, the number 5 seed. Verdeen, the number 4. Dahlstrom won by tech fall over Micah Fromke of the Broncos to make it into this quarterfinal match on mat number 2. So Hackman, he's up 10-0, but he has a chicken wing double armbar locked up on John Logering. He will have 4 near fall coming. That's in the second period, 35 seconds remaining. Working for the fall, the number 1 seed for Velva. Has 4 near fall, 1 point escape for Logering as they go off the edge of the mat. And now 3-2's the score between Verdeen and Dahlstrom in the first period. Verdeen in that top position with the reversal has 2 points. Working against Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom tries to stand up. He's going to seal off with the arm to the side, but he's taken out of bounds. Back to the restart. Trig Dahlstrom has the 1-point lead. He's in the bottom position. Dahlstrom, a 7th grader for Oaks. Verdeen for Hettinger is a freshman. So Isaiah Hackman into the semifinals at 107. As he wins over John Logering of Lemoore. Now a 107, another quarterfinal match. Sky Cramlich for Carrington takes on Bristol Swanson. Cramlich, the number 3 seed. Swanson, the number 6. And now Swanson for Kindred. And Sky Cramlich over on mat number 1. They're in the neutral position. Level change in a shot by Swanson. Cramlich down blocks. They stood back up to their feet, or back up to their feet. Cramlich returning state place winner for Carrington. A sophomore. Trig Dahlstrom and Verdeen. And as I predicted, Grayson Lyons, that must be Nias Lyons. Nope. That's Grayson Lyons being called back already at 121. You got 30 minutes, I believe, now to recover. Another change as far as recovery time. So Lyons, after that close match, just finished up maybe 10 minutes ago, but he's already on deck, or I should say in the hole on mat number 3. So we'll see how that affects Grayson Lyons, but oh my gosh. He's going to have to try to put some fluids in him pretty quick to get back there. But back in that mat number 3 area, it's tough. Back-to-back matches here for Grayson Lyons. Give that young man lots of props. And Sky Cramlich, Bristol Swanson go scoreless into the second period. Dahlstrom Verdeen still tied up at 4 with 27 seconds remaining. Called out back to the center for a restart. Cramlich, working underneath on Swanson. Swanson kind of up over the top, a little bit high. Cramlich isolates the leg. And Swanson's going to try to hit that crucifix as he's got the leg and the arm stretched out. But here's Cramlich, hits the Peterson on him. So Sky Cramlich picks up the reversal and near fall on Bristol Swanson on mat number 1. Dahlstrom and Verdeen, they go tied up into the third, with 9 seconds remaining in the second period. They're still tied up. Verdeen in the top position on the restart. Tops the arm on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom not able to move. He goes chicken wing at the end of the period. Going into the third, we're tied up at 4 between Dahlstrom and Verdeen. Verdeen and Dahlstrom now. Neutral for Trig Dahlstrom is his choice to start the third period. Tied up at 4 on mat number 2. And Sky Cramlich, Bristol Swanson, 6-0, now 6-1 after that Peterson reversal in the near fall. 6-1, 46 seconds remain. Verdeen puts Dahlstrom on his back, working for the fall on mat number 2. Is Alberto Verdeen for Hettinger in the Saturday Night Ride position as Dahlstrom flattened out. He's going to squeeze on mat 2. Verdeen works for the pin on Dahlstrom. And the win by fall now for Alberto Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton over Trig Dahlstrom. He advances to the semifinals for Hettinger at 107 pounds. And mat number 1 between Cramlich and Swanson. 6-3 is the score. Cramlich trying to work another reversal on Swanson. Swanson trying to hold on, but 2-point reversal at the end of the period for Sky Cramlich. Now 8-3 is the score. And we are at the bottom of the hour. into our quarterfinal matches on day number 1 of New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back for a Bank North scoreboard update, along with our Olson Accounting recap on YourLiveEvent.com.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Hey, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com here for day 1 coverage of New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament as that Grayson Lions match in that back in the consolation. So they did move that match up right around 2:50. Expect Grayson Lions out here for that consolation round match as they did catch on to that time crunch or the recovery time for Grayson Lions. So we'll see him at about 2:50 when they recall that match at 121 pounds in the consolation rounds. As we look at your Bank North scoreboard, and still too early to call a team race on day number 1, as now it's tightening up at the top position as we head into these quarterfinal rounds. And the number 1 spot, New Salem Almont, with that great first round from top to bottom. They have 32.5 points. In second place is Velva with 29.5. Third place is Lisbon, 25.5 points. Fourth place, tied with Stanley, is Ellendale Ledgely Calm, each with 19 points. Bowman County in 6th place with 17.5 points. Kindred in 7th place with 16 points. Oaks and Carrington tied for 8th with 15.5 points. And Beulah Hazen in 10th place with 15 points. Those are your top 10 teams. And that is your Bank North scoreboard update here on YourLiveEvent.com. And we will go into our Olson Accounting recap. That's the Olson CPA for all your tax and accounting needs, and your Olson Accounting recap for the Lisbon Broncos this time. The Broncos in the first round at 107 pounds. That was Micah Fromke. Fell to the number 5 seed Trig Dahlstrom by a technical decision in the first round. Fromke in the second round, or first round of consolation, received a bye. 114 pounds. It was Nias Lyons, currently out on the mat in the consolation rounds, but he was defeated in the first round by Walker Miller of EEK, the number 2 seed by fall in 52 seconds. Grayson Lyons in that prelim match I should say, go back to the first round. Grayson Lyons in the first round was defeated by the number 1 seed Bodie Henderson by technical decision. And then in that prelim or pigtail match to get back into the tournament on the consolation side, it was Lyons holding on to win by decision 9-8 over Regan Gustafson of Stanley. 127 pounds, Noah Anderson, the Broncos, that first round received a bye. Gavin Robertson, also a seeded wrestler for the Broncos, received a bye in the first round, along with Cruz Ranke at 139. So a number of the Broncos not even seeing action in the first round, drawing byes. At 145 pounds, it was Griffin Greenlee for the Broncos. He won by tech fall over Isaiah Witkanak Cood of Henninger Scranton. At 152 pounds, Ryan Eng of the Broncos won by tech fall over Logan Feist of Napoleon. 160 pounds, Eli Lyons won by fall over Gage Mutterman of Stanley. And that was a first period pin for Lyons in 152. Riley Lucina for the Broncos won by tech fall over Pius Wangler of Rugby by technical decision in the second period at the 3:02 mark. Matt Schwab of the Broncos with a come from behind win over Jake Kramer. He won by fall in the third period here for Schwab. He advances to the quarterfinals. Brock Lyons works some of that Lions magic along with cousin Grayson. But Brock Lyons with the Peterson roll at the end of the third period, about 5 seconds remaining, picked up the 2-point reversal, tied the match up at 3, and then won in sudden victory overtime with the scramble and the go-behind takedown. He advances to the quarterfinals at 215 pounds, 285. Aiden Hinkle of the Broncos in the first round action won by fall over Aiden Beinek of Killdeer in the first period. 52nd win by fall for Aiden Hinkle. And that is your Olson Accounting recap on YourLiveEvent.com as we head into our quarterfinal matches out here on the main floor. And now mat number 1. Mat 1 with that white big circle, the Holstein in the middle. That's Chase Beaker, New Salem Almont. An 8th grader, 8-6, takes on Jace Boynton, the number 2 seed in the tournament from Bowman County. Boynton has the 8-1 lead over Beaker of New Salem Almont. He's in the, or I should say Boynton in the top position on mat number 1. Looks like they're going to blood time on mat 1, or maybe a restart. No, going back to a restart. Boynton will be in the top position. That's in the second period. 8-1 lead for Jace Boynton of Bowman County. And mat number 214 pounds, Logan Hyde taking on Peyton Shea of Bishop Ryan. Shea with the takedown and near fall. He has a 9-1 lead. That's in the second period. He throws over Logan Hyde, New Salem Almont, to his back on the edge of the mat, and 4 near fall coming away for Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan on mat number 2. And mat number 3, 121-pound consolation round matches. Those consolation round matches, the wrestler that wins stays in the tournament. The non-winners are done for the tournament. But that is Gavin Swenson for Kindred, has the 3-0 lead over Jaron Nelson of Oaks on mat number 3 at 121 pounds. And that brings us up to date with our Bank North scoreboard and Olson County recap. And what's laid out in front of us on day number 1, we're in the quarterfinal matches. 107 pounds, Jace Boynton, number 2 seed. He has the 11-1 lead over Chase Beaker of New Salem Almont. And they're in the neutral position now, 11-2 with the 1-point escape to Beaker to start the third period. Beaker tried to hit a snap down on Boynton, but Boynton steps around behind him, just misses keeping his toes in bounce, and they go out back to the center for a restart. And mat number 214 pounds, Logan Hyde and Peyton Shea for Minot Bishop Ryan now up 15-1. That's in the second period, 25 seconds on the clock. Shea in the top position has an inside leg tuck, working over the top in a front head cradle position. Now steps away, 1-point escape back for Logan Hyde. Hyde shoots in on a double, and they go on the hardwood floor. Off that double leg shot by Logan Hyde in New Salem Almont. That's a 13-point lead for Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan in the second period. Now Gavin Swenson and Jaron Nelson, 3-2's the score over around the corner on mat number 3. That's in the first period. Nelson down by 1 point to Swenson in the first on mat number 3. So looking at Bowman County from last year. Bowman County placed 19th at the state tournament, scored 35.5 points. They have 3 returning state qualifiers. 2 of those were state place winners last year. Not sure, but they had Cale Schwartz last year was a state qualifier at 107. Sawyer Knoll at 152 pounds placed 5th. And then Emery Knoll at 160 pounds placed 4th. And now Chase Beaker has Jace Boynton on his, or excuse me, Logan Hyde of New Salem has Peyton Shea on his back working for a fall with 1:30 remaining. The hometown crowd up on their feet, hooting and hollering here for their hometown boy at 114 pounds, Logan Hyde. And now Shea able to get back after 4 near fall. 15-9's your score, down by 6 points. Logan Hyde of New Salem, he's in the 3rd period, 1:09 on the clock. He's going to work, has a power half on Peyton Shea. He breaks him back down to his base with 1 minute remaining. He's down by 6 points. Logan Hyde in the top position for New Salem.
In the hole, match number 1, 121 pounds, Nick Philbitz of Pettinger.
Swenson, Gavin Swenson of Kindred, Jared Nelson still 3-2 that score in the back room. Here's Beaker with another attack over the top, has the cradle locked up on Peyton Shea. Shea trying to stretch out and do some hand fighting underneath, but he's in a little bit of trouble. He's on his hip. Beaker has him starting to go over. Now Shea is able to come back up to his knees, trying to scoot those hips underneath him. Isolates the wrist on Logan Hyde. So he is doing a little hand fighting underneath for Peyton Shea, down to 18 seconds. Shea has Beaker a little bit high. Beaker, or I should say Logan Hyde, does have the leg ride in. Down to 10 seconds. Logan Hyde's running out of some time. Down by 6 points. And that'll do it. Your winner going into the semifinals at 114-pound Peyton Shea by decision over Logan Hyde in Salem Almont. And mat number 1, Gavin Rude, Walker Miller. Miller off to a fast start, up 6-1 on Gavin Rude. Miller returning state place winner for Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Up by 5 early in the first period, 50 seconds remain. Teammate Gavin Swenson from Kindred. 3-2 lead over Jaron Nelson of Oaks. That's in the second period. Swenson in the top position on Nelson. And matchup here, 121 pounds in that grind of a weight class between Bodie Henderson and Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley. You have to look at Logan Feist. Feist drops down to 114, but at one time, Logan Feist also in that 121-pound weight class. He's down at 114. He makes it into the semifinals for Napoleon. But here, mat number 2, Bodie Henderson has the 3-0 lead. Justin Terrell, number 8 seed. Returning state place winner for Hillsborough Central Valley. And Bodie Henderson, returning state champion for Northern Lights. Now 5-4 is the score back there between Swenson and Nelson at 121 pounds. Final seconds tick off the clock in the second period back there. So Henderson has the 3-0 lead in the first period. Gavin Rude, Walker Miller, 6-2 score. Miller underneath, Rude in the top position, has an underhook on the near side. Miller is going to reach in, grabs on the outside of the leg on Rude on the far side. Now goes underneath into high crotch fireman's position. Rude able to tuck in his leg to counter that fireman's attempt by Walker Miller. So Rude, see if he can try to head cradle up Miller. Miller's going to roll through, puts Rude on his hip. Rude's going to scoot his hips up. Miller has him down. Rude's going to try to hang on for a restart. Miller will try to elevate the leg and walk towards the head on Gavin Rude. Rude able to hang on, able to have a restart. He's down 6-2 to Walker Miller. Neutral position to start our second period, minute on the clock in the second. Terrell and Bodie Henderson, 3-1's the score. Terrell on his hip. Henderson turns the corner, scores at the end of the period. Now 6-1's the score between Bodie Henderson and Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley going into the second period. Gavin Swenson for Kindred, now up 7-4 on Jaron Nelson. Extends his lead to 3. The winner of that match on mat number 3 remains in the tournament. And off the whistle, start of the second period. Henderson stands up. Terrell returns Henderson back down to the mat. Now he's going to the work on the down to the wrist and the arm on Henderson. Terrell doing a good job riding Henderson at the start of the second period. Goes to chop the arm on Henderson. Henderson now just clears the hips and walks away from Justin Terrell. 7-1's your score. He has the 6-point lead. And Terrell in on a nice double single leg shot. Henderson's going to try to turn the corner right away, grab the far ankle on Justin Terrell. We'll see if Henderson can advance this. Terrell still hanging on the leg. Henderson and Terrell. Here's Terrell has a scoring opportunity on Henderson. And scrambling. Terrell's going to turn the corner. If he can get that back arm free, Henderson now takes control on top. And kind of a big guillotine as he extended the arm. They roll through, has it doubled up on Justin Terrell. Terrell catches Henderson a little bit high. Henderson's going to rock back around, doubles up on Justin Terrell, turns him over and scoring near fall. And just like that, Bodie Henderson wrestles through the position, catches Terrell on his back with doubles, a double arm bar. He sits through. He has 4 near fall coming. So Terrell had put up a good top position till about a minute left in that second period. And 9 seconds remaining. 4 near fall going to Bodie Henderson. He's up 14-1. Rude and Miller, 12-7 is that score over there. Gavin Rude has the lead on Walker Miller. Rude looking for the upset for the Kindred Vikings. It's at 114 pounds. So Gavin Rude now 12-8 is the score. And at the end of the period, said Terrell had caught Henderson a little bit high and was working for a reversal and some near fall as he caught the head. But Rude now 12-8 the score. Gavin Rude has the 4-point lead over Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Combe. That's on mat number 1 off the whistle. Miller in on the double leg shot. Rude able to grab the inside ankle. Final 30 seconds of this one. Now Miller turns the corner. He's down by 2. Or no, down by 1, 12-11. 22 seconds. We'll see if Gavin Rude can hang on for the win. Down to 22 seconds on mat number 1. 13-11 with the escape. Rude in on the shot. Miller's going to try to advance this down to 10 seconds remaining. Rude in the bottom position. Miller double unders. Rude's going to try to hang on. Final 5 seconds, 4, 3, and that'll do it. Gavin Rude gets into the semifinals as he wins 13-11 over Walker Miller. So Rude into the semifinals at 114 pounds. All right, after that win by Gavin Rude, he goes into the semifinals. He won by decision over Walker Miller, 13-11 at 114 pounds. Miller returning state place winner. So that was your result on mat number 1 at 114. And I believe Miller was the number 2 seed. So Gavin Rude picking off the seeded wrestlers. Rude now defeated Keenan Gores and Northern Lights in the first round, 6-3, and now takes down Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Calm by decision, 13-11. Gavin Rude will place in the top 6. He'll take on Ben Wagner next in the semifinals. I believe semifinals are tomorrow. But he'll find himself up against the number 6 seed, Ben Wagner. Gavin Rude having himself a tournament out here at the East-West.
In the hole on mat number 3 at 133 pounds, Nathaniel Govitz of Henninger, Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. That's in the hole on mat number 3 at 133 pounds. Govitz of
So back out here on the main floor with more wrestling action at the 2025 East-West Wrestling Tournament. We are broadcasting to you from our Stock Roads Bank broadcast booth. High atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium. As we will for both days of this tournament. This is our third or fourth year coming out here for the New Salem East-West Tournament. So just like to thank your live event for taking the time and sending someone out here to cover this great tournament in the state of North Dakota, Class B Wrestling. And mat number 1, Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen has the 3-1 lead over K.O. Schwartz of Bowman County. Turnus for Beulah Hazen last year placed second, so he's a returning state runner-up, wrestling K.O. Schwartz of Bowman County. Schwartz last year state qualifier at 107 pounds for Bowman County. So returning state runner-up. And Turnus at 114 takes on a returning state qualifier at 107, K.O. Schwartz. That's 3-1 in the second period. Mat number 2, 121 pounds, Hayes Weinberger and Drew Carr wrestling. Drew Carr, returning state place winner, the senior for Carrington. Hayes Weinberger, the sophomore for New Salem Almont. And Weinberger last year placed third at the state tournament at 107 pounds. Up here wrestling 121 against Drew Carr. And Carr has, scoreless in the second period between Weinberger and Carr. 3-1 is the score between Turnus and Schwartz over on mat number 2. Cale Schwartz for Bowman County in the top position has Turnus. The leg turked. So he had the leg kind of turked to the inside. Now goes armbar on Joshua Turnus. Turnus broke belly down just off center of the mat on that far side. And knee sliding is Hayes Weinberger. Drew Carr hangs on to the ankles, now drops down to a leg, and they're called out. Back to the center for a restart. Still scoreless with 13 seconds remaining in the second period. Off the whistle, Weinberger tripods up. Carr's going to drop down to a leg. So Carr drops down to a leg. Now they warn him of stalling. I'm not sure about that call. That was kind of quick. Yeah, as Carr off the whistle dropped down to the leg. The wrestler hadn't even stood up yet. So now it's a 1-0 score. Off the escape for Hayes Weinberger at the end of the period. And down to start of the second, Hayes Weinberger in the top position. Drew Carr in the bottom with the sit-out. Trying to work this sit-out position, doing a little hand fighting underneath the arms. Stands up, clears the hips, trying to get up to his feet. And now we're tied up at 1 on mat number 2 between Weinberger and Drew Carr. Josh Turner's Cale Schwartz, 4-3 is the score. Cale Schwartz from Bowman County has the lead over returning state runner-up on mat number 1. That's in the third period, minute 30 on the clock. Turnus has double underhooks on Schwartz. on mat 1. Wrestlers on mat number 2 go out onto the hardwood floor. And Turnus drops down on a single leg on Schwartz. Schwartz trying to hit the edge of the mat, but Turnus dragging him back on. He hits the forward trip. Schwartz with the whizzer. Turnus is going to try to shelf this leg. If he can get this leg up elevated, not able to do it, and pull Schwartz back in. Still 4-3 after that leg attack by Josh Turnus on the edge of the mat. Not able to capitalize off of that single leg attempt. So down to a minute remaining. And now we're still tied up at 1 between Weinberger and Drew Carr. Drew Carr off the whistle. Weinberger takes a step back. I've seen him call wrestlers for stalling quicker than that on the, just even taking one step back. And now another stall. Then what stall went against Carr again. Weinberger was the one who was taking the step back. And now neutral position call. That's after a stalemate. 2-1 lead for Hayes Weinberger after Carr knocked for stalling. Carr goes underneath on the top of Weinberger. Carr's going to try to turn the corner as Weinberger broke down to his hip. Here's Carr trying to turn the corner. Down to 10 seconds. 3-point takedown for Drew Carr. And now Weinberger catches Carr. 4-2's the score. And they're on the edge of the mat. And Weinberger catches Drew Carr and 2 near fall. And oh my God, what happened there in that scramble? As the officials head over, 6-4 is the score, and Turnus with some magic over here wins by foul over Schwartz. Or excuse me, in his own last minute heroics. It's 6-4 on both scoreboards at the end of the period, and each into the end of the third period. You're watching that on TV land, but there's mayhem, pandemonium inside the high school gymnasium here in New Salem. So Weinberger is your winner. Josh Turnus is your winner. Both by a 6-4 decision at the end of the third period.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole mat number 1. 133 pounds, Jack Bombach, Kildare, Shote Gerhardt, New Salem. Oh, hang on, we're calling that one back. On mat number 1, in the hole, Jack Bombach of Kildare, Shote Gerhardt, New Salem, Elmont. In the hole,
All right.
133 pounds.
That does bring us to our bottom of the hour, or it should say top of the hour break on YourLiveEvent.com as we head or continue on in our quarterfinal matches here from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'll step away, come back for more quarterfinal action on YourLiveEvent.com.
Hillsborough Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you're into sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Lex Ellingson, a senior at Hillsborough High School. My favorite thing at Hillsborough High School is hanging out with my teammates after school, because it's helped me grow as a person and have fun in my community. Find your favorite at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Life is full of surprises, and at Bickett Insurance Agency of Carrington, they're here to protect what matters most to you. Bickett Insurance is your local auto owner's insurance agency, offering home, auto, business, crop, health, or life insurance with personalized solutions tailored to your needs and budget. With over 20 years of experience, trust Bickett Insurance Agency to provide you with peace of mind. Let's ensure your future is secure with Bickett Insurance Agency services, serving Foster and Stutzman counties and throughout the state of North Dakota. Bickett Insurance, your local auto owner's insurance agency, protecting what matters most.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Hey, welcome back. Your LiveEvent.com here. Day one coverage from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick with your call both days from New Salem, North Dakota, as we are looking at your Bank North scoreboard. And it's still too early to call. There will be some big point swings going on. New Salem's picked up a couple wins in the team points race so far, as they put 2 wrestlers into the semifinals. So sitting in first place on the Bank North scoreboard in Salem Almont with 44.5 points. Belva in second with 29.5. Lisbon in third with 25.5 points. Oaks in fourth, 24.5 points. Fifth place Bowman with 24 points. Sixth place with 23.5 points are Napoleon and Northern Lights. Kindred in eighth place with 22 points. Hettinger Scranton in ninth with 21 points. And Carrington in 10th place with 20.5 points. Those are your top 10 teams, Bank North scoreboard at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, as we are into our quarterfinal matches. Winners of this round advance to the semifinals. Non-winners into the wrestlebacks out here on the main mats. 1 and 2 consolation matches going on in mat number 3. As we will go through our Olson Accounting recap on yourliveevent.com as we go through our semifinalists up to this far. At 107 pounds, your semifinalists are Jace Boynton of Bowman County, Alberto Verdina, Hettinger Scranton, Sky Kamlich, Carrington, Isaiah Hackman of Velva. 114-pound semifinalists, Peyton Say of Bishop Ryan, Gavin Root of Kindred, Ben Wagner of Oaks, and Dalton Feist of Napoleon at 114. Your semifinalists at 121 pounds. Currently, it's Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights, Josh Turnus of Beulah Hayes, and Hayes Weinberg of New Salem Almont. So we have our other quarterfinal match. The winner of this one on mat number 1 will advance to the semifinals. Right now, that's a 6-2 score on mat number 1. And that's your quarterfinal matchup between Nick Dobbitts of Hettinger Scranton and Cole Mogren of Kimmer Bull Bells Burke Central. 6-2 the score. Mogren with the lead. Mogren a senior at 10-1 for Kenmare. Mogren last year placed third at the state tournament at 114 pounds. As a junior here wrestling 121. He has the 6-2 lead over Dobitz. Dobitz in the bottom position. Mogren locks up a cradle on Nick Dobitz, trying to turn him over. And Dobitz last year, looks like I'm a state qualifier for Hettinger Scranton. Could be an error on my part. But he has Dobitz on his back working for some fall or near fall points. As he was working for a fall, he picks up his 4 near fall with the cradle. Dobitz is going to roll through. Hettinger not afraid to grab an arm and a leg and just start rolling with it. As Mogren now has the 10-2 lead on mat number 1. And that was your Olson Accounting recap. As I said, the winner of this one advanced into the semifinals at 121. And once again, those semifinals at 121 as it stands is Bodie Henderson, Josh Turnus, and Hayes Weinberger of New Salem Almont. Weinberger with that 6-4 win, getting into the semifinals. That was on mat number 2. That was right next to Josh Turnus making it into the semifinals with his 6-4 win. And Mogren now works for a fall. He has Dobitz. Had Dobitz on his back again. 3 more near fall coming here for Cole Mogren. 13-3 is the score. Final 15 seconds on the clock in period number 3 on mat number 1. Mogren with the near leg tucked in, working up over the top on Nick Dobitz, and that'll do it, 13-10. So Cole Mogren, your other semifinalist, at 121 pounds. and Grayson Lyons. So Grayson Lyons, after that quick turnaround, it was a pigtail match. He defeated Ost of Bishop Ryan by major decision, 10-0. So congratulations, Grayson Lyons. You remain in the consolation rounds of the New Salem East-West tournament. He draws the tough first round number 1 seed in Bodie Henderson. And Noah Anderson here now up 3-0 on Lander Rice. A Killdeer. Anderson now picks up near fall. He has Rice stretched out on mat number 1, 127-pound action in the quarterfinals. Anderson's going to go scoop the head on Lander Rice. And the win by fall for Noah Anderson. And 37-second pin for Noah Anderson at 127 pounds. Another tough weight bracket at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. He is 127. So just looking at your latest Dakota Grappler rankings. I guess rankings number 4 at 127. You have number 1 Charlie Irwin, ranked number 1. Number 2 Colin Bell. Number 2 Colin Bell. Number 3 Noah Anderson. You got Pitch Hager. I don't know if he's here in the tournament. You also had number 6 Logan Potts at 127. Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bells. Riley Hasbrook at Hettinger Scranton. And TJ Boyer of Mondack. Well, those were some of your ranked wrestlers at 127 pounds that were expected to enter the tournament. If you take a look at the brackets, you can see which of those wrestlers are still here. But right now, Noah Anderson into the semifinals with that pin at 127 pounds. So some of those Broncos that had those first round buys coming up. 133, we'll see Gavin Robertson for Lisbon seeing his first action in the tournament. Robertson, the number 6 seed. And mat number 133 pounds, Jack Bombach. Killdeer wrestling Cody Gerhardt in Salem Almont. Gerhardt with his own last second heroics, making it into the quarterfinals for New Salem. Bombach in the top position has a 3-0 lead, isolating the arm on the far side. They're working that center edge of the mat on the far side. In mat number 2, Lucas Solis of Velva takes on Riley Hasbrook, Hettinger Scranton. That's tied up at 1 with 5 seconds remaining in the third period. Looking to go to overtime on mat number 2 in the third period with 5 seconds remaining. Solis and Hasbrook. Solis with the false start caution. Final 2 seconds. And that'll do it, going to sudden victory overtime on mat number 2. Sudden victory, the first wrestler scoring the takedown wins the match. No wrestler scores in sudden victory. Then they go into the 30-second top and bottom choice of position. Hasbrook works over the top on Solis. Lee back to the edge of the mat. Drops down on a high crotch on Riley Hasbrook. Hasbrook, a senior for Hettinger Scranton. Hasbrook last year state qualifier at 114 pounds. And off the edge of the mat, back to the center for a restart. Here on mat number 2, still tied up at 1, 21 seconds remaining. Jack Bombach and Cody Gerhardt still 3-0 lead for Jack Bombach at Killdeer. See Bombach last year at the state tournament placed 3rd. Have him as a 2-time state place winner for Killdeer. He placed 3rd at 121 pounds. Wrestling Cody Gerhardt. Now he's up. Bombach is up 7-0 over Gerhardt at 133. This is a 133-pound quarterfinal match. Bombach has the leg split on the backside. Goes crossface. That knee from Gerhardt comes up towards his head. Bombach thinking about a cradle. Now Gerhardt able to stretch back up. Salee catches Hasbrook. Hasbrook and Salee in a scramble. Here's the Hettinger scramble going up. Salee has an arm and a leg on Hasbrook. On Salee. He's going to turn him in a reversal. As we're going into this ride-out period, neither wrestler scored the sudden victory. So Hasbrook with the reversal. Now Salee trying to score at the end of the period, and that does it. So 2 near fall for Hasbrook and 1 point escape for Salee. So 5-2 is our score. The officials getting hot. So looks like 5-2. The reversal and 2 near fall off of the roll through by Riley Hasbrook over Lucas Salee. A 1 point escape. 5-2 is the score on mat number 2, 127 pounds. And now Salee trying to work a reversal with 17 seconds remaining in this overtime. If we're still tied up, we'll go into that 30-second ride out. Salee still trying to turn the corner. So Hasbrook can give up the reversal, but not the near fall. So still no reversal given up by Hasbrook. And so a 2 point reversal. 5-4 is the score. No near fall. So Riley Hasbrook is your winner. He'll advance to the semifinals over Lucas Lee of Velva. My decision 5-4. A lot of discussion come from the corners. More than I've seen in recent tournaments. Be something they talk about in the coaches meeting.
In the hole on mat number 1 at 139 pounds.
All right, mat number 1, 133 pounds. Nolan Braun, Minot Bishop Ryan, sophomore, 23-13. And Gavin Robertson for the Broncos. They're out there on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Connor Mellon and Keen Bell squaring off at 127 pounds. Bell, the number 2 seed. Wrestling Connor Mellon, a junior for Kenmare. Mellon, a state qualifier last year at 121 pounds. Colton Bell, that 2-time returning state runner-up for Stanley. And Nolan Braun picks up the 3-point takedown on Robertson. Braun, the number 4 seed at 133. And mat return, Braun. Here's Robertson up to his feet. Braun with the lat drop on Robertson as he's trying to scramble to his feet. He catches him, throws him to his back, working for the fall over on mat number 1. Here's Nolan Braun from Minot Bishop Ryan. Robertson now able to spin through. Braun goes underhook. He rolls through on Robertson. Robertson catches Braun on his hip. Here's Robertson working for a fall on Nolan Braun. Has him stacked up, not by much. Time's running out on the clock here for Robertson at the end of the period. And Robertson with the near fall and reversal catches Braun. He's down by 1 point. At the end of the first period, looked like Braun was going to run away with this one. So Robertson chooses bottom position to start our second period over on mat number 1. Like I said, pandemonium, a lot of fireworks. As predicted, in conversation with Coach Rich Lucina, it's going to be a tight one here at Salem and at the state tournament. Every point counts. So now a 7-6 your score. Nolan Braun up over Gavin Robertson. Robertson in the bottom position on mat number 1. Start of our second period. Robertson with his head down, doing a little hand fighting with Braun. Braun has the armbar locked up on Robertson. Now Robertson's just trying to counter that. He's going to step over. Braun catches Robertson. Here's another scramble for Braun and Robertson. Robertson down on the leg, going to try to double up. If he doubles up on here on Braun, he can catch him on the edge. He's going to forklift this, passes the leg. Braun rolls through, catches Robertson, dives down on a single leg. He cracks down Braun. Braun with the whizzer, going to try to step over the top on Robertson. Another scramble here. Robertson catches Braun on the edge of the mat, working for more near fall. Here's Robertson working for a pin on Nolan Braun for the Broncos. On the edge of the mat, Braun. Right shoulder up, not by much. And the win for Gavin Robertson. He's into the semifinals for the Broncos over on mat number 1. Robertson lives up to his seeding now, top 6 place winner at his first New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. In mat number 2, 127 pounds. It's Colm Bell now. Bell is up 11-0. In the top position, Bell with that white singlet, or excuse me, blue singlet with white trim, has the 11-0 lead. And Broderick Mole, freshman wrestling Cutter Rodnick of Bowman County. Rodnick has the head and arm locked up on Mole, but Mole is going to come through on this and not able to make it back around. Looked like he was just about to recover and get those hips back underneath him, but Rodnick kept that head and arm tight. Working for a quick pin on mat number 1 for Bowman County. Mall still trying to scramble out of it. Freshman for Beulah Hazen. That's a tight headlock. And the win by fall for Cutter Rodnick of Bowman County. Into the semifinals at 133 pounds. And that match between Colm Bell and Connor Mellon, that one's over. Your winners, Colm Bell into the semifinals at 127 pounds. Should say Bell, the number 1 seed in the tournament at 127. And new matches up here on mat number 1, mat number 2 in our quarterfinal round. Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley, Zach Spain, Minot Bishop Ryan. Owens, the number 1 seed. Wrestlers out, back to the center for a restart. Owens with that tough match against Clifton.
In the hole, mat number 1 at 145 pounds, William Cook of Kinnear, Colton Beecher.
And a 1-point escape. 3-1's your score after a little hip by round by Zach Spain. Owens goes in, takes the little slide by, goes back to the claw ride, and right away, good chain wrestling by Sawyer Owens. That never ever stops here for Sawyer Owens. As he chops the arm, he's going to roll through, not able to get it. Hand fighting underneath by Zach Spain. 6-1 lead for Owens in the first period. Now a minute 5 remaining on the clock. And here's Brooks Grunfelder and Ethan Tazarek. Grunfelder, the number 4 seed for Napoleon, at 133 has the takedown with 39 seconds remaining in the first period. He's up 3-0 over Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgley Combe. And mat number 3, that's Gabe Clifton for Carrington against Elijah Ramos of Killdeer. Man, that's another tough matchup at 139. Non-winners out of the tournament here between Gabe Clifton and Elijah Ramos of Killdeer. Elijah last year, state qualifier and also a state place winner in 23, placed 6th at the state tournament. So Gabe Clifton cutting his teeth in his New Salem East-West tournament, his first 2 matches.
152-pound spear of Kenmere, Daly
And here it is, Sawyer Owens in the top position, trying to work a cradle, has a crossface on Zach Spain. And that's the end of the first period over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Ethan Tazarek and Brooks Grunfelder. Grunfelder at the start in the bottom position. He reaches back and grabs the head on Tazarek. Has the head and arm locked up, and the official has a good look at it here. Tazarek trying to scramble out. No, so they wave off the reversal. No reversal on mat number 2 as Tazarek back in position. Grunfelder was able to catch the head on Tazarek, but not able to use the move. And 6-1's the score. Wrestlers out for a restart with a minute 43 remaining in the second period on mat number 1 between Sawyer Owens and Zachary Spain of Bishop Ryan. Owens, the junior, 38-1. His lone loss of the season coming to Colton Griebel of Valley City last week at the Storehog Wrestling Tournament. Griebel wrestling up from 133. Ranked number 1 in Class A. 206 career wins after that win at the Storehog against Sawyer Owens for Colton Griebel. And a clasping violation. So 1 point going over to Owens. 7-1 after a technical violation for clasping by Zachary Spain of Minot Bishop. Of Minot Bishop Ryan. And mat return. And Sawyer kind of got those hips out and away as he landed on the mat. Just couldn't hit the standing switch as he was going down to the mat. So had to force to come back around and restart. Now he's up to his feet over the top on Zachary Spain, trying to score with 50 seconds remaining in the second period. Has the crossface locked up in the back ankle caught. And looks like blood time. So we do have blood time over on mat number 1 with Sawyer Owens up 7-1 over Zachary Spain, Minot Bishop Ryan. And then mat number 2, Ethan Tazarek, Brooks Grunfelder. Grunfelder hangs on to the 3-0 lead. So 3-0 lead for Brooks Grunfelder. Wrestlers in the neutral position, start of the third period. Grunfelder has the underhook on the near side. Tazarek with the over, kind of inside tie. Goes to the wrist on the far side. Wrestlers working head position, a little bit of hand control, getting through that head hands of defense. Has minute 30 remaining. Grunfelder with the opening takedown, took the 3-0 lead. Went scoreless in the second. Back to the neutral position, underhook by Grunfelder. Has the head buried into the pocket on Tazarek. Tazarek kind of snapped down there, went underneath, now stands back up. Back into position on the restart after the blood time on mat number 1. Sawyer Owens in the bottom position. Spain chops at the arm on Owens. Owens posts the outside leg, now stands up. Spain dropped back down to the ankle on Owens, returns him down to the mat. Owens once again trying to power up. Spain continuing to ride that ankle. So we saw earlier in the match where the wrestler was riding that ankle like that and was dinged with a stall warning fairly quick. Here's Tazarek and Grunfelder. They're going to scramble. It's still 3-0. Grunfelder going to try to stick in the double boots on Tazarek. Tazarek has Grunfelder on his hip. Final 25 seconds. And the 3-point takedown for Ethan Tazarek on mat number 2. We're tied up at 3 in the quarterfinal match at 133. Down to 15 seconds. Grunfelder has the head down in the mat. Posts the outside leg, tripods up. Tazarek catches him in the cradle. Grunfelder steps out on the edge of the mat. Final 5 seconds. Tazarek has the leg on Grunfelder. And Grunfelder not able to free up the leg. Now, sudden victory. So we've had a few overtime matches. Hadn't really seen this in previous tournaments with all the overtime, but We've had a number of them already at the in the first round and all the quarterfinals of the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Sudden victory overtime, tied up at 3. Ethan Tazaric for Ellendale Edgeley Combe, trying to put one into the quarterfinals for the Thunder. Or I should say in the semifinals. Grunfelder already has teammate Logan Feist down at 112 pounds into the semis. Down to 30 seconds. Broncos going 2 for 2 in the quarters now with Noah Anderson winning by fall, along with teammate Gavin Robertson at 133 pounds. So Broncos put in semifinalists at 127, 133. Grunfelder, Tazaric doubles up on Grunfelder on the edge of the mat. 3 points, and that does it. Sudden victory for Ethan Tazaric over Brooks Grunfelder. Tazaric into the semifinals, upsets the number 4 seed Brooks Grunfelder of Napoleon in sudden victory overtime. That should be the number 4 matchup. Always good matchup between the 5 and 4 seed. Here's a rematch for Cruz Ranke. A tough quarterfinal matchup for either wrestler. On mat number 2 between Ranke and Allwander. Zane Allwander getting the better of Ranke at the Storehog Wrestling Tournament. Ranke did have the lead, I think, into the third period, and Allwander ended up catching Ranke and pinned him. So the wrestlers checked in on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Owens still 7-1 with Zachary Spain. Down to 15 seconds remaining. And Clifton and Ramos tied up at 5 apiece in the back room. Looks like they're going to sudden victory. And that did go final. We'll see who pulled out the win in that back room. They were tied up at 5 apiece in the third period with the final seconds on the clock. Here's Ranke and Allwander. Rematch from that Storehog tournament. Allwander coming out on top. He's a senior, 23 and 12. Ranke, a freshman, 25 and 9. Both returning state place winners. Allwander, a little taller, has the height advantage on Ranke. He'll use that length with the legs in the arms, leg rides and cradles, along with that guillotine on Allwander. Sawyer Owens into the semifinal. Sawyer Owens into the semifinals for Hillsborough Central Valley at 139. And Jagger Sand, Kyler Shaleski out there. Shaleski up 3-0 in the first period. Ranke and Allwander still on their feet with a minute remaining. Allwander holds the center of the mat. Ranke to the outside. Ranke ties a little elbow pass. Still scoreless in the first. Here's Shaleski working for some near fall on Sand. Jagger Sand last year for EK placed 6th at 127 pounds. Shaleski working him over currently with some near fall. Ranke dives in, single leg shot on Allwander, who takes a step back. Allwander changes level. Ranke has the arm tied up. Down to 29 seconds over on mat number 1. Or excuse me, mat 2. Ranke and Allwander. Body locked by Ranke. Ranke has the double unders. He's going to step into Allwander. And Allwander trying to counter. Ranke was in deep. On mat number 2, they're back to the center for a restart. Final 16 seconds. Shaleski has Sand. The leg turked on the backside. Works the arm and the wrist. Going to try to dig that out. Hammerlock behind the back. He has a 7-0 lead. Here's Allwander and Ranke. The final seconds tick off the clock. They're scoreless going into the second period. Ranke choice. He'll defer to Allwander. Allwander chooses bottom on Ranke. So mat number 3, 145-pound action. Leo Lamore has a 7-0 lead over Jacob Murphy of Killdeer at 145 pounds. That's the start of the second period. 1 point escape right away for Zane Allender on Cruz Ranky. Ranky working a Russian tie, has the arm controlled by Allender. Allender now breaks the hold of Ranky. Ranky back to the wrist and the arm on Allender. Trying to pull it in tight. Allender goes to the elbow pass, follows it up with a shot on Ranky. Takes him to the edge. Ranky has double unders, goes to the front headlock on Allender. Allender trying to turn the corner. I should say Ranky trying to turn the corner, and Allender working underneath on Ranky. Ranky catches the ankle, working the edge of the mat. Allender, little mat awareness, goes underneath on Ranky. Arm spin. Ranky catches Allender. Has Allender caught on the edge of the mat. Ranky working for a pin. Ranky with his foot inbounds, picks up near fall. Allender is going to scramble off, but Ranky with 3 near fall in the takedown. Goes up 6-1 on Zane Allender. Still a lot of time left in this one. 56 seconds remaining in the second period, but Ranky takes the 6-1 lead. Allender quickly up to his feet on Ranky. Now 6-2. Ranky has the 4-point lead. Here's Shaleski up 10-0. So Shaleski up 10-0. We will break away depending on who's on the mats after this matchup here between Cruz Ranky and Zane Allender. Now final 30 seconds of our second period. Wrestlers break apart. Allender takes a shot on Ranky. Ranky goes over the top. Ranky's able to catch Allender on the edge for the takedown and 3 near fall. Kept his toes in. Good man awareness by Cruz Ranky. Ranky goes to isolate the far arm on Allender. Final 10 seconds. Ranky is going to try to keep Allender from scoring at the end of the period, as that can be devastating and change the momentum real quick. Ranky hanging on to the arm on Allender. Ranky will choose neutral, or should choose neutral. I would choose, Ranky chooses bottom. Allender's tough on top. Not sure if I would do it, but he's going to go underneath on Zane Allender. Allender will rip those legs into your arm out of your socket when he has the chance. Allender is going to go. He's going to try to pass that leg through Ranky. Fighting underneath. Allender sticks in the leg on Ranky. Going to try to isolate that arm, going to his move, that guillotine. Ranky was able to catch that arm on Allender. They're still fighting underneath. Allender with the leg in. Ranky's able to catch that arm and isolate it on Allender. Final minute 30 on the clock. Ranky's up 6-2. Stalemate called. No stalemate. Yep, stalemate with a minute 31. Ranky underneath. So 6-2. Ranky has the 4-point lead. He's in the bottom position. Minute 27 on the clock. Allender on top, black singlet, white trim down the slide. Ranky stands up on Allender. He's going to let him go. Now 7-2, 5 points lead for Cruz Ranky. Ranky just has to be smart on his feet. Allender's really going to press the pace or push the pace on his feet now with Ranky. Ranky just has to weather the storm as he's up by 5. He can wrestle down underneath on Allender. And Shaleski's up 10-0. They're in the third period, minute 10 on the clock. Now under a minute remaining. Ranky has a front headlock on Allender. Allender's going to try to dump Ranky. Ranky still working, head in the hole on Allender. Down to 45 seconds. Here's Ranky. Allender trying to pass the elbow and drag out from underneath. Allender stands up. Ranky works underneath, ties up that arm on Allender. Allender and Ranky going at it. Ranky drops down to a single leg. Allender steps around behind Ranky. Now 7-4. Allender and Ranky go out, and 1-point escape for Cruz Ranky. 3-point takedown ties it up. 18 seconds remaining. Here's Ranky and Allender. Final 18 seconds. Ranky has to weather the storm. He's up by 3. Allender will reset. Trying to pass the elbow, down to 10 seconds. Allender on a headlock on Ranky. Ranky backs up. Double unders. Ranky on top, secures it. And that'll do it. As Cruz Ranky will advance to the semifinals for the Broncos. He's your winner, 11-5 over Zane Allender. As I expect to see that matchup 2 or 3 more times yet this season. But Ranky taking this one by decision, 11-5. And with that, we will step away, bottom of the hour break on yourliveevent.com. We'll come back for that Bank North scoreboard update and our Olson Accounting recap. This is yourliveevent.com.
Transform your home with Central City Lumber, your one-stop shop for all your home improvement needs. From showplace cabinets, stylish flooring, and Valspar paint, they have everything you need to bring your vision to life. Their expert team is here to help you choose the perfect materials and provide expert advice for your project. Plus, they build custom portable homes that can be moved anywhere in North Dakota. Visit Central City Lumber in Carrington today and see why they're the go-to destination for home improvement. Stop by and let's get started on your next project. Central City Lumber, quality you can build on.
At Sendak Cooperative, we are proud to be your trusted full-service grain, agronomy, and energy choice for our communities in central North Dakota. For all of your grain, agronomy, and energy decisions, they are proud to support our local farmers and communities we work and live in. With our state-of-the-art facilities and dedicated team, we ensure your farming operation will be looked at with care and efficiency. Whether you're looking for marketing decisions, agronomy needs, fuel for your operation, or a hot cup of coffee at their C-stores, Sendak Cooperative has you covered. Visit them online at sendakcooperative.com to learn more about how they can serve you. Sendak Cooperative, proud to serve our communities in central North Dakota.
Central Pharmacy is here to care for your whole health. With locations in Carrington and New Rockford, we offer comprehensive health screenings, including blood pressure checks, diabetes monitoring, and immunizations. Our expert team also provides complete medication reviews to ensure you're on the right track. At Central Pharmacy, we have everything you need for your health and living needs. Experience top-notch pharmacy services with a personal touch. Visit Central Pharmacy today, where your health is our priority. Central Pharmacy in Carrington and New Rockford. Your health, our mission.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations in Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In our community, we're dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy and strong. At CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, we offer top-tier care for everyone, including our local athletes. From routine checkups to specialized sports medicine, performance are our top priorities. Dedicated to you and our athletes. Visit chistalexiushealth.org or call 701-652-2515 to learn more. CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, where care meets commitment.
At Carrington Public Schools, their mission is empowering our students for the future. You can visit their website, carrington.k12.nd.us, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Cardinals pride with student updates and events with Carrington Public Schools. Carrington Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Cardinals. Learn more at carrington.k12.nd.us.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Hey, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com as we're here for day one coverage into our quarterfinal rounds at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Take a look at your Bank North scoreboard, and you're still too early to call team race. And we do have a new leader in the tournament as the Lisbon Broncos with 52.5 points in the number one spot, followed by New Salem Almont with 44.5. Henninger Scranton in third with 32. Bowman County in fourth with 31. Velva in fifth place with 29.5 points. Sixth place is Stanley at 28. Tied for seventh there, Kildare and Oaks with 24.5 points each. Ninth place is Ellendale Edgeley Culm with 24. And in 10th place, three teams tied up with 23.5 points with Carrington, Napoleon, and Northern Lights. That is your Bank North scoreboard update on YourLiveEvent.com. As we will turn now to our Olson Accounting recap, get into our semifinalists this far in the tournament. As I believe we left off at 121 pounds during our previous break. As we do have all of our semifinalists now for 121 pounds. That's Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights, Cole Mogren of Kemmerer Bullbills, Burke Central, Josh Turnus of Beulah Hazen, and Hayes Weinberger, your semifinalists at 121. 127-pound semifinalists, Noah Anderson of the Broncos, Riley Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton, Cohen Bell of Stanley, and Charlie Irwin of New Salem Almont. 133-pound semifinalists, Gavin Robertson of Lisbon, Cutter Rondock, Bowman County, Ethan Tazarek, Ellendale Edgeley Culm, and Jack Bombach of Kildare are your semifinalists at 133. And 139, as we still have a 139 quarterfinal match out there on mat number 2. But your current semifinalists, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley, Cruz Ranke of Lisbon, Kyler Shaleski of Henninger Scranton, and then this matchup out here, the winner of this into the semifinals on mat number 2. And that's Jace Duffy of Lemoore and Brexton Yanish of Velva. Yanish has the 12-2 lead over Duffy. That's in the third period. Duffy, an explosive wrestler in his own right. Don't count him out of a match till time's off the clock. But 12-2 is your score. That's in the third period. Duffy not in the state tournament lineup last year for Lemoore. He's a senior, 19-9. Yanish, I want to say, is a returning state qualifier, state place winner for Velva. I just lost my second sheet on my my cheat sheet notes. I'm going to have to find that tonight. And technical violation, fleeing off the mat, looks like going against Yanish. Or excuse me, that one's against, yeah, that went against Yanish. So 12-3, 9-point lead now for Brexton Yanish as he's called for fleeing the mat. And action goes out to the edge. Yanish in on a double leg shot on Duffy. And motion continued off the edge of the mat on mat number 2. Mat number 1, we're tied up at 1 apiece with Case Sounder Brock Johnson, 145 pounds. Winner of this match goes into the semifinals on mat number 1. Same with mat number 2. We're still looking for that fourth semifinalist at 139 pounds between Yanish and Duffy. 12-6 your score, or excuse me, 13-6 takedown by Duffy. Final 35 seconds. Duffy's going to go elevator. Gets Yanish, throws him over to his back, and here's Jace Duffy. I just said don't count him out, and he does it and win by fall for Jace Duffy into the semifinals over Brexton Yanish at 139 pounds. Don't count the man out. And Jace Duffy for Lemoore into the semis. He's your fourth semifinalist at 139 pounds. So your semifinalists at 139 are now Sawyer Owens, Cruz Renke, Kyler Schlesty, and Lemoore's Jace Duffy. And Griffin Greenlee, Bryce Schneider renewing their match. These two last time had a good matchup. Returning state place winner here, Bryce Schneider of Napoleon against Griffin Greenlee of the Broncos. I just feel like this is one of those matches that'll close the gap every time they go out there. That's your quarterfinal matchup here, 145 pounds, between Greenlee of Lisbon and Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. So that did conclude your Olson Accounting recap after that semifinal victory by Jace Duffy, as we have our semifinalists up to 139 pounds. Schneider catches Greenlee. Greenlee gets those hips back up. Schneider had the high crotch fireman's, dumped Greenlee down to his hips. Greenlee able to get back up to his feet and gets the restart. Case Allender now up 4-1 on Brock Johnson on mat number 1, trying to make it into the semifinals at 145 for the Tornadoes. Brother Zane Allender went down to Cruz Renke in the quarterfinals. Now that's another shot by Schneider in on Greenlee. Greenlee gives up the takedown to Schneider. Schneider has the half Nelson on Greenlee. He's going to roll through, catches the leg. Here's Greenlee, hip heights back around, has Schneider kind of pickled up, and the reversal coming for Greenlee. 3-2's the score. Schneider scores first, has the 1-point lead over Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee and Schneider working hand control underneath. Schneider inside leg, pods up. Greenlee cuts him loose. 4-2's the score. Greenlee on a double leg shot. Schneider down blocks. And Schneider in on another double leg. Greenlee's going to try to elevate it here. Schneider in on the single. Greenlee has the under on the near side. Schneider locks up Greenlee over the top, pulls out the takedown in the near fall, working for the pin and another elevator. We just saw that out of Jace Duffy. And Jace Duffy was able to win by fall and get into the semifinals. Greenlee locks it up. He's up 8-4 now. These two trading notes, Duffy and Greenlee. Now 2 minutes on the clock. Greenlee explodes now with the 4-point lead. As the official looks like we have blood time. Just as Greenlee kind of picks up the momentum, we have some type of break here. Blood time or something on mat number 2. So the official takes care of the blood on mat 2. Not sure what it was. So the momentum by Greenlee now off the break by the official. Kind of takes that away. 8-4, 4-point lead for Greenlee. Schneider stands up. Greenlee's trying to catch him in the cradle. Drops down to the leg on Schneider. Gets him back down. Schneider working for the escape. Now a 3-point lead. 8-5's the score between Greenlee and Schneider. Minute 45. Schneider able to recover during that break. Stands up right away and another single leg shot. Greenlee just kind of giving him that leg. Goes down to the shin whizzer. Schneider's going to elevate this and shelf it. Greenlee's got to watch out, catches and scramble. And roll through by Schneider. Greenlee's going to catch him on his hip. Schneider still in the scramble position with Greenlee, who has him cradled up. 3-point takedown for Greenlee. He has the cradle locked up. See if he can go ahead in the hole and crunch this down. It's pretty tight. And Greenlee now has the 11-5 lead on Bryce Schneider. Greenlee goes claw right on Schneider. Schneider trying to pass the wrist underneath. He stands up. Greenlee hasn't had much luck keeping him down. Now 11-6, down by 5 is Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. And mat number 1, 145. That's Carrington's Nick Garber up 7-0 over Braylon Herman of Northern Lights. Garber at 145 pounds, having a great second half of this season. Just dominant so far that I've seen at 145. Goes armbar on Herman. Going to walk this around, has Herman going to his back, working for the fall at 145 on mat number 1. It's in the second period, Garber up 9-0. And Greenlee gets Schneider down, turns the corner. Greenlee's really turned it on now, up 14-6, has the 8-point lead. Final 20 seconds of the period, Greenlee's going to drop down on Schneider. And 1-point escape for Schneider now. 14-7 is the lead, 7-point lead for Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee trying to shake out the hand. Garber's up 13-0 on mat number 1. Schneider in on a single leg shot. They go off the mat. Final second. There's 1 second left. And they're going to call the end of the period, it looks like. So 14-7. Greenlee chooses bottom position on Schneider. Let's see what Schneider has for Greenlee in the top position. And that does it. And Nick Garber into the semifinals for Carrington at 145. Technical decision, 17-0. Dominant over Braylon Herman of Northern Lights. Greenlee in the bottom position on the restart. Mat number 2. Schneider works underneath, going to try to Turk the leg on Greenlee. Greenlee countering out, has the hips turned away. Schneider really working the leg, trying to Turk it on Greenlee. As he works underneath, now Greenlee able to get the hands free. Greenlee takes a look at the clock, minute 30. He has the 7-point lead. Schneider goes claw ride, trying to break down Greenlee underneath Warren for stalling. Down to minute 20 remaining. Now Schneider works over the top on Greenlee, has the cradle locked up. Greenlee counter and grabs the wrist underneath. Just kind of hunkered down. A minute 9 on the clock. Greenlee and Schneider. Schneider still working underneath. Greenlee kind of content to stay there. Down to 58 seconds remaining. Look for the official to ding Greenlee again here if he doesn't try to clear the hips. Schneider goes half Nelson on Greenlee. Greenlee's going to roll through on Schneider. Kind of hits, let's call it a quasi Granby. Greenlee's just got to lay low here on Schneider. 15-7. Not lock up, go upper body. Down to 37 seconds remaining here. Griffin Greenlee and Bryce Schneider. 15-7 your score, 37 seconds remaining. Greenlee trying to make it into the semifinals for the Broncos. Double leg shot here for Schneider. Now 15-10. Catches Greenlee. So Schneider was able to roll Greenlee over on the edge of the mat. And 2 near fall now. 19 seconds remaining. Greenlee trying to coast, but this isn't going to work against Schneider. Schneider's motivated. 15-12. Final 19 seconds here for Greenlee. You got her trying to wrestle all 3 periods. Schneider catches Greenlee on the edge of the mat, throws into his back. Now up 3-point lead. Another warning for stalling by Greenlee just off the whistle. Not sure, that became pretty quick. The official just looking to throw the stalling. Greenlee rolls through. Schneider runs out of time, and Greenlee into the semifinals. So Griffin Greenlee into the semifinals. Broncos so far having a good run into the quarters, going into the semis. Bryce Schneider, returning state place winner, gives Greenlee a handful every time they go out. Like I said, match just keeps getting closer. And mat number 2, Corbin Clifton out there now for Carrington, wrestling Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County.
In the hole on mat number 2, 160 pounds. Maddox Campbell of Belva, Sawyer Knoll of Bowman County. In the hole, mat number 2.
See, Corbin last year, 138-pound state champion for Carrington, out here 152 pounds. They're trying to get that motor going, as he's had first part of the season not in the lineup. He's out here at the East-West Wrestling Tournament looking for those matchups. He's up 3-0, returning state champion from last year. There's Miles Seal, just Trenton Klatt, 152. Klatt has the 4-0 lead on Miles Theelgis. Theelgis in the bottom position, minute remaining in the second period. That's on mat number 1. Theelgis in the blue singlet, white trim, in the bottom position. Klatt now 7-0. And more near fall coming by way for Corbin Clifton on Jeremiah Schmidt. He'll have 4 near fall. He's going to work for the pin. He's going to take those arms, stretch them out. A lot of pressure on this left shoulder. Clifton's going to sit through. Left shoulder up just by a little bit. And in the back room, 152, Cade Mueller and Austin Middlestead. That's a win by fall for Corbin Clifton into the semifinals at 152. And mat number 3, that was Cade Mueller, Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Austin Middlestead of Buell and Hazen. Mueller has the 6-4 lead for Hillsborough with 40 seconds remaining in the second period. And now Eli Lyons for the Broncos out there. Or excuse me, Ryan Eng for the Broncos out against Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby. Junior and Ryan Eng, returning state place winner Zachmeyer, senior for rugby. At 152 pounds. Mueller for Hillsborough Central Valley now with the 9-4 lead over Austin Middlestead of Beulah Hazen. Eng working underneath on Zachmeyer. Miles Steele, just Trenton Klatt in a stalemate on mat number 1. So Thiel just on the restart. Klatt down on a single leg. Nice shot on the restart. Gets down low on Thiel just trying to scramble through with the funk roll. Passes the leg. Going to try to come out now the back door on on Klatt, but Klatt stacks him up and gets the 3-point takedown. 10-0 is the score on mat number 1 between Trent Klatt and New Salem Almont, senior at 8-1, wrestling Miles Steele, just a kindred sophomore, 27-8. Klatt up 10-0 on mat number 1 with 1:05 remaining in the third period. And mat number 252 pounds, Eng and Zachmeyer still scoreless. Working through head and hands as now Ryan Eng goes to isolate that left arm on Bailey Zachmeyer. Goes into the Russian time. Zachmeyer comes up underneath the head on Eng. Eng still works the Russian tides, now backs out, goes to the center of the mat. 20 seconds remaining in the first period, still scoreless on mat number 2. And Mueller wins by a fall over Middlestead. We got a scramble at the end of the period, 12 seconds remaining. Wrestlers back up to their feet on mat 2. So that was Mueller, winner by fall. He remains in the tournament at 152 for Hillsborough Central Valley. In mat number 3, Gage Mutterman, Stanley, Stone Stadheim of Hettinger Scranton, 3-0 lead for Stadheim on mat number 3 at 160 pounds. And going into the second period at 152, Eng in the bottom position against Bailey Zachmeyer of rugby. So Eng working underneath, doing a little hand fighting. Turns the hips, trying to clear this wrist over the top. Zachmeyer with a deep waist right in. Eng's going to isolate. Going to try to hit an arm spin here. Catch Zachmeyer a little bit high. Now he passes the wrist, turns the hips away. Goes fireman's carry into a reversal as he throws Zachmeyer over his head. And Eng still working in now in the top position. Has the 2-0 lead over Bailey Zachmeyer. Goes to work on the arm and the wrist. Goes for that arm lever. Puts that forehead right in the back of the tricep and grabs that wrist, and he'll twist the arm with that forehead in the back of the tricep. Goes hammerlock over the back. Still trying to get control underneath. Zachmeyer doing a good job of hand fighting. Now hammerlock here for Eng. Eng goes underneath, going to try to go around the world. He locks up this wrist underneath the arm. Has 41 seconds to work this pinning combination. Zachmeyer trying to counter. Eng's going to go over out front. Going to try to chin whip him. Zachmeyer to his feet, and a potentially dangerous called. Zachmeyer with the strong hips. 30 seconds remaining. Eng has the 2-0 lead. Placed 6th at the state tournament last year, Ryan Eng. Mat number 1, your quarterfinal match between Zade Heyer of Oaks, the junior, 16-10, Carson Hildre of Velva. Hildre is senior, 35-0, returning state place winner. Zade Heyer junior for Oaks, 18-10 record. Heyer last year placed 7th at the state tournament at 152. Back here for another run at 152. Here's Eng and Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer trying to score at the end of the period. Eng hangs on underneath, and a 1-point escape given to Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer chooses neutral with Eng. So at the start of our third period, 2-1 lead for Ryan Eng over Bailey Zachmeyer. Hildre working for a fall on Zade Heyer of Oaks. Hildre up over the top, north-south, has the head scoop in the arm. Right shoulder up just by a little bit. Final 5 seconds of this first period. And Carson Hildre for Velva working for the pin. Doesn't get it as Zade Heyer holds him off and gets into the second period, down 7-0. Zachmeyer out in front on Eng on mat number 2 in the front headlock position. Eng just kind of hunkered down there, grabs the arm. Zachmeyer has head in the hole and a stalemate called. As here's Eng with some equipment malfunction as he has to take off the headgear, readjust them. Ryan with the 2-1 lead at 152 pounds, trying to join his teammates into the semifinals. Has to go over and see the coaches for the equipment adjustment, working with that face mask. And taking a shot to the nose at the Store Hog in that championship match. As we are at the top of the hour, ready for a break, but we'll keep it here. As long as the YLE Year Live event covered wrestlers are on the mat. Our next matchup on mat number 1 is Eli Lyons for the Broncos and Max Chibatranu of Carrington. On mat number 1, that's coming up after the Zade Heyer Carson Hildre mat. Right now, Hildre for Velva has the 9-0 lead in the second period. We're in the third period with 54 seconds remaining between Ryan Eng and Bailey Zachmeyer. Eng drops down on Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer with some strong hips. He's had a lot of hard time getting through that defense on Bailey Zachmeyer. Zachmeyer controlling the arms, has an over on Ryan. See if Ryan drops down to a high crotch there. Zachmeyer coming into Eng with a lot of momentum. He drops down to the high crotch, and he's going to try it, but Zachmeyer controls the arm. Ryan still trying to reach in there and hit that high crotch. 2-1 lead. Zachmeyer still pushing on Eng. Eng's going to drop down. Zachmeyer trying to turn the corner. Eng goes double unders. Now drops down to a single on the edge of the mat. Final 13 seconds between Zachmeyer and Ryan Eng. Now 11 seconds remaining. 2-1's the score between Bailey Zachmeyer and Ryan Eng. We'll see if Eng can outlast Zachmeyer. Eng's going to drop down. Zachmeyer's looking for a throw on Eng. Final 5 seconds. Here's Zhang holding on underneath on Zachmeyer, and he'll get into the semis 2-1 here for Ryan Eng over Bailey Zachmeyer. Into the semifinals for the Broncos at 152. So Ryan Eng into the semifinals. And now Eli Lyons steps on the mat after Carson Hildre into the semifinals for Velva. Winner over Zaid Heyer of Oaks at 152. Number 1 seeded wrestler in the tournament, Eli Lyons, Max Chibaturano of Carrington. We'll wrestle it out to see who makes it into the semis at 160. Lyons up over the top, kind of the front headlock position on Chibaturano, who drops down to the leg on Lyons. Our other quarterfinal match at 160, Maddox Campbell, Velva, Sawyer Knoll, Bowman County. Sawyer Knoll for Bowman County last year placed 5th at the state tournament. Campbell, returning state place winner for Velva. Campbell has Knoll with the 3-point takedown. Here's Lyons in a scramble with Chibaturano with 1:07 remaining in the first period. He has Chibaturano on his hip, just has to get both arms around. Now a 3-point takedown for Lyons. So Eli Lyons wearing the green. Lyons with the green leg band has a 3-0 lead over Max Chibaturano of Carrington. Chibaturano, a senior, 33-11. Lyons for the Broncos, a junior at 28-3. Lyons doubles up on Max Chibaturano. He hooks up, going to go around the world, comes out front, and called potentially dangerous. Saw that out of Ryan Eng, too. But called potentially dangerous as Chibaturano stands up to his feet. Eng forced to go back down to the mat. Or, excuse me, Lyons forced to go back down to the mat, but potentially dangerous call before he could get down there. And now a scramble between Maddox Campbell, Sawyer Knoll, 3-1 at the end of the period, and a scramble. These two going at it on mat number 2. Campbell picked up a quick takedown, but Knoll been scrambling the whole time since then. 3-1 is the score. Going into the second period right away, Campbell off the whistle, another quick shot on Sawyer Knoll. Catches Knoll a little flat-footed. Knoll able to turn the corner and grab the ankle on Maddox Campbell. Knoll in a good position to score. Campbell does the right thing here and elevates up over the top, cracks down Sawyer Knoll onto his hip. Chibaturano and Lyons, 3-0 the score. Lyons has double unders on Chibaturano, who's going to try to throw Lyons. Lyons catches him. It'd be hard to win that throwing contest. And a quick pin in the second period now for Eli Lyons. If you're going to try to throw Eli, good luck. All right, that's a winner by fall is Eli Lyons for the Broncos over Max Chibaturano into the semifinals. The Broncos have put semifinalists or wrestlers into the semifinals from 133 through 160. And we'll see who's coming up. Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgerly Combe in the quarterfinals at 160, wrestling Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central. In this match between Sawyer Knoll and Maddox Campbell. That's 4-3 in the second period. And then mat number 372 between Bennett Geisler of Ellendale Edgerly Combe and Hayden Tormalen of Killdeer. 3-0 lead for Tormalen in the first period. This is your live event. Brent Dick broadcasting from the Stockgrowers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School gymnasium. He will step away and take a word from our sponsors and come back to you for more action from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Dakota Growers Pasta Company of Carrington turns premium local durum wheat into a variety of mouth-watering pasta. From classic spaghetti to rich, hearty lasagna, their expert team crafts every shape and flavor with care. Their commitment to quality means you're getting pasta made with the finest local ingredients. Taste the difference that local durum wheat makes. For more information, visit 8avpasta.com and join them in celebrating the art of pasta making right in our community. Buen appetito!
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
You don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance Shelby and the staff at Gullison Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency.
Hey there,
we're here
to invite you
to join First Community Credit Union.
FCCU is the proud partner of the University of North Dakota Athletics.
FCCU is here to coach you
through every financial play.
No turnovers.
Only buckets.
When you join FCCU, you get the full UND experience.
Enjoy our exclusive
UND credit and debit cards.
So come see why.
Life is better with community at First Community Credit Union.
And welcome back, YourLiveEvent.com. At the conclusion of that match, on mat number 2 between Mattis Campbell, Sawyer Knoll. Knoll didn't know that he was behind. He thought he had the lead, and he was just kind of hanging out on the bottom. But he loses by 1 point to Mattis Campbell of Velva. So Knoll kind of caught off guard at the end of the period. He was just hanging out, thinking he had the lead. Not really pressing that position, that scramble position at the end. And he drops that quarterfinal match 7-6 to Mattis Campbell of Velva. So that's return to action here on YourLiveEvent.com 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. A look at your Bank North scoreboard. At the team points up on your Bank North scoreboard, the Lisbon Broncos in first place with 69.5 points. New Salem Almont in second with 50.5. Velva in third place, 43.5 points. Carrington in fourth at 39, followed by Hettinger Scranton in fifth at 38. Sixth place is the Oaks Tornadoes, 31.5 points. Bowman County in seventh with 31 points. Eighth place Stanley, 28. Ninth place Kildare, 27.5 points. And rounding out the top 10 is Napoleon with 24.5 points. Here at your New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, as we are in our quarterfinals. Up now at 160 pounds. In 172, we have Riley Lucina out here wrestling number 1 seed Drew Zwack. And we will go through your Olson Accounting recap. That's olsoncpa.com for all your tax and accounting needs with your Olson Accounting recap. And we will continue on with our semifinalists, as we did leave off at that 139 pounds. After our last break, we were waiting for that 4 semifinalists at 139, and your semifinalists now at 139 are Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley, Cruz Ranke of Lisbon, Kyler Schlesty of Hettinger, and Jace Duffy of Lemoore. And at 145, your semifinalists are Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon, William Cook of Kenmare Bull Bells, Case Allender of Oaks, and Nick Garber of Carrington. Semifinalists at 145, 152-pound semifinalists. Ryan Ang of the Lisbon Broncos, Corbin Clifton of Carrington, Trenton Klatt of New Salem Almont, and Carson Hildry of Velva. 152-pound semifinalists. We're up here at 160. Still a couple, or at least one more match to go out there with Mason Weigel. But your 160-pound semifinalist, Eli Lyons of Lisbon, Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bull Bells, Matt Campbell in that 1-point win over Knoll of Bowman County at 160 pounds, your other semifinalist. Then the winner on mat number 2 will be your 4th semifinalist at 160 pounds. This is your Olson Accounting recap. So your match between Mason Weigel and Gavin Enwich will be your 4th semifinalist. The winner of that. Right now, Weigel has the 3-2 lead. Wrestlers scramble out. That's in the second period, minute 38 on the clock. And Zwack has 6-2 lead on Lucina. Lucina doing a good job. Now another 3-point takedown. 9-2 is the score. Let's call this a little bit of learning here for Lucina. And if you can catch Zwack in a position, might as well go for it. Now 172-pound quarterfinal action on mat number 1. Back in the consolation round room, mat number 3, Max Bachnes, Hillsborough Central Valley, taking on Jacob Potasic of Oaks. 6-0 lead for Potasic. That's the freshman, and Potasic taking on the sophomore, Max Bachnes of Hillsborough Central Valley. Potasic up 6-0 in the second period. Potasic in the top position. Start of the second period. Zwack with the throw on Lucina, takes him over to his back, gets the takedown and near fall. 17-2 with the 4-point near fall on the pin for Drew Zwack over Riley Lucina at 172 pounds. The senior against the 8th grader. The up-and-comer against the veteran at 172. And also state champion in Drew Zwack. That was a result on mat number 1, Zwack over Lucina by fall. And Weigel and Gavin Enwich. Weigel turns the corner on Enwich. He gets his 3-point takedown. Kind of a late call by the official. Not sure what he was looking at, but Weigel sat there and looked up at the official. Finally got around there and called the takedown. Enwich now has the leg as they scramble at the end of the period. 6-2 is the score in favor of Mason Weigel. Napoleon over Gavin Enwich in New Salem Almont. That's going into the third period. They're going neutral position. Weigel with the blue singlet, gold back. Or I should say gold and white back. He has a 6-2 lead over Gavin Enwich of New Salem Almont. Weigel, returning state place winner, placed 5th at the state tournament. And Gavin Enwich, returning state place winner at 160 pounds, placed 8th at the state tournament. Here's Enwich in on a single leg shot on Weigel. He's going to elevate this. Weigel with the whizzer. He's going to try to take this back into the pinning combination. And he has Enwich on his back in a pinning combination. Those shoulders are flat for about a half a second. So Weigel turns the corner and now explodes to a 10-point lead, up 12-2 over Gavin Enwich. Enwich hits the roll on Weigel. Weigel's going to roll through. He's got to give up position, scramble. Enwich back on top, 12-4. He's up by 8. Here's Mason Weigel on mat number 2. Enwich goes inside cradle, scoops the head, has the leg in to try to push head in the hole, but Weigel hunting around the backside. Now Enwich over the top, works the power half on the far side. And teammate Brock Norton in a battle with Callan Garber at 172 pounds. 6-3 is the score for Brock Norton over Callan Garber in the first period with 16 seconds remaining in the first on mat number 1. And Norton has Garber going over on his hip, picks up some swipes at the end of the period. So he's getting back points. As Rich Vogel, I would say, backers. But 6-3 now, 10 or more near fall. 10-3 is the score on mat number 1, 172 pounds. Quarterfinal match.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole, mat number 3, 215 pounds. Kirby Freeman, Carrington. J.J. Haggard of Oaks.
So that's Weigel over Enwich. Gets into the semifinals at 160. So he's your 4th semifinalist at 160 pounds. So that's Eli Lyons of Lisbon, Lincoln Spear, Kenmare Bullbills, Maddox Campbell of Elva, and Mason Weigel of Napoleon, your semifinalist at 160 pounds. And that was Olson Accounting recap with the addition of Mason Weigel into the semifinals at 160. Here, Norton and Garber. 10-3 the score. Over on mat number 1, Brock Norton still in the lead. Has Garber broke belly down. Callan Garber, a senior for Carrington, 18-3. Garber last year placed 5th at the state tournament. Brock Norton for New Salem. Not sure if I already went over this. Norton placed 4th at the state tournament last year at 172 pounds. Tanner Mengi takes on Cale Hebel of Lemoore. This should be a good matchup. Hebel has the early 3-1 lead against Tanner Mengi at 172 pounds. Hebel, a senior for Lemoore. Tanner Mengi, a freshman for Kindred. 31-6 record for Mengi. 7-1 for Hebel, coming back after the winter break. And mat number 3, 189 consolation round match around the corner in the back room. Bowman County's Jace Geets, a freshman, taking on Clayton Hines of New Salem Almont. Junior, 6-8. Geets from Bowman County, 13-17. That match scoreless in the first period. Hebel turns the corner on Mengi, another 3-point takedown. 6-1's the score on mat number 2 here between Hebel and Mengi. And Norton Garber still 10-3 in the second period. Matt returned Norton had the arm kind of locked up trying to roll back into a tilt position. But Garber back holds his base. As he kind of has that, looks like he has the bottom ankle or foot caught on Brock Norton. He'll try to use that and slide underneath. Norton's getting a little bit high here. Garber trying to work out the back and crack Norton down to his hip. Garber's going to turn the corner, and at the end of the period scores a 2-point reversal. 10-5 is your score. Your Nick Garber down by 5 going into the third period on mat number 1 at 172. And mat number 2, Tanner Mengi of Kindred and Cale Hebel. 6-1 in the second period, minute 40 on the clock. Mengi in the top position on Hebel. Has the leg spiked around the backside. Works up over the top, doing some hand fighting underneath on mat 2. Mengi in that dark blue singlet, white lettering down the back. Riding in the top position. Still hand fighting with Mengi. Mengi goes back to spike the ankle. Hebel works underneath, trying to break the grip. Mengi goes back, now up over the top. Still has the ankle spiked in the back on mat number 2. On the edge, called back to the center for a restart. Brock Norton, Callan Garber. Mat number 1. Garber out on the leg. He has Norton down on his hip again. Garber still working this leg. He cracks down Norton, trying to pick up this takedown, still working, not able to walk it around though. Had Norton going down, and Norton now able to stick the leg in and pick up the 3-point takedown, but Garber had the opportunity. As Norton has a half Nelson, has the wrist caught on Garber on the edge of the mat, and they're still not off. Not sure. There wasn't even a toe in bounce there. As the official calls him out on mat number 1. And Garber takes some blood time. He's down 13-5. He did have that opportunity with that crackdown on Norton, but Norton able to stick in a leg and control the top position. Picks up the takedown, 13-5 on mat number 1 in favor of Brock Norton, New Salem Almont, the senior. And Norton flips Garber over off the restart. Picks up 4 near fall. 17-5 will be your score after the near fall awarded. That's in the third period. 25 seconds remaining. Garber still with the head buried down. Norton on top with the power half. Over the far side. Garber trying to hip in and crack Norton down. But he's going to run out of time. Final 13 seconds. In time expiring, and that'll do it. Over on mat number 1, Brock Norton makes it into the semis for New Salem Almont. He wins over Callan Garber. In mat number 2, 172-pound quarterfinal, Tanner Mengi, Cale Hebel still battling out there in the third period. 1-point escape for Mengi. 6-2s is scored. Hebel with the 4-point lead. Wrestlers in the neutral position, double leg shot. Mengi goes diving in there. Hebel with the big scrawl, but Mengi follows it up with the single. Hebel reaches back across, ties up the legs on Tanner Mengi, wrestling the edge of the mat. Hebel just looking to take some time off. He has the 6-2 lead with 1:19 remaining in the third period. Hebel back up on his feet. Coming back after the Christmas break, may not be in tournament shape as of yet. Now 6'2", he's in that forklift waterfall position. Draped over the back of Tanner Mengi, who cracks him down. Mengi's going to try to turn the corner. Fighting with Hebel. Hebel still locked up, looking for the stalemate with Tanner Mengi. Mengi's going to stack up Hebel, who's going to his back in this waterfall position. Down to 50 seconds remaining. Mengi pops his head out, going to turn the corner. 3-point takedown awarded. Now 6-5. Mengi should cut him loose. Hebel running out of gas, it looks like. Mengi's going to have to try to cut him loose. He's going to run out of time, down to 30 seconds. Now he does it, dives in. 1-point escape for Hebel. He's up by 2. Mengi turns the corner, high crotch on Hebel. He has Hebel in trouble, going to his hip. Hebel recovers. Mengi's still trying to turn the corner. Final 18 seconds. Mengi is going into Hebel. We got a scramble. Can Hebel hang on? Mengi's trying to turn the corner on the peek out. We'll see who wins this. Mengi and Hebel scrambling. Hebel. Mengi's going to hip ice back around. Hebel still with the leg. 4 seconds remaining. He's trying to hang on for the win, and he does it. And Cale Hebel wins by 2. As he hangs on to that leg on Tanner Mengi, just sheer willpower for Cale Hebel making it into the semifinals at 172 pounds. In mat number 1, 189, Northern Lights, Cole Henderson, the senior, 25-1. Noah Werner for Velva, junior, 21-19. Henderson last year at the state tournament placed second at 189, returning state runner-up. He has a 6-1 lead, now 10-1 over Noah Werner from Velva. Mat number 2, Matt Barstead of Velva, sophomore, 26-9, takes on Rocker Aguilar, senior, 20-4 at 172 pounds. Here's Barstead and Aguilar going at it. Aguilar from Williams County. He's returning state runner-up for Williams County. Missing that sheet. And he has the quick 3-0 lead with the takedown on Madden Barstead, who's a sophomore, 26-9. 1 point escape. 3-1's the score on mat number 2 with a minute 36 remaining. Cole Henderson now 15-1. I think he's looking at the wrong score clock. Now 15-2. Dances back to the center of the mat with Noah Werner of Velva. Nice little duck under, and the takedown, and that does it. Technical decision win for Cole Henderson into the semis at 189 pounds. And there's Barstead and Aguilar. 6-1's the score. Now 6-2. Aguilar with 2 takedowns. And mat number 3, 215 pounds, J.J. Haygood of Oaks, the senior, 10-9, has the 3-2 lead over Carrington's Kirby Freeman, sophomore at 19-20. That's this in the second period. Under a minute remaining at 215 pounds on mat number 3. Kirby Freeman down by 1. And now 9-3 is the score between Barstead and Aguilar. On mat number 2, wrestlers off the edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart. Aguilar with 3 takedowns. Barstead 3 escapes. Aguilar goes back underneath. Turns the corner. Nice little sit through. And hip heist back around on Barstead. Aguilar forward trips for the takedown. Now 12-3 on mat number 2, 172 pounds. Quarterfinal matchup. Mat number 1, Strawman and William Roundy out wrestling. Roundy, a senior for Killdeer, wrestling at 189 pounds. State qualifier for Killdeer. And Gus Strawman for Beulah Hazen, state qualifier also at 189. And that's scoreless first period. Double unders by William Roundy on Strawman. Strawman goes out with the double overs and counters, able to push those hips away. So wrestlers now separated on mat number 1. Strawman goes in for the wrist tie. Roundy takes control of that, doubles up on the wrist on Strawman. Wrestlers push apart back to the center of the mat on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Madden Barstead, Rocker Aguilar, 19-3, and that's a technical decision win in the second period for Rocker Aguilar over Madden Barstead on mat number 2. And J.J. Haygood of Oaks picking up some points for the Tornadoes now as he has the 8-2 lead over Kirby Freeman. Another quarterfinal matchup. Braden Chenol of Hillsborough Central Valley, Matt Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. Chenol for Hillsborough placed 7th at the state tournament last year. Schwab not in the state tournament lineup. I should take that back. Wash my mouth out with soap. Matt Schwab, state qualifier at 189 for the Broncos. Chenol right in on a takedown on Schwab. Schwab's going to grab the wrist, try to roll through on it. Schwab now 1 point escape for Matt Schwab. Schwab goes double overs on Chenol. Chenol underneath. Here's Schwab with the scramble. And still 3-1 here. A minute 30 on the clock in the first period. Roundy and Strawman there with blood time. And we will likely step away for our bottom of the hour break after this match here between Matt Schwab, Braden Chenol. Brock Lyons also coming up for the Broncos. Matchup back underway on mat number 1 between Strawman and Roundy. Still scoreless at the start of the second period after their blood time. Here's Chenol in on a high crotch fireman's, has Schwab going down to his hip and catches him. So Chenol capitalizes with that fireman's carry. Schwab goes to his belly. 3-1's, or now 6-1 is your score. Braden Chenol, Hillsborough Central Valley. returning state place winner, placed 7th last year at the state tournament, taking on the state qualifier, Matt Schwab. Here's Schnoll, works the arm and the wrist underneath on Schwab. Schwab with that left arm stretched out, trying to keep it out there. So Schnoll can't tie it up as he's working on now the right arm. Schwab, little hip ice back around. Schnoll keeps him broke down, 6-1. Final second ticks off the clock. We're going into the second period. 5-point lead for Braden Schnoll, Hillsboro Central Valley. So mat number 189-pound quarterfinal match. Straumann and Roundy now 1-0 lead for William Roundy of Killdeer. Let's see what our Dakota Grappler rankings are at 189 that we're going into this tournament. We got Cole Henderson ranked number 1. Roundy was ranked number 4 in the state. Straumann was number 7. Not sure why I didn't have Braden Schnoll on there for Hillsboro Central Valley. Must have missed that one. But Schnoll now builds his lead 10-1 over Schwab. Now 14-1. Opens up a big lead on Matt Schwab. Mat number 2. Under a minute 30 remaining. So Schnoll and Schwab wrestling the center edge of the mat. And stalemate called or called off the mat, whichever one you want to call it. They're back to the center for a restart on mat number 2 between Schnoll and Schwab. At 1 point escape, Schnoll lets Schwab up. They don't want to. I think the word on Schwab has gotten out. Schnoll lets Madden up to his feet. Madden's going to catch double unders on Schnoll. Just missing just a little bit more strength on Schwab, and he'd be able to hit these throws that he's trying. Just a freshman for Lisbon. Yeah, 7-5 record. 14-2 is the score now with Braden Schnoll, Hillsboro Central Valley. Stalemate. 56 seconds remaining. Oh, Micah Fromke coming up. The second round consolation, or no, third round consolation, I believe, for Micah. Or excuse me, that's second round. Micah Fromke did have a bye that first round of consolation. So second round of consolations coming up. Micah Fromke in the hole for the Broncos. We also have Brock Lyons coming up for Lisbon, and Aiden Hinkle still in the quarterfinals. And here's Straumann in Roundy, 5-0. Now 5-1's the score in the third period. 45 seconds remaining. And that's William Roundy. Killdeer has the 5-1 lead over Gus Straumann of Beulah Hazen. And Braden Schnoll, Matt Schwab. Schnoll has the 12-point lead on Schwab, but not much action there the last 30 seconds. Schwab's going to pick neutral. Should have picked bottom. He could have got a point anyways because Schnoll is going to let him up more than likely. And there Schnoll drops down on Schwab. Fireman's carry takes him to his hip. Schwab up on Schnoll. Schwab's going to go double. Schnoll's going to try to throw Schwab. Schwab's going to lock up on Schnoll, takes him down. Schwab and Schnoll in a scramble. Schnoll catches Schwab, puts him to his back. And that will give the Tech fall. Technical decision. Schnoll able to work for a pin now on the edge of the mat. And that does it. So Braden Schnoll escapes. And shouldn't say escape, but he had a good scramble going there with Matt Schwab. Technical decision for Braden Schnoll. His final score was 21-2.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole on mat number 1, 215 pounds. Brendan Thusen of Williams County.
And we will.
Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley.
We will take a break.
In the hole, mat 1, 215 pounds. Thusen.
Just trying to see who's coming up.
Wilhelmi of Stanley.
On mats 1 and 2 inside the gymnasium. So we'll step away for a bottom of the hour break on YourLiveEvent.com. We are broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. We'll return with our Bank North scoreboard update in our Olson Accounting recap of our semifinals up to this point at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Dentistry is about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey, Swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsboro and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsboro Central Valley students. It's the Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
Hey, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we're back here for day one action at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium. Mat 3 around the corner in the old wrestling room. Out here with our quarterfinal matches as we're kind of coming to the tail end of these quarterfinal matches. Had some great ones so far. The semifinals and the championship rounds are any indication, or quarterfinals any indication of what's ahead. We're going to have a great tournament. Still a lot of action left in today and then all day tomorrow at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Look at your Bank North scoreboard. So your top 10 teams at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. You have Lisbon in first place, 69.5 points. Second place, New Salem Almont, 59.5. Velva in third, 43.5. Carrington with 39 points in fourth place. Fifth place, Hettinger Scranton at 38. Sixth place is Stanley at 35, 34.5 points for Oaks in seventh place. Bowman County with 34 points in eighth place. Kildare in ninth place with 32.5 points, and in 10th place is Northern Lights with 32 points. Those are your top 10 teams at the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament at the tail end of our quarterfinal matches. As we turn to our Olson County recap with our quarterfinal matches up through 160 pounds. Brock Lyons out there wrestling Jaden Foss of Velva. It was a nice little scramble there over on mat number 1. But as we had our 160-pound semifinalists determined after our last Olson County update at the top of the hour, and those semifinalists are Eli Lyons of Lisbon, Lincoln Spear of Kimmer Bullbills, Mason Wago of Napoleon, and Maddox Campbell of Velva at 160. 172-pound semifinalists, Drew Zwack of Minot Bishop Ryan, Cale Hebo of Lemoore, Brock Norton of New Salem Almont, and Rocker Aguilar of Williams County. And our 189-pound semifinalists, Braden Chenot of Hillsborough Central Valley, Cole Henderson of Northern Lights, Trey Baumbach of Stanley, and William Roundy of Killdeer. And that brings us into our 215-pound quarterfinal matches. Already in the semifinals is Ivan Kruth of Ellendale Edgeley Colm at 215. But currently those matches at 215-pound quarterfinals out on mats number 1 and 2. And mat number 1, your matchup was our Olson Accounting bottom of the hour update. Almost back to the top of the hour. So time flying by here at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. But Brock Lyons and Jaden Foss are scoreless. Foss tries to stand up on Lyons. Lyons hit him with the cradle. Foss and Lyons going at it on mat number 1. Now we're a center edge of the mat. Foss stands back up again. Lyons drags him out and warned with a stalling. And Lyons. And off the whistle, Foss, outside leg. Lyons goes down to the ankle on Foss. Foss back in that head-to-knee position. Lyons already dinged with the stalling. That could come into play as he breaks down Foss. Foss trying to hit a switch to the inside. Lyons up over the top on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Andre Dahl, Napoleon, and Tucker Jones of Lemoore. Andre Dahl, a sophomore, 22-9 for Napoleon. Returning state qualifier. Tucker Jones, a junior for Lemoore, with a 7-6 record. And we'll see what Jones last year. State qualifier at 189 for Lemoore. So a couple state qualifiers battling out. Back for another year, trying to improve on their positions or their placings from last year at the East-West, and then now they make it to the podium. We do have blood time on mat number 1 between Brock Lyons and Jaden Foss. So cut blood time over there. Foss and Lyons going to go back to the center of the mat for a restart. Still scoreless. But with that break, we'll see how the momentum goes. A lot of times wrestlers have a time to recover in that bottom position, and they're able to hit that first move. And Dahl and Jones, that's a final. Andre Dahl, your winner and semifinalist at 215 pounds for Napoleon from mat number 2. And now back to 107-pound consolation round matches into the second rounds of consolation. Chase Beaker, New Salem Almont, Nash Nitschke, Ellendale Edgeley Colm. That match scoreless in the first period. Over on mat number 3, here's Lyons in on Foss. Foss gets those hips away, trying to score the 1-point escape. And the 1-point escape for Jaden Foss. And now 30 seconds remaining. Here's Lyons and Foss. Lyons double overs on Foss. Has it hooked up. Has his head buried into kind of the saddle, the shoulder on Jaden Foss. The towel tapper almost got ran over by Jaden Foss as Lyons pushed into him. And wrestler's still going. I think Foss thought the whistle had blown. At the end of the period, both wrestlers looking for that end of period whistle. Lyons with choice, chooses bottom position. And now mat number 3, 107-pound action. Kindred's Bristol Swanson against Micah Fromke. Wrestler, or the winner of that match, stays in the tournament at 107 pounds. Believe that will be the last consolation round of the day. Here's Lions, mat number 1 on the restart at the end of start of the third period, working underneath on Foss. Lions hunting underneath. Foss trying to tap the leg. He has the ankle spiked on Lions. Foss with the 1-0 lead. Lions tripods up, rolls through on Foss. He's going to catch him. Single leg on the edge of the mat. He's going to try to drag Foss on and pick up the reversal. Foss flees the mat, and the 1-point escape for Lions. And Bristol Swanson for Kindred has the early 3-0 lead. Lions and Foss going at it. They're tied up at 1 apiece. Foss in on a double leg shot on Brock Lyons. Lyons has to go to the head, working underneath. Foss driving. Lyons goes head in the hole on Foss. Drops down to a single leg. Foss and Lyons scrambling. Lyons over the top. 3-point takedown for Brock Lyons. Lyons, the number 5 seed. Wrestling Jaden Foss of Velva. And the wrestlers scoot out of bounds. 4-1's your score. Foss down by 3 points to Brock Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos. This is 215-pound action. Lions up by 3. Time on the clock. Anybody capable of winning a match if there's time on the clock in wrestling, either by points or a pin. It's one of the best things about wrestling. It's why it's such a great sport. Teaches you to never quit, whether it's in wrestling or life. Good lesson. Now Lyons picks up some near fall. And working for a pin, Brock Lyons trying to close this one out on Jaden Foss. Foss, now Lyons up north-south, and pin for Brock Lyons into the semifinals for the Broncos. And Brock Lyons makes it into the semifinals, looking for a top 6 place finish, as he will dispatch Jaden Foss of Velva. Lions having a great second half of the season for Lisbon, trying to carry that momentum. All right, after that win by Brock Lyons by fall over Jaden Foss of Velva. Broncos put another one into the semifinals. They have one more quarterfinalist left in Aiden Hinkle. They'll take on Max Klein. A couple of ranked wrestlers going at it. Hinkle also returning state place winner. Klein, a state qualifier for Oaks in the 2023-24 season. Your matchup out of mats 1 and 2 in front of us currently is Brennan Thusen of Williams County, a junior, 13-14. Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley, a senior, 5-3 on mat number 1. That's in the first period. Wrestlers in the neutral position. Mat number 2 is Levi Iran of Stanley against Matthew Jacobs of Williams County. So we got Stanley and Williams County. You're dueling it out, mats 1 and 2. Right now, Jacobs on mat number 2 has the 3-0 lead for Williams County. Senior, 17-10, scores another takedown in the second period. He's now up 6-0 on mat number 2 at 285. And it looks like Tucson trying to turn the corner on Wilhelmi of Stanley. And Thusen trying to pull his head out, comes out the back door, 3-point takedown for Brennan Thusen. So Williams County teammates with the leads on mats 1 and 2. Jacobs has the 6-0 lead on mat number 2. And Thusen has the 3-0 lead on mat number 1. Final 15 seconds on mat number 1. Thusen in the top position, going to work underneath the arms. That's at 215 pounds. Chops the arm on the near side. And that's a win by fall for Matthew Jacobs over Levi Uran of Stanley on mat number 2. And now Aiden Hinkle, Max Klein step on the mat. A couple of seniors out here to battle it out. Make it into the semifinals for Klein and Hinkle. Hinkle kind of a brawler for Lisbon. Klein a little more of a technician.
In the hole, mat 3, 121 pounds, Dobitz of Hettinger, Lions of Lisbon. Jaden Kuntz at 114 pounds. Jaden Kuntz of Killdeer is winner.
And now that matchup, mat number 2.
114 pounds, Jaden Kuntz.
Here's Aiden Hinkle, Max Klein. Wrestlers working collar ties. Klein grabbing the arm, trying to work inside. Here Hinkle is. Klein doing a good job hand fight. Now Hinkle gets double unders on Max Klein, jacks him up. Klein doing a good job of countering. Goes the double overs. Takes Klein down to his back. Hinkle with the 3-point takedown goes right away to the half Nelson, but Klein does a good job, gets back to his base. Klein with a little bit of strength, able to get back to his base, counters that half Nelson by Aiden Hinkle. I think Hinkle's better off wrestling Klein up on his feet, but now Hinkle catches the arm on Klein. He's going to keep it trapped behind his back in the hammerlock position. You got 285 pounds. Still in the first period, 50 seconds on the clock. Max Klein able to get to his base, faces Hinkle. Hinkle goes cow catcher position, stays behind him now. Has forced to go back and riding. Max Klein doing a good job holding his base. And call him the little bull down there as he's up to his feet. Turns in, hip ice away. A 3-1's the score with Aiden Hinkle. We got Thusen and Wilhelmi 3-2. And now Wilhelmi with the win by fall. Come from behind win for Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley, the senior at 5-3. He comes in with the win by fall and advances to the semifinals at 215 pounds. Here's Hinkle pummeling in again on Klein. 3-1's the score on mat number 1. Final 5 seconds between Klein and Hinkle in that first period. Hinkle takes the 2-point lead into the second period. Max Klein doing a good job pummeling in and out with Aiden Hinkle. And now Klein chooses bottom position. Found some success on the in the bottom position against Hinkle. Off the start, hits a switch. And like I said, Klein, more of a technician, hit that switch, gets inside the leg on Hinkle. Hinkle goes back to the ankle on Klein, breaks him down onto his belly. A nice switch off the whistle for Klein, but just not able to get it, but gets his hips away and clears him. 3-2's the score with Aiden Hinkle. So Max Klein only down by 1 point. Oh, wrestling starts at 9 tomorrow. I would have said 9:30. So I got to be here a little bit earlier tomorrow. Start coverage right around 8:30 tomorrow morning for day 2 coverage. As we are through our quarterfinal rounds into the second round of consolations. And I think that's our last round of the day. So we should be out of here before 6 o'clock. As they'll have 3 mats going for our consolation rounds. Here's Klein and Hinkle, still 3-2 score, minute on the clock in the second period. Hinkle still trying to work on the inside on Klein. Klein doing a good job pummeling with Aiden Hinkle. Snap down by Hinkle. Now works to the inside. Klein goes double unders, grabs the headgear on Hinkle. Grabbing the headgear again. Here's Hinkle and Klein. Now kind of the double tie around the neck by Hinkle. Working, pummeling in. Both wrestlers staying active, working for position. Final 17 seconds. I think if one of them hit a blast double, catch the other one off guard. Hinkle, one of them a little level change and a blast double. It changed things up, and that would catch the other wrestler. Now Hinkle double over on Klein. He picks him up, throws him down at the end of the period. And Klein escapes just as Hinkle had jacked him up and threw him down. Well, Hinkle didn't want to choose bottom, but the coach tells him, hey, choose bottom. Just as he was jacking up Klein. And off the whistle, Max Klein going to work on top. Hinkle tripods up. Hinkle stands up, hips away. Now a 4-2 lead for Aiden Hinkle. Ian Klein will pummel it out. You see what happens once Hinkle is able to get the double unders on Klein. He kind of forklifts, jacks him up. Klein doing a good job trying to counter. That counter for the double unders is you go double overs and squeeze your elbows together and sag your hips back, and Klein doing a good job of that. He knows what Hinkle's looking for. Still 4-2's your score. I just think Max Klein down here with Hinkle doing a good job. It's 4-2. And Seth Irie and Brett Tosted of Northern Lights, 6-2's the score over at mat number 1 in that quarterfinal matchup. Irie and Tosted, both returning state qualifiers. Tosted, state qualifier last year at 285. And here's Hinkle, gets Klein down on his hip, trying to work for a fall. 50 seconds remaining in the third period. And Irie, a state qualifier for EEK, and that's a win by fall for Aiden Hinkle. 42 seconds left on the clock. Hinkle into the semifinals. The Broncos able to get another one into the semis. As now we're into these consolation matches. In second round consolation matches out on mats 1, 2, and 3, I believe. We'll see. Oh, sorry. Looks like mat number 1 still, or mat number 1 still with that heavyweight matchup between Seth Irie and Brett Tosted of Northern Lights. 6-3, that's in the second period. Still a lot of time left in this one. Irie has the 3-point lead. Made it into the finals at the Storehog Wrestling Invitational last week. Trying to make another run deep into the tournament here in New Salem for EEK. Another Thunder wrestler out there in Walker Miller. And Miller, the number 2 seed, was upset in the quarterfinals. And that was by Gavin Rude. So Rude looking for that Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day. Picking up 2 upsets. Took out the number 7 and the number 2 seed. So Gavin Rude beat Keenan Gores in the first round, and then came back in the quarters and beat Walker Miller. Miller out here wrestling Alex Lyer of Velva. The winners of these matches will stay in the tournament. Non-winners are done for the tournament. So Miller and Lyer wrestling to stay in and continue on into the second day. Down to 30 seconds remaining. They're in that north-south situation position. And 24 seconds remaining. Stalemate called on mat number 2 between Miller and Lyer. And mat number 1, Brett Tosted of Northern Lights and Seth Irie. Now 7-6. That's a minute remaining in the period. Irie is going to step into Tosted. A stall warning given to Tosted. But Irie went pretty hard into Tosted, but he's picked up or dinged with the stall as determined by the official. And now Irie's backing up from Tosted. Irie's going over the top. Tosted's going over the top. He has 40 seconds. He's down by 1 point to Seth Irie. Irie backing off the mat. We'll see if he's warned for stalling. No stall warning comes out. And 37 seconds remaining for Brett Tosta and Northern Lights against Seth Irie. Irie has the 1-point lead for EK now. We'll see an inadvertent whistle. See if they put time back on the clock. Or it actually ran time off the clock. Not sure how that works. And Tosta takes a look at the clock. He's down by 1 point, 20 seconds remaining. Here with Seth Irie, snaps down on the head. Wrestlers break apart. The final 13 seconds here for Tosta to try to score at the end of the period. He goes hard into Irie. Irie drops down. Tosta going to try to capitalize. 5 seconds, wrestling the edge of the mat. Irie into him. He's going to try to make the semis for the second week in a row. And Seth Irie into the semifinals. He wins by a 7-6 decision over Brett Tosta and Northern Lights. And Walker Miller, Alex Lyer of Velva, still scoreless in this second period. A minute remaining. Miller in the bottom position. Lyer in the top riding. Off the whistle, stand up by Walker Miller. Working some hands. Lyer forced to try to return him to the mat. And a 2-point takedown. Here, a reversal for Walker Miller. Miller has the 2-0 lead off the restart. Picks up the 2-point reversal. There's another consolation round match between Tyler Fitch, Hettinger Scranton, and Logan Hyde, New Salem Almont. That's now a 3-0 lead for Logan Hyde of New Salem at 114 pounds.
Our team standings, team scores as of snapshot right now. We have in first place Lisbon.
So mat number 2. And they're going into the third period. Still 2-0 lead for Walker Miller. He has choice. He'll choose neutral. Here for Alex Lyer. Lyer down by 2. Go neutral to start this third period. Miller, little stance motion, working the outside edge of the circle, inner circle. Here's Fitch and Hyde. Hyde for New Salem Almont has a deep half Nelson, rolls over Fitch, but Fitch rolls through and ends up in the top position. Not sure how he did that, but Hyde had a deep half and a wrist locked up. Fitch was just able to get that upper body as Hyde was rolling him through and up and over the top of Logan Hyde. But no score awarded to either wrestler on that exchange. Down to 34 seconds. That's in the first period on mat number 1. In mat number 3, Grayson Lyons has the 3-1 lead over Nick Dobitz of Hettinger Scranton. Sophomore, 28-16 record. Lions for Lisbon, 23-10. Now 3-2s to score in the back room. That's on mat number 3 in the second period, minute 41. Here's Logan Hyde, works the ball and chain tilt, puts the elbow in the back, gonna roll through and score some near fall at the end of the period. Down at the end of the period, near fall, coming by way for Logan Hyde. He picks up 3 near fall. Has the 6-0 lead over Tyler Fitch of Hettinger Scranton. Fitch defers over to Logan Hyde, who picks neutral to start the second period at 114-pound consolation round action. Mat number 2 is Walker Miller and Alex Lyer. Miller now up 5-0 with the takedown. And Grayson Lyons with the 3-2 lead over at mat number 3, 121 pounds. Lyons returning state qualifier for Lisbon last year at 121 pounds. Nick Dobitz, also a returning state qualifier for Hettinger Scranton. Now 4 more near fall coming to Logan Hyde as he's up 13-0 over on mat number 1 in the consolation round. Walker Miller advanced into the next round of consolations on mat number 2 with his win by decision, 6-0 over Alex Lyer of Velva. Dobitz of Hettinger Scranton and Grayson Lyons. 3-2 is the score. That's in the second period. Wrestlers in the neutral position. As we will step away for our top of the hour break. On YourLiveEvent.com, we will step away, come back, recap our semifinalists as we're into our second rounds of consolations in our Bank North scoreboard update. All that ahead on YourLiveEvent.com.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432. Building the future of our community, one truckload at a time. Heartland Ready Mix provides quality ready mix to Carrington, Devils Lake, and the surrounding areas. From residential projects to large commercial builds, their ready mix concrete is trusted by contractors and homeowners alike. From foundations to driveways and everything in between, they provide the concrete solutions you need to get the job done right. Local and family owned, free estimates. Heartland Ready Mix. They're here for all your concrete needs.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
I was visiting with Ben at the...
Hey, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com as we are in our second rounds of consolations at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Turn to your Bank North scoreboard in that team race up on the Bank North scoreboard. The Lisbon Broncos are atop the scoreboard with 83.5 points in first place. In second place is New Salem Almont with 63 points. Third place, Ellendale Edgeley Calm with 44 points. Fourth place, Velva, 43.5 points. Fifth place is Stanley, 42 points. Sixth place, Carrington at third with 39 points. Seventh place, the Oaks Tornadoes, 38.5 points. Eighth place, Hettinger Scranton with 38. And in ninth place is Kildare, 36.5 points. And 10th place is Minot Bishop Ryan with 35 points. Those are your top 10 teams at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. As we finished up our quarterfinal rounds, the Broncos sit in first place. Carrington's in sixth place with 39 points. We'll see where Hillsboro Central Valley in 18th place with 24 points. And Kindred, try to find Kindred here, see what place Kindred is. Kindred in 17th place with 27 points. Just ahead of Hillsboro Central Valley with 24 points in 18th place. So that is the Bank North scoreboard update on YourLiveEvent.com from the 2025 East-West Wrestling Tournament as we head out of the quarterfinal matches into our second rounds of consolation. Justin Terrell for Hillsboro Central Valley. He's in the second round consolations. On mat number one, wrestling Cameron Benson of Kildare. Terrell now a 4-3 lead. He had given up the takedown to Benson early. But with the escape and the takedown, now 4-3 is the score. Justin Terrell, Hillsboro Central Valley, returning state place winner, has the 1-point lead at the end of the first period. And just a change this year to the rules, these consolation round matches, that first period now 2 minutes long. Goes from the 1 minute to the 2 minute. And we have mat number three. It's Gavin Swenson of Kindred wrestling Kale Schwartz of Bowman County. That's 3-0 lead for Kale Schwartz over Swenson on mat number 321 pounds. And that result for Grayson Lyons, he wins by decision 3-2 over Nick Dalbitz of Hettinger Scranton. Lyons stays in the tournament, back for day number 2 at 121. And Justin Terrell, your winner by fall over Cameron Benson. Also staying in the tournament, coming back for day number 2. And Drew Carr, Brooks Grunfelder, they're in blood time.
In the hole, mat number 1, 133 pounds, Ryland Sunby from Hillsboro.
Drew Carr was upset by Hayes Weinberger at 121 pounds in the quarterfinals, 6-4.
Sunby of Hillsboro, Grunfelder of Napoleon.
Carr out here wrestling Bo Grunfelder. He has the 10-1 lead after the blood time restart. Little slip there and off the arm drag attempt by Carr, but he recovers back to his feet on mat number 2. And Grunfelder catches Carr on the edge of the mat with a lat drop. Carr going to try to scoot off, and it's only 2 near fall. And that changes the score 10-6 in favor of Drew Carr as they're back to their feet. Now 11-6 with the 1-point escape in the third period, or the 1 point given over by Grunfelder. Carr with the 5-point lead, drops down, picks at the ankle on Grunfelder. That was a big toss by Bo Grunfelder on the edge of the mat. Had Carr in some trouble. Carr recovers, back to the restart. Now 11-6 lead with a minute remaining. Mat number 127 pounds. Owen Iverson, folks. Lucas Salee for Velva. Here's Carr, works a takedown. Now somehow Grunfelder's going to turn the corner. Another 3-point takedown. Carr gives up the takedown. I think they gave the score to the wrong one here. Yep. So, all right, 9-12 now. Grunfelder down by 3 points. He has 30 seconds. Takedown ties it up. Carr trying to outlast Grunfelder. 9-12 is your score. 12-9 is your score in favor of Drew Carr. A senior wrestling the 7th grader. Opposite ends of the spectrum as far as career. And Grunfelder giving Carr all he can handle right now. Carr drops down. Good choice by Drew Carr. Drops down underneath on Grunfelder. Grunfelder chin whips. Carr takes him down, belly down, 3 seconds, and he runs out of time. And Drew Carr makes it into the stays in the tournament in the consolation rounds. Grunfelder gave him everything. He gave him both barrels today. Carr outlasts Grunfelder at 121 pounds. Owen Iverson, Lucas Salee. That's a 3-point takedown now for Salee of Velva.
In the hole on mat number 2, 133 pounds, Braden Fertile of Stanley, Shote Gerhardt.
And that looks like Kale Schwartz over Gavin Swenson on mat number 3.
133 pounds, Fertile of Stanley, Gerhardt of New St.
And out mat number 3, Lander Rice of Killdeer takes on Jager Jordheim of Kindred. And Salee has Iverson on his back, has the arm scoop. Now goes to the head. He's going to stretch the arm out, put a lot of pressure, chest on chest, trying to make the T on top with the head scoop. And the pin for Lucas Salee of Velva over Owen Iverson on mat number 1.
In the hole on mat number 1, 139 pounds, Jager Sen of Ellendale.
All right.
Jankowski of Beulah.
Still in our second round of consolations. In mat number 2, Connor Mellon, Caden Hooley of Northern Lights. 127-pound consolation round match. That's 3-0 lead for Connor Mellon of Kenmare Bull Bells. Mellon, state qualifier last year at 121 pounds. Hooley for Northern Lights. A state qualifier at 121 pounds. So right now, Mellon with the advantage, 3-0 on mat number 2. He's working for the fall against Hooley. Hooley with both shoulders exposed for some near fall. He tries to roll through and bridge out of it. Mellon had those arms doubled up pretty tight. Now he's going to switch and run the half. Still working on the arms on Hooley. Scoops the head and the arm, has the underhook on the arm. Hooley's going to try to roll through, 8 seconds. He's going to get into the second period. But he's down 7-0 at the end of the first period to Connor Mellon on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 133-pound Broderick Mole, Beulah Hazen has the 3-0 lead over Levi Jensen of Williams County. Consolation round action on mat number 1. Here, mat number 3, Lander Rice, Jaeger Jordheim. Jordheim down by 1 point to Lander Rice. Scores 7-6. Over on mat number 3 in favor of Lander Rice, a Killdeer, a sophomore, 16-10. Jordheim, an 8th grader from Kindred at 5-7. And Broderick Mole, Beulah Hazen, Levi Jensen, 3-0 the score on mat number 1. Mole in the top position. Works up underneath the arms, has a half Nelson, the arm bar, a hammerlock behind the back on Jensen, and a potentially dangerous call with that arm lock or wrist lock behind the back. They go back to the center for a restart. 11 seconds remaining in the first period. Still 3-0 lead from all of Beulah Hazen. And then mat number 2, Connor Mellon, Hayden Hooley, 9-0 lead for Mellon. He's up 9-0, currently on the center edge towards the near side. Down to 46 seconds remaining. 9-0 lead.
In the hole, mat 3, 139 pounds, Noah Swenson.
Here's Mellon still working in the top position. He has a 9-0 lead, 24 seconds remaining. And now mat number 3, 133-pound action. Nola Braun, Minot Bishop Ryan, a sophomore, 23-14. Cameron Kittleson, a 7th grader from Kindred, 14-15. Braun upset by Gavin Robertson of the Broncos in the quarterfinals. Robertson ended up with the win by fall over Braun. Braun now down here in the consolation rounds, trying to make his way back into the top 6. Robertson for the Broncos guaranteed a top 6 place finish. Here's Mellon, still 9-0 at the end of the second period on mat number 2. He was in the top position working a wrist lock underneath. And Mole and Jensen scrambling it out. This time Broderick Mole in top position. Levi Jensen, Williams County underneath, going to go to that forklift waterfall position. Turns the corner, they're scrambling. Jensen trying to turn the corner and get behind Mole. Mole still with the leg. Jensen took the time to readjust his headgear. Now has a half Nelson locked up on Mole, and he's going to get some near fall out of this. Levi Jensen has to watch out here. The shoulder not up by much, and that's tight. And the official in the slap, and that's it. Levi Jensen wins by fall over Broderick Mole. Come from behind win. So Levi Jensen, Williams County, representing the Firestorm, advances into the second round of Consolations Day number 2 at New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And now Brooks Grunfelder out here, the 8th grader. Brother Bowl with some fireworks against Drew Carr at 121 pounds. He's out here at 133 pounds, wrestling Ryland Sunby of Hillsboro Central Valley. The Grunfelder seeded number 4 in the tournament, upset in the quarterfinals. At Connor Mellon, Caden Hooley. Mellon up 13-0. He's really turned on the gas, has a big lead in the third period, 40 seconds remaining. It's up 13-0. And mat number 3, 133 pounds, Nolan Braun, Minot Bishop Ryan, has the 4-0 lead in the second period over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. That's in the back room. Wrestlers in the neutral position with a minute remaining in the second period. And now Sundby and Grunfelder. 3-point takedown for Brooks Grunfelder over Ryland Sundby. Sundby in the bottom position. Grunfelder throws the armbar in on the near side. Nice roll through by Sundby. Sundby with the counter gets that chest up and over and hip heist through. But Grunfelder able to stick a boot in. Sundby catches the bottom ankle, but Grunfelder doubled boots in. Takes Sundby down, going to stretch him out. And now blood time. With that hard crossface over the top by Grunfelder, gets blood time for Ryland Sundby. And Connor Mellon, your winner, into the second round, or the third round of consolation. They'd make it into the second day of wrestling at the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament for Kenmare Bull Bills. Now another Napoleon upstart here in Weston Baumgartner, 7th grader at 12 and 13. Wrestling Regan Sand, an upstart himself for EEK. The future of both teams right here out on the mat. Mat number 2, 127-pound consolation round match.
In the hole, mat number 2, 140.
That match on mat number 3 between Kittleson and Braun. 7-2's the score in the back room. That's at the end of the second period. Nolan Braun has the 7-2 lead, up by 5 over Cameron Kittleson. Now 7-6. Anything can happen in that back room. So Kittleson comes back at the end of the second period. He's down by 1 point to Nolan Braun. Braun bounced to the consolations by Gavin Robertson of the Lisbon Broncos. He has the 1 point lead. He's in the bottom position against Kittleson. Kittleson has those long arms. Braun has to watch out for that cradle. In mat number 1, Ryland Sundby, Brooks Grunfelder. 4 near fall coming to Grunfelder now with a 10-1 lead for Brooks in the end of the first period. He has the 10-1 lead over Ryland Sundby of Hillsborough Central Valley. And Sundby has choice. He defers it over to Brooks Grunfelder. And a big mat return by Ryland Sundby. Takes Grunfelder down, but Grunfelder quickly back up on the edge of the mat. Good mat return again by Ryland Sundby. Tried to stick in an armbar. Grunfelder able to stretch out his left arm. Now Sundby, Grunfelder rolling around. Sundby with the armbar back in. Over on mat number 1, 133-pound action with a minute 34 remaining in the second period. 10-1 lead for Brooks Grunfelder. Now Grunfelder catches Sundby high, bumps him over the top. 2-point reversal, 12-1's the score over on mat number 1, 133 pounds. Mat number 2 between Weston Baumgartner and Regan Sand. That's still scoreless in the second period. Minute 48 on the clock. Mat number 3, 139 pounds. Gabe Clifton and Brexton Yanish. That match underway on mat number 3 at 139 in the back room around the corner. Baumgartner goes crossface on Sand. Sand knee slides up, puts those hips up underneath, trying to pass this wrist over the head and turn those hips away. Now Grunfelder comes out front on Sand. Sand goes down, trying to dump Grunfelder. Grunfelder holds his base, didn't budge in that dump attempt by Regan Sand. Baumgartner hangs on over the top, draped over both shoulders of Regan Sand. That's the action on mat number 2. Jager Sand over on mat number 1 at 139 pounds in the consolation round. Wrestling Peyton Jankowski of Beulah Hazen. That matchup here at 139-pound consolation round match. Yanish and Clifton in the back room. Yanish takes the 3-1 lead over Gabe Clifton. He was sent into the consolation rounds by Jace Duffy of Lemoore. Duffy was down that one, comes storming back in that third period and hits the elevator over the top and pins Yanish at the end of that third period. Makes it to the semifinals for Lemoore at 139. So good to see Jace Duffy with some success here for Lemoore. Make it into the semifinals as a senior. Baumgartner in sand at the end of the second period. Baumgartner's trying to get the right out. Final 2 seconds, and that does it. Baumgartner with the right out on Rig and Sand. He chooses top or bottom position for Baumgartner. He's trying to make it into the second day of wrestling at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. And we did have comments this morning, or I shouldn't say this, well, it was still this morning when we had our pre-tournament show with Coach Rich Lucina and Coach Rob Owens. Lucina from the Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rob Owens, head coach for Hillsborough Central Valley. So if you have time, want to go back and listen to those comments. That's at the beginning of the broadcast with our pre-tournament show on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll try to catch the coaches again tomorrow morning before day number 2 action. Earliest start tomorrow, 9 a.m. start here at New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'll plan to have coverage start right around 8:30 with our pre-tournament day 2 coverage. Catch you up on our semifinalists in consolation rounds and also our team scores as we're going through our second round consolations. Baumgartner and Sand. It was a 1-point escape for Weston Baumgartner, but Rig and Sand secures the takedown. Jagger Sand with the win by fall makes it into the second day of wrestling. He won by fall over Peyton Jankowski of Beulah Hazen. It looks like without any area wrestlers out here on the main mats, we will step away for a bottom of the hour break on YourLiveEvent.com. Come back with our Bank North scoreboard and hit that Olson Accounting recap of our semifinalists after the quarterfinals wrapped up, and then finish up our consolation round coverage on YourLiveEvent.com.
Discussed, well, a lot of things, and then we were discussing, when do you think about the body shop? Most times it's after your vehicle gets damaged from an accident, hitting a deer, hailstorms, scratches, dents, windshield cracks. Ben says, beep. I say, when you need the repairs to your vehicle as you're thinking of the Hillsborough Body Shop, call Ben, 701-636-4981.
Keep yourself healthy as we head into the colder weather. Hillsborough Drug and Gift is your locally owned full-service pharmacy with a prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough and cold medications, and more. Don't forget, you can now text Hillsborough Drug anytime for your prescription refills, 701-636-5231. Hillsborough Drug also offers free delivery in Hillsborough and Halstead. And there's always something new in Hillsborough Drug with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsborough Drug and Gift.
Hillsborough Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsborough Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get to see Teak. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsborough Dairy. The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club. Hi, this is Jim, and with Bernie Berkemeyer, we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us in enchanting Ireland June 25th to July 4th. Experience the ancient history, natural beauty, and the warm hospitality of Ireland. We travel across this beautiful country visiting places like the Kilkenny Castle and the breathtaking cliffs of Moher. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ, for more information, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
Hey, welcome back. Your11event.com. Day one coverage from the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. The sports announcer guy Brent Dick with your call for both days of action at the New Salem East West Wrestling Classic. We're back here for your Bank North scoreboard update. And looking at your top teams on that Bank North scoreboard. It's 85.5 points for the Broncos in first place. Second place, New Salem Almont with 63. Third place, Velva, 51.5 points. Fourth place, Ellendale Edgeley-Colm with 50 points. Fifth place, the Oaks Tornadoes, 42.5 points. Sixth place is Stanley with 42 points. Seventh place, Carrington with 41. Kildare in eighth place with 40.5 points. Ninth place and tied for ninth are Hettinger Scranton and Napoleon with 38 points each. And those are your top 10 teams at the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. A little bit of separation now after those quarterfinal matches as wrestlers made their way into the semifinals. And also your top 8 place winner points being handed out after the second round of consolation known as the blood round. You win in this round, you stay in the tournament, and you're also a top 8 place winner. And we will go through those now with our Olsen Accounting recap. Starting at 107 pounds, your semifinalists, Jace Boynton of Bowman County, Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton, Sky Kramlich of Carrington, and Isaiah Hackman are in the semifinals at 107 pounds. In your semifinals at 114 pounds are Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan, Gavin Rude of Kindred. Rude with a couple upsets, number 7 seed and the number 2 seed. Making it into the semis for Kindred. Ben Wagner of Oaks, the semifinals, along with Dalton Feist at 114 pounds. 121 pounds semifinals, Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights, Cole Mogan, Kemmer Bullbells, Burke Central, and Joshua Turnus, Beulah Hazen, and Hayes Weinberger. Semifinals at 121 pounds. 127 pound semifinals, Noah Anderson of the Broncos, Riley Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton, Colin Bell of Stanley, and Charlie Irwin of New Salem Almont. 133 pound semifinals, Gavin Robertson of Lisbon, Cutter Rodneck, Bowman County, Ethan Tezerick, Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, and Jack Bombach at Kildare. Semifinals at 139, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley, Cruz Ranke of Lisbon, Kyler Schlesky, Henry Scranton, and Jace Duffy of Lemoore. 145-pound semifinalists, Griffin Greenlee of the Lisbon Broncos, William Cook, Kenmare Bullbells, Burke Central, Case Outlander of Oaks, and Nick Garber of Carrington. 152-pound semifinalists, Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos, Corbin Clifton of Carrington, Trenton Clant, New Salem Almont, Carson Hildry of Velva. 160-pound semifinalist, number 1 seed of the Broncos, Eli Lyons, Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bullbells, Burke Central, Mason Waggle, Napoleon, and Maddox Campbell of Velva. Should be a great 160 semifinal matches. 172 pounds, Drew Zach, returning state champion of Minot Bishop Ryan, Cale Hebel of Lemoore, Brock Norton of New Salem Almont, and Rocker Aguilar of Williams County. 172-pound semifinalist. 189-pound semifinalist, Braden Chenol of Hillsborough Central Valley, Cole Henderson of Northern Lights, Trey Bombach of Stanley, and William Roundy of Kildare. In your 215-pound semifinalists, here your Olsen Accounting update. is Brock Lyons of the Broncos, Ivan Kruth, Ellendale Edgley Calm, Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley, and Andre Dahl of Napoleon. In 285 semifinalists, Kate Okeson, Minot Bishop Ryan, Aiden Hinkle of Lisbon, Seth Ivory of Ellendale Edgley Calm, and Matthew Jacobs of Williams County. Those are your semifinalist matchups tomorrow morning. As we finish those out earlier this afternoon, and we're in our blood rounds. The winners of these matches in the consolations will pick up a top 8 place finish, just a matter of where they stack up after all the dust settles inside the New Salem High School gymnasium. And we call this the blood round, as wrestlers going at it, not only to stay in the tournament, but for a top 8 place finish. And that was your Olson Accounting update here on YourLiveEvent.com, bringing you up to speed and making you current on tournament happenings. As we do have our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth all weekend long, broadcasting to you from high atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School gymnasium. For your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth is your small town bank, big time partner with Stock Growers mobile app experience, banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far. With Stock Growers Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. It is your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth, live from New Salem High School at the 2025 East-West Wrestling Tournament. And continuing our coverage out on the mats 1 and 2 inside the main gymnasium. And then we have mat number 3 around the corner in the old wrestling room. And mat number 3, consolation round match between Logan Feist of Napoleon and Miles Theolgis, a Kindred Theolgis returning state place winner for Kindred, taking on the state qualifier and Logan Feist, a returning state qualifier. Mat number 2 is Braylon Herman of Northern Lights, a senior at 14 and 10, taking on Leo Lallam of Lemoore on mat number 2. That match just underway. And mat number 1 is Kane Reap of Stanley, the sophomore at 12 and 15, taking on Colton Beaker, New Salem Almont, senior at 14 and 11. 145-pound action on mat number 1. And Beaker in on a double leg on Reap, takes him down. Works for some near fall on the edge of the mat, right feet to back, kind of double leg takedown. Working for the quick pin and make it into the placing round. Working for that top 8 place finish. At 145 pounds, Colton Beaker, New Salem Almont. Keeps his toes in. Kane Reap, left shoulder, should say right shoulder up just by a little bit. The official down there takes a good look at it. Reap still trying to bridge out, get those toes out, and the win by fall for Colton Beaker, New Salem Almont. Put some more points on the board and some top 8 points for New Salem in that team's race. And mat number 2, Braylon Herman of Northern Lights and Leo Lallam of Lemoore. Herman in that top position on mat number 2 with 46 seconds remaining in the first period. Herman with the 3-0 lead.
In the hole on mat number 1, 172 pounds, Madden Barstead of Velva, Pius Wrangler of
Herman last year state qualifier at 127 pounds. Up here at 145. Making that weight adjustment. Wrestling Leo Lallam, a freshman from Lemoore. And Theolgis and Feist still looks like they're in that match not underway yet. Not sure what's going on in the back room, but at least track wrestling still has that match or matchup. Still kind of in a standby mode. And Gavin Enwich on mat number 1 wrestles Xander Dolvenmuller, Hillsborough Central Valley. Enwich with the 3-point takedown. Dolvenmuller goes down on the leg on Enwich. Enwich, the senior, 22 and 8. Has Dolvenmuller on his hip. Bottom leg caught up in a cradle. He's going to roll him over. Here's Gavin Enwich working for the fall on Xander Dolvenmuller. And the pin for Gavin Enwich of New Salem Almont over Xander Dolvenmuller. Enwich into the top 8. Result from mat number 1, that was at 160 pounds. And mat number 2, Braylon Herman with the hammerlock on Leo Lallam. Now goes to the arm bar. Going to try to reach out, grabs that far wrist, try to trap that. Here's Lallam and Herman. Herman with the arm bar. Going to try to scoop underneath the arm, spiral the wrist up. Still 3-0 with 1:21 remaining in the second period. Mat number 1, 160-pound Lucas Wiedner, Beulah Hazen, Sawyer Knoll of Bowman County. Knoll last year placed 5th at the state tournament at 152 pounds. This year wrestling 160, trying to make it into the top 8. He has the 3-0 lead. He had a crazy match in the quarterfinals. Thought he had the lead. Ended up losing by 1 at the end of the period. Take a look at those Dakota Grappler rankings here for 160. Sawyer Knoll ranked number 3 at 160 pounds. In the latest Dakota Grappler rankings, so Sawyer Knoll number 3 for Bowman County. He's out here wrestling for a top 8 place finish at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. So kind of like coaches say, rankings don't mean much once you step on the mat. But he's rolling over Lucas Wiedner of Beulah Hazen. Wiedner's able to kind of roll through. Not able to square those hips up and get belly down because Sawyer Knoll turns the corner and catches him again, working for a fall with 10 seconds remaining in the first period. He has the 3-0 lead. Big bridge by Wiedner. Knoll rolls him back over and stretches the arm out. And for near fall, 7-0 lead for Sawyer Knoll of Bowman County at the end of the first period. And Miles Thiel just now with a 10-1 lead over Logan Feist on mat number 3, 152 pounds. Thiel just returning state place winner, has a 9-point lead on Logan Feist. Mat number 2, Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby, Maddox Shockman and Lemoore. Match up here at 152 pounds. Shockman, I was thinking returning state place winner for Lemoore. No, state qualifier last year at 139 pounds. And Miles Thiel just still with the 9-point lead, 10-1 over Logan Feist on mat number 3. That's in the second period, final 30 seconds of that second period on mat 3. And mat number 1, Wiedner Knoll. That's 8-3 the score. Wiedner, now Knoll trying to pick up a reversal, and he does, 10-3 with the reversal on mat number 1, 160 pounds. No, Sawyer Knoll with the 7-point lead. Bailey Zachmeyer, Maddox Shockman. You're seeing Zachmeyer gave Ryan Eng a pretty good match in that quarterfinals. That was a 2-1 win for Ryan Eng at 152. Winner of this match at 152 pounds on mat number 2 makes it into the top 8. Now Feist, the explosive wrestler back there, was able to catch Thiel just 10-8 your score at the end of the second period. So one of those things, you can't sleep on Logan Feist. It's another one of those wrestlers, a little dynamic. And he can catch you. And now he's down by 2 points to Miles Thiel just. Here's Sawyer Knoll working around the front side of Lucas Wiedner, and he picks up near fall. He has the 10-3 lead, working for a pin, and he does it. And Sawyer Knoll, he'll advance into the top 8 at 160 pounds. Wins by fall over Lucas Wiedner of Beulah Hazen. And third period, almost halfway through that over on mat number 3. That's between Feist and Thiel. Just Logan Feist in the bottom position. Thiel just with the 2-point lead in the back room. And if you haven't got enough wrestling at the New Salem East-West coverage, you can tune in tomorrow for day number 2. You can also catch that Penn State-Iowa duel. I believe that's this evening on the Big Ten Network. And the Bison also with a couple duels this weekend. They have one tonight starting at 7 o'clock. And also, you can catch that online. So a big weekend of wrestling, whether you're into high school or college wrestling. And now 13-11 towards the end of this third period between Theolgis and Feist. Feist in the top position. And we'll see what the final outcome is of that match in the back room. But Feist put up a good one against Miles Theolgis. And now mat number 1, Madden Barstead, Pius Wagler for rugby on mat number 1. That was a final result. Barstead, your winner. Now on mat number 1, Callan Garber of Carrington, a senior, taking on Hayden Tormalen of Killdeer. That matchup just underway on mat number 1. Zachmeyer and Maddox Shockman still 1-0 is the score. Zachmeyer does have the 1-0 lead over Maddox Shockman. In mat number 3, Hillsborough Central Valley's Cade Mueller, the sophomore at 11-14, takes on Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County, a junior at 23-10. Matchup just underway on mat number 3. Garber with the quick fall in the wind over Hayden Tormal on a Killdeer. On mat number 1, Garber into the top 8 at 172 pounds. Zachmeyer in control or in the top position on Shockman. 1-0 lead. Shockman in the bottom position. Zachmeyer sticks the leg right in on the near side, working over the top. Shockman does have the wrist caught on Zachmeyer. And now mat number 1, Jacob Potasic Oaks and wrestling Riley Lucina. This is for a top 8 place finish. Lucina, number 8 seed, trying to make it into the top 8 and live up to his tournament seed against Jacob Potasic of Oaks. Potasic swipes at the head of Lucina. Lucina returns the favor, goes collar tie. Wrestlers kind of trading hard collars with each other. They wade back in. Here, Potasic and Lucina. This is mat number 1 action, 172 pounds. The winner advances into the top 8. Lucina, nice ankle pick on the edge, but they roll off. Good attack by Lucina on the ankle pick. And mat number 3, Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer and Max Chibatrono of Carrington trying to make it into the top 8. That match just underway on mat number 3. Here's Lucina with the 3-point takedown, in control in the top position. Potasic tripods up. Lucina clamps down with the cradle. He's going to work for the fall. Not quite, though. He wasn't able to get Potasic over. Potasic breaks the grip. It's Lucina. Here's Duffy trying to score at the end of the period. And 1-0. And it looks like Zachmeyer outlast Shockman 1-0. So Bailey Zachmeyer in a couple close matches. He lost to Ryan Eng 2-1 in the quarters and now picks up a 1-0 victory in the consolation round, advancing to the top 8 for rugby. So Bailey Zachmeyer into the top 8 at 152 pounds. Potasic and Lucina, 3-1 score for Riley Lucina over Jacob Potasic in the first period. Final 5 seconds on the clock. Lucina trading wrist ties with Potasic. Now goes Russian tie as time expires in the first period. Here on mat number 1. Lucina and Potasic now enter the second period. And off the start, or off the whistle on the second period, Ptacek captures the arm. Lucina tripods up. Lucina not able to drop down or change level in time to capture that ankle of Ptacek, who steps away. 3-1 score. Lucina goes into the Russian tie, backs up Ptacek. Ptacek still backing off the mat. Lucina going hard into Ptacek, who keeps pushing off on Lucina. Now a stall warning issued to Ptacek. 3-2's the lead for Riley Lucina. Lucina goes in, collar tie on Jacob Ptacek. Lucina with an over and a collar on Ptacek. Ptacek steps away, still back, and Lucina goes into him again. Ptacek has to circle in to show a little bit of offense or some type of offense. Lucina still going into him, has the collar on the far side, wrist tie in the near. Another stall for Ptacek. Lucina picks up a point. So Lucina up 4-2 with a minute remaining. Lucina still going in hard collar. Ptacek now with an underhook on the near side. Drops down on Lucina. Lucina steps back, goes lat drop on Ptacek, not able to keep the toes in. Back to their feet. They go for the restart after the lat drop throw by Riley Lucina. Drug the toe, looked like a pro football player out there trying to drag the toes and keep them in on the reception. Just wasn't able to get any traction dragging those toes across, and they slide out after that throw by Lucina. Lucina now double unders on Ptacek. 4-2 lead for Riley Lucina. Final 20 seconds of our second period. Lucina here, Ptacek goes collar tie. Lucina pummeling in underneath Ptacek, pushing in on Lucina, shrugs him away, going back to the center of the mat. Here's Lucina at the end of the period, and time expires. He takes the 2-point lead. Winner of this makes it into the top 8. And they go neutral. Going neutral with Lucina in the lead, up 4-2. Been wrestling Eli Lyons a lot in practice, just the way, the style that he's kind of adopting here for Riley Lucina. He has the lead, but he's not going to stop scoring points, and that's a great attitude and mindset to have in wrestling. You just score points. Sometimes you get in this position and you wrestle not to lose, and that puts you behind. And now Lucina has the 7-3 lead.
In the hole on mat number 2, 215 pounds, Tucker Jones of Lemoore.
So 7-3 lead, 4-point lead for Lucina. Goes collar tie, works an over on the near side. Drops down, recovers for Riley. Pushing into Ptacek. Ptacek drops down. Wrestlers back out. Ptacek's been warned for stalling. Lucina, with 58 seconds remaining, has the 4-point lead on mat number 1. Lucina drags down Ptacek, going to work that front headlock. Shucks him around, go behind takedown for Riley Lucina. Another 3 points on the board. He's up 10-3. He has a 7-point lead. He's going to try to keep Ptacek down on the mat. Ptacek tripods up Lucina with the claw ride. Now cradles him up, has it locked over the top. This thing's tight. Ptacek goes to do some hand fighting underneath. And Ptacek catches Lucina, rolls through. Lucina just not able. He's been able to get over the top on those cradle attempts, but not able to take it back on Jacob Ptacek. And now the 2-point reversal. Time expires. Final 5 seconds. Ptacek's going to work on the arm on Lucina, but Riley Lucina will place in the top 8 at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. He wins by decision 10-5 over Jacob Ptacek of the Oaks Tornadoes. And Tanner Mengi over Jacob Meidinger of Napoleon. So Mengi into the top 8 for Kindred by fall. Max Chibertranu and Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer. They're tied up at 2 each. So 2 apiece here with Chuba Toronto and Wyatt LaPierre over on mat number 3. And now Carter Potasic, all folks, a senior at 17 and 12. Max Chernlin for Ellendale Edgeley Culm, a senior at 19 and 13. This is the place in the top 8. Couple of seniors battling out, looks evenly matched. Chernlin drops down underneath. Potasic works over the top. And Madden Schwab and Ashton Weathersby of Williams County. Interesting matchup in the back room with Schwab, as really likes to get in there and works the unders and the overs at the throws, but with the short mat space back there. We'll see how that works out for some of these bigger wrestlers. And Chernlin now has a 3-0 lead. Potasic up to his feet. Chernlin sticks in a wing on the far side. Potasic steps away, has the 1-point escape. 3-1's the score. Mat number 2, Clayton Hines, Noah Werner. Werner with near fall, now up 7-0 in the first period on mat number 2. He's in the top position. Werner has hammerlock behind the back of Clayton Hines on mat number 2. He's going to try to stuff the head and go around the world, but not working. Now goes to an armbar. Walks it around on Clayton Hines, working for a fall on mat number 2, trying to make it in the top 8 for Velva. Here's Noah Werner, picks up the near fall. The official down there with the look for the pin for Noah Werner on mat number 2. And mat number 1, Potasic and Chernlin. 3-1's the score on mat number 1. And Schwab and Ashton Weathersby, 3-0 lead for Weathersby of Williams County. Weathersby is a senior at 11-9. Schwab, a returning state qualifier for the Broncos, a freshman at 7-6. Potasic and Chernlin at the end of the first period, 3-1 score. Chernlin with the lead after that first takedown. He's in the top position, goes to an armbar. Nice sit-out counter by Carter Potasic off the armbar. Excuse me there, that was Matt Schwab now down by 2 points, 3-1's your score. So 3-1 lead for Ashton Weathersby. So our score is 3-1 in the back room, 189 pounds. 215 pounds, Tucker Jones of Lemoore. And Tucker Turbeville of Bowman County, they're scoreless in the first period at 215 pounds. That's on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Carter Potasic and Max Chernlin, 3-2's the score. And Jones and Turbeville. Turbeville gave Aiden Hinkle a tough match. Looking to do that here against Tucker Jones of Lemoore. Winner here against Brock Lyons. Lyons just barely pulling that out. Last second, Lyons magic gets him into overtime with Turbeville. And then Lyons with the go-behind takedown wins it in sudden victory overtime at 2:15. That was their first round action. Brock Lyons did make it into the semifinals with that quarterfinal victory against not against Max Klein. I'll have to go back and look at that, but Lyons did make it into the semifinals as he did advance through the quarters. Schwab and Weathersby in the second period, still 3-1's the score. Ashton Weathersby, Schwab in the bottom position, minute 30 on the clock. Here's Chernlin and Potasic, 3-2 score on mat number 1. And they're going final 10 seconds of the second period. On their wrestlers are in the neutral position. Chernlin working wrist ties on Carter Potasic. Chernlin chooses neutral to start the third period. And Schwab now with the escape. 3-2's the score in the back room in the second period with Ashton Weathersby of Williams County. Winner in these consolation rounds makes it into the top 8. Here's Potasic and Chernlin. Chernlin with the three-point takedown catches Carter Potasic on his back. So the 3 takedown for Chernlin. 6-2 is your score. And a 1-point escape. 6-3 in the third period with a minute on the clock here for Carter Potasic to mount a comeback. He's down by 3 points, takes a double leg shot on Chernlin. Now switches to a single, has the head buried in the mat. He's going to try to scoot his hips up underneath him and post the outside leg. Nothing happening for Max Chernlin. Mat number 1 action there with Carter Potasic. Or blood time on mat number 2 with Tucker Turbeville, Bowman County, and Tucker Jones. Jones has the 3-0 lead. Schwab in Weathersby at the end of that second period. 3-2 score in the back room on mat number 3. That's 189 pounds. And here's Potasic, catches Chernlin, has Chernlin on his hips for some near fall. So we're tied up at 6 on mat number 1. Should have paid some attention. I was looking at the Schwab match. So Carter Potasic picks up the near fall, catches Chernlin on his hip, and working for a pin on the edge of the mat. Chernlin, at the end of the third period, gives up the near fall to Carter Potasic, and Potasic will advance into the top 8 with those near fall. He wins by decision over Max Chernlin at 189 pounds. And now our score is 4-2 back there with Schwab and Weathersby. Weathersby with the 1-point lead.
In the hole on mat number 1, 285 pounds, Riley Collins of Rugby, Levi Duran of Stanley.
As we start to close out our consolation round matches. Mat number 2, 215 pounds, Turbeville and Tucker Jones. Jones is up 8-0 now on mat number 2 at 215. Mat number 1, Jake Kramer and Gus Strauman on mat number 1. That matchup just underway at 189 pounds. Mat number 3, still 4-2 lead for Ashton Weathersby of Williams County. Schwab down by 2 points. Takedown would put Schwab in the lead. Now with a minute on the clock over on mat number 1, or I should say on mat number 2, between Tucker Jones and Tucker Turbeville, the battle of Tuckers. It's 8-1 score. Turbeville in the top position of the situation with 52 seconds remaining in the second period, so still a lot of time on that mat number 2. Now Weathersby up 7-2 on Schwab. So Schwab gives up the takedown to Weathersby. He's down by 5. Schwab trying to make a comeback. Now 7-4. Schwab with the reversal. So Schwab with the reversal. 7-4 is the score in the back room. Final 10 seconds back there with Weathersby. In that final result, that match did go final in the back room on mat number 3. And we'll see what that is on the ticker as it rolls or when it rolls across. But time was expiring. Schwab with the reversal at the end of the period. And it's Jake Kramer and Gus Strauman on mat number 1. That's 3-2 your score. They're in blood time over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 215 pounds, Tucker Jones, Tucker Turbeville. That started the third period, 8-1 lead for Tucker Jones. He has the 7-point lead on mat number 2, and Turbeville catches Jones, throws him down. 3-point takedown, working some near fall. Jones caught on his hip here for Bowman County. Turbeville, a tough wrestler. Record might not reflect it, but he's given some of these wrestlers in the East a handful today. 8-4. Not sure, no near fall given up by Jones. So a 4-point lead.
In the hole on mat
for Tucker Jones, and potentially dangerous called with that hammerlock. Jones likely needs some injury time. Nope, gets back up on mat number 2. So they're getting up slowly as Tucker Jones after Tuberville with the hammerlock called potentially dangerous. 1 point now for Jones as Tuberville will let him up. And that was Ashton Weathersby of Williams County takes out Matt Schwab by decision 7-4 in the back room. In mat number 1, Jake Kramer, Gus Strauman, 9-2's the score. A couple Lobos out there trying to stay in the tournament place in the top 8. Another wrestler from southeast part of the state, and J.J. Haygood of Oaks, the senior, taking on Brennan Thusen of Williams County. 3-0 lead for Thusen. And blood time back on mat number 2 between Tucker Jones and Tucker Turbeville. 9-4 is the score. That's with a minute 5 remaining in the third period. Jake Kramer and Gus Strauman. Strauman from Beulah Hazen has the 9-2 lead in the second period. Still a lot of time left with a minute 45 on the clock in the second. Strauman trying to work some near fall on Jake Kramer. Kramer gets back, belly down, no near fall given up. Here's Tucker Turbeville, Bowman County in the neutral position. Has a minute to take down Tucker Jones, and Turbeville with the fireman's carry, another 3-point takedown, and two near fall. And now we're tied up, 9 apiece between Tucker Jones and Tucker Turbeville. The battle of Tucker is going down here in the third period. So he's riding in the top position. He's got it tied up. He does have a high crotch shot we saw whip out against Brock Lyons. Lyons just able to fend him off. And going back for the restart, we're tied up at 9 with 20 seconds remaining. We'll see if Turbeville can get the ride out. Oh, and he's going to let him up instead of making Jones work for it. The coaches tell him to let him up. I'm not big on that call. Why not try to ride him out? Jones hasn't shown a lot here in the period. He's going to go back underneath with the high crotch fireman's. Has Jones down on his hip. He's going to try to get both arms around the waist and score. And he does. And Tucker Turbeville makes the right call with the coaches, and he'll win by a score of 12-10. So 12-10 is the final. Tucker Turbeville, Bowman County over Tucker Jones of Lemoore by decision on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 215. Fernando Rios, Hillsborough Central Valley, and Jaden Foss on mat number 1. Foss in on a single leg shot on Rios, takes him down, has him on the hip for a 3-point takedown on mat 1. Mat number 3, 215 pounds, Brendan Thusen of Williams County is up 11-0 over J.J. Haygood of Oaks on mat 3 in the back room. That's at the end of the second period. Foss with the restart in the first period, a minute 17 on the clock in the first. He has the 3-0 lead over Rios of Hillsborough Central Valley. And mat number 2, 215 pounds, Tucker Tim of Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central takes on Bryce Stewart of Rugby. That's in the first period, minute 25 on the clock. As we did miss that top of the hour break as we're wrapping along. We're at 215 pounds. We will stay here for the Fernando Rios match. He's bottled up right now by Jaden Foss, trying to roll through. Foss over the top. Has the half Nelson in. And up over the top, a lot of pressure on the chest with the hips on Rios. Rios trying to bridge out, get back to his belly. Foss with 20 seconds trying to work for the fall for Velva. He stretches the arm out, putting a lot of pressure on the shoulder on Rios. You're at 215 pounds. And now the shoulder's not up by much. 2 seconds remaining. Rios gets into the second period. So for near fall, no pin. Rios into the second period. And choice, he'll defer to Foss. Foss chooses top position on Fernando Rios. See what Rios has in his arsenal from the bottom position. He's down 7-0. So he is down 7-0 to Jaden Foss on the restart. He'll try to tripod up. Foss spikes the back ankle right away. In mat number 3 in the third period, at the end of the third period, Brendan Thusen of Williams County has the 14-0 lead over J.J. Haygood. Wrestlers stood up on mat number 2. Stewart and Tucker Tim, 1-0 is the score. Looks like Tucker Tim has the 1-0 lead. In mat number 3, 285 pounds for Oaks, Max Klein, Charles Jorgensen of Carrington. That's your action coming up in the back room. And Fernando Rios still in that bottom position. Jaden Foss in the top works the power half. Rios still belly down. Making Jaden Foss work for the top. Now is going to roll through in the 1-point escape for Rios. Wrestlers back to their feet. Nice little roll through. Kind of Granby out of there by Fernando Rios. And Rios, now Foss has an over-under. Rios with the same. Rios going to step in, tries an inside trip, goes down to the mat. Gave it a try. Foss turns the corner, the 3-point takedown. 10-1 is your score. 29 seconds remaining. And Tim and Stewart scrambling around. Another 3-point takedown, or a 3-point takedown for Tucker Tim of Kenmare Bull Bells. He has the 4-0 lead on mat number 2. And mat number 3, Max Klein, Charles Jorgensen. 3-0 lead for Max Klein, the senior from Oaks, with a 21-14 record. Rios and Foss, that's the end of it. And Fernando Rios goes down by a fall to Jaden Foss of Velva. So Foss of Velva into the top 8. And we will step away. We'll come back for a Bank North scoreboard update and our Olson Accounting recap. More than likely, we'll recount the tournament for today and then hand out our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, or Wrestler of the Tournament for day number 1 in our UC Precision Move of the Match, or of the tournament. That's just ahead on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Lakes Community Co-op delivers more than just propane into a tank. They deliver a commitment to customer safety with professional, knowledgeable service. Lakes Community Co-op propane customers can relax because having a monitored tank allows Lakes Community Co-op to know tank levels and therefore make timely deliveries. This takes away all your worries. Call 1-888-935-2281 for propane from Lakes Community Co-op. For more information, visit lakescommunitycoop.com.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Central Valley Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you are in the sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Tyson Sumby, a senior at Central Valley High School. My favorite thing about Central Valley High School is the community, because we are well put together. Find your favorites at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Hey, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com as we wrap up day number 2 coverage from day number 1 coverage from the Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. I guess it's been a long day already. So this is day 1 coverage as we wrap things up from New Salem, North Dakota. We'll go through our Bank North scoreboard update. As we have in first place Lisbon with 87.5 points. Second place New Salem Alma with 74 points. Velva in third place with 63.5 points. Hillendale Edgeley-Colm in fourth place with 54 points. Oaks in second with 52 points. Stanley in sixth place with 46 points. Seventh place Killdeer, 45.5 points. Eighth place Carrington with 45 points. Ninth place Bowman County, 43.5. And 10th is Napoleon with 42 points. Those are your top 10 teams at the New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. So a little bit of separation at 1 through 3, but we're stacked up pretty tight. Yeah, number 4 through number 10 in the team points race. That's your Bank North scoreboard. Coming to your Olson Accounting recap as all matches have wrapped up inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium. We'll go through your Olson Accounting recap. Starting out with the Carrington Cardinals. Your team recap, Sky Kramlich into the semifinals. He won by decision over Bristol Swanson in the quarters, 10-3. And Drew Carr of Carrington into the consolation rounds. He won by decision, hung on to win by decision over Bo Grunfelder, 12-9. Grunfelder had taken Carr down at the end of the third period, but Carr holds on to win. 139 pounds, Brexton Yanish was able to take out Gabe Clifton of Carrington in the consolation rounds. So Clifton out of the tournament for Carrington. 145 pounds, Nick Garber into the semifinals. He won by fall over Braylon Herman in the quarterfinal match at 145. 152, Corbin Clifton into the semifinals. The returning state champion for Carrington wins by fall over Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County in the quarterfinals. 160, Max Chibaturanu is out of the tournament. He lost in second round consolation match to Wyatt LaPierre by fall in 5:13 at 160 pounds. 172 pounds, consolation round match between Callan Garber, won by fall over Hayden Tormal and a Killdeer. So Garber stays in the tournament, placing in the top 8. 189 pounds, Ashton Weathersby won by fall over Jacob Hinrichs. Hinrichs out of the tournament for Carrington. 215 pounds, J.J. Haygood decision. Kirby Freeman in the consolation round. So Kirby Freeman out of the tournament for Carrington at 215. 285, Max Klein of Oaks won by fall over Charles Jorgensen in second round consolation. So Jorgensen out of the tournament at 285 pounds. So that is your Olson Accounting recap for Carrington. Take a look at our next team, Hillsborough Central Valley at 121 pounds. Justin Terrell makes it into the top 8. He won by fall over Cameron Benson of Killdeer in the second rounds of consolation in that blood round, and by fall in 228. Ryland Sunby goes down to Brooks Grunfelder in the second rounds of consolation by tech fall. 139-pound Sawyer Owens into the semifinals as he won by decision over Zachary Spain, 152. Cade Mueller was defeated by Jeremiah Schmidt in the second rounds of consolation by fall in a minute 21. So Cade Mueller out of the tournament for Hillsborough Central Valley, 160 pounds. Gavin Enwich bounces out Xander Dovenmueller. So Dovenmueller out of the tournament for Hillsborough Central Valley at 160. 172 pounds, Jacob Potasic won by major decision over Max Bachnes at Hillsborough Central Valley. Bachnes out of the tournament. 189, Braden Chenot into the semifinals, won by fall over Matt Schwab of Lisbon in the quarterfinals. And then at 215 pounds, we have Jaden Foss of Belleville, who just defeated Fernando Rios of Hillsborough Central Valley. So Rios out of the tournament at 215 pounds. And looking at your next team, the Kindred Vikings. Kindred at 107 pounds. Bristol Swanson places in the top 8. He won by fall in the second rounds of consolation over Micah Fromke. 114 pounds. Gavin Rude into the semifinals, picking up a couple of upset victories in the first round against Keenan Gores and number 7 seed, and then the number 2 seed Walker Miller. Gavin Rude into the semifinals for Kindred. Gavin Swenson goes down by tech fall to Cale Schwartz of Bowman County in the second rounds of consolation. Swenson out of the tournament at 121. 127, Jager Jordheim bounced out of the tournament by Lander Rice of Killdeer. He lost by fall in the first period in the second rounds of consolation. 133, Cameron Kittleson won by fall over Nolan Braun. So Kittleson, with that win, will advance into the top 8 for the 7th grader at 133 pounds. 139, Zane Allender won by fall over Noak Swenson. Swenson out of the tournament. Goes down in the second rounds of consolation to Allender. 145 pounds, Brock Johnson placing in the top 8 as he defeated Isaiah Witkanak-Kood of Hettinger Scranton by fall. 152 pounds, Miles Theogis into the top 8 as he defeated Logan Feist by decision 14-11 at 152 pounds. Theogis into the top 8. And Tanner Mengi also in the top 8. He won by fall over Jacob Meidinger of Napoleon. And that is your Olson Accounting recap for the Kindred Vikings. For the Lisbon Broncos, the Broncos at 107 pounds. Micah Fromke was defeated in the second rounds of consolation by Bristol Swanson. Fromke out of the tournament. Nias Lyons made it in that the first round of consolation, defeated by Keenan Gores. At 114 pounds, Nias Lyons out of the tournament. 121, Grayson Lyons still in, placing in the top 8 as he defeated Nick Dobitz by a score of 3-2, staying in and earning a top 8 finish at 121 pounds for the Broncos. 127 pounds, Noah Anderson into the semifinals. He defeated Lander Rice by fall. 133 pounds, Gavin Robertson into the semifinals as he upset Nolan Braun and Minot Bishop Ryan. And Robertson into the semifinals at 133 for Lisbon. 139, Cruz Ranke gets Zane Allender by decision 11-5 into the semifinals for Lisbon. Griffin Greenlee also into the semifinals. He won over Bryce Schneider, hangs on to win that one 15-13. 152 pounds, Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos narrowly defeats Bailey Zachmeyer, makes it into the semifinals at 152. 160, Eli Lyons wins by fall over Max Chuba-Taranu at 160 pounds into the semifinals. 172, Riley Lucina won by decision over Jacob Potasic. Lucina places in the top 8. And Ashton Weathersby gets Matt Schwab by decision 7-4 in the back room at 189. So Matt Schwab out of the tournament at 189. He's back for the Broncos after sitting out the Storhog, but defeated into the blood round by Ashton Weathersby. And 215 pounds, Brock Lyons into the semifinals. He won by fall over Jaden Foss. And Aiden Hinkle also in the semifinals for the Broncos as he defeated Max Klein of Oaks by fall. And that is your Olson Accounting recap as we're closing out day number 1 coverage from the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And we will now turn to our Agassiz Ag precision move of the tournament on day number 1. So our precision move of the tournament for Agassiz Ag. And that move is going to Brock Lyons of Lisbon Broncos. Brock was down by a score of 3-1 with about 5 seconds left. He had to pull out some Lions magic, and he came through with a Peterson roll didn't pick up any near fall, but he was able to tie it up at the end of the third period in that first round match. And then in sudden victory overtime, hits a go behind takedown and ends up winning 5-3 in sudden victory, and now finds himself in the semifinals. So Brock Lyons in that first round win in overtime after the Peterson roll to tie it up at the end of the third period is your Agassi Ag Precision move of the match from Agassi Ag, your local precision planting dealer in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. That is your Agassi Ag Precision move of the tournament on day number 1 to Brock Lyons. And then your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, I'm going to give this one out to Gavin Rude of the Kindred Vikings. Gavin having a miraculous tournament, coming in that first round and defeated the number 7 seed Keenan Gores, bounced him down into the wrestleback round in 114 pounds, and then came back in the quarterfinals and defeated the number 2 seed Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgerly Calm, and Rude finds himself into the semifinals in the top 6 place finish. Picking up some key victories here as we head into tournament time. So Gavin Rude is your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day here at the day number 1 2025 Storehog Wrestling Tournament. Life takes energy from Enbridge. That's Energy for Life at Enbridge.com for your career opportunities. And that's Gavin Rude, your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day. And that wraps things up from the day number 1 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick, and we were back for day 2 coverage coming your way tomorrow starting at around 8:30. Wrestling starts at 9 a.m., and that will be with your semifinal and then your your matches to see who goes into the consolation round matches to see who wrestles for 7th and 8th or makes it into the consolation semifinals. So that's what's ahead tomorrow. Day number 2 action, starting with your semifinals and then your 7th or consolation round match to see who wrestles to go for the consolation semis or wrestling for 7th and 8th. You got the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. So everybody out there, thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow for day 2 coverage live from New Salem, North Dakota from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. This is Brent Dick signing off for the night.